Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Veteran who was assassinated by a white World War II veteran. You have to tell that whole story. And once you start to tell that story, then your self-concept changes.
That's right. That's right.
And you see this, we know this. I mean, this is why they ban our history. They ban our history because Black history by definition is political.
That's right.
Because Black people by definition are political, right? Our history is political because every story of American greatness, every story of American exceptionalism you want to tell, here we are off to the corner. Say, how do you explain us?
That's right.
If all this is true, why are we here? How you bought and sold our ancestors, how you claim to be democratizing Europe, but denying violently democracy for Black people here. So we're the most inconvenient people to the story of American exceptionalism.
Right.
So they want to ban our history because we give lie, right? We reveal the lie of this country.
Right.
And we are heroes of that story. So what the research shows is that when you teach Black children Black history, they do better academically.
Absolutely.
This is not shocking.
That's right. It's right.
Right? If you see yourself in the story, then you have a powerful sense of who you are. And I know, I mean, this is why they ban our history, because once I got a little taste of Black history, I became incorrigible as a student. I was challenging everything, right? I would go up in social studies like, where are we? Why aren't you talking about this? What about this, right? And so all of a sudden, you don't just accept the narrative that they give you, and you start to challenge it.
Right.
And you start to have an understanding. So I, because of this class I took at 15 years old with a Black educator named Mr. Ray Dow, where he introduced me to Before the Mayflower by Lerone Bennett, and the year 1619, I became the child who would go on to create 1619 Project.
Wow.
If I don't get that class, I don't create this project.
That's right.
And so they want to ban the class because they don't want more of us.
That's right.
They don't want more Dr. Blacks. They don't want more Nicole Hannah Joneses.
Right.
They don't want people
That's
who can help our children know that there's nothing wrong with Black folks. There's something wrong with our country.
That's right. That's right. That's right. 1954, right? Brown versus Board, right? And most of us in this room are, of course, are aware that thousands and thousands of Black children were shipped to white schools, right? 1619 Project, of course, covers that. The question I would like to ask you is, what did white children miss by never being under the tutelage of Black instruction?
That's such a, that's a powerful and an important question. And I think, you know, we're taught to think about Brown v. Board, of course, as being about the deficiencies in the education of Black children.
Right.
But if you actually read Brown v. Board, if you read the arguments that the NAACP was making, if you look at the oral arguments, which I'm nerdy as hell, so I've read all of it. Are y'all okay? Yeah. Okay. It's okay. We can enjoy ourselves too. I tell a lot of jokes because this is hard, and if I didn't
heavy,
tell a lot of jokes, I'd be up here crying.
Right.
So I read all the oral arguments, and the NAACP was actually making two arguments. They were making the argument that the segregation was degrading to Black Americans in a society built on racial caste, because the segregation wasn't just arguing we should have our own things. It was meant to treat us as inferior, right? It was meant to show that we were less than, and that oftentimes we were getting deprived of the equal amount of resources. For instance, in Georgia, there was a span of about 40 years where there wasn't a single high school in the state. They were funding high schools for white kids, but their own children didn't have a high school, right? Or they weren't getting, school buses, or they weren't getting textbooks. So we know that the resources weren't the same. So they were making that argument. But the parallel argument that they were making was that segregation was giving Black children a false sense of their own inferiority, but it was also giving white children a false sense of their superiority.
Right.
Now, the court didn't rule on that.
Right.
But what they were saying is that we are in a multiracial world. We are going out into the world. So you have to think 1954, what's happening. This is just at the beginning of the Cold War. We're starting to see, communism rising in America, and communists are engaging in this propaganda campaign. And so what they're really trying to say is that you are teaching white children that they're superior, and you're also not giving them an education to go out into a world that doesn't look like their classrooms. It doesn't look like their communities. So what white children were deprived of is one, just the ability to be around Black people, and we're amazing. But they were also being deprived of the ability, and still are, because white children and Black children remain segregated today, of an ability to get an education that prepares them for the world.
Yes.
An education that gives them empathy. I mean, this is why we have so much polarization, is white children can go most of their lives without ever having to have intimate relationships with anyone who's Black, and certainly not someone who can be in a position of authority.
Right.
Because the funny thing about segregation is, because it so limited the opportunities for Black Americans, Black educators were actually far more educated than white educators.
That's right.
They had much higher degrees.
That's right.
They tended to, they would go and get their PhD or their master's degree, but could not work as a doctorate at a university or a scientist. So they would get these degrees, and then they would come back into the K-12 classroom.
That's right.
And so there's research that actually shows that they, on average, were far more educated and had far more advanced degrees than white teachers.
That's right.
Now, again, think about narrative. How many of y'all have ever heard that?
Yeah.
Right? It's true.
It is true.
But that's not the narrative. So the narrative was that our children were getting an inferior education. They were getting inferior resources.
Right.
But they did not have inferior educators.
Right. It makes me think.
That was a difference.
Absolutely. It makes me think of us at these HBCUs, right? Because of course I'm at an HBCU, and so are you. And the beauty and the power of HBCUs, I think that most people don't know, is that we were really making bricks without straw.
Yes.
Right? And we have been teaching
Black
children. That's right. Did you hear me? Mm-hmm. We have been teaching Black children not just textbook knowledge, but also knowledge of self, spiritual knowledge, right? Spiritual nurturing, right? The whole self, right? And I think this is critical, because in some ways, we have not really, as Black people, we've not really supported these institutions as fully as we need to. But these institutions have been the lifeblood of Black people, right? And I'm saying that also because I'm segueing to an institution. I'm probably gonna get like 2 more questions. Good Lord help me. One of those is the Black church. And I was telling you, I'm the church musician. I believe in the Black church institutionally. I don't know that I believe in the Black church theologically, right? That's another thing, right? But the question I want to ask you is, if you had your way, as the brilliant author of this text, if you had your way, what would you do with the Black church?
Lord. Now you're trying to get me canceled. I'm gonna get fired.
You're gonna get fired, right?
And I'm gonna get canceled on the same day. On my day off, on Saturday. Come on, man. So one, I would really suggest that folks read the essay in the book called Church by Anthea Butler. I
loved it.
I am not a theologian. In fact, when I occasionally get invited to give a talk at a church, I get worried that I'm gonna burst into flames when I'm in there. I'm not a religious person myself. I think that if we look historically at the role of the Black church, the Black church was always, even from the time of slavery, a place of political organizing,
Absolutely.
of liberation organizing.
Absolutely.
Because the Black church was really the only place that Black people could gather.
That's right.
And not be under white supervision.
Right.
And so they really were founded as these radical places that were not just about telling Black folks to get their reward when they die.
Right.
Right. But believing that the God of, that led the Israelites out of slavery also believed that they should not be enslaved.
That's right.
And that they had a right.
Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Stanley versus the World. Looks like we're a little light there out in the chat rooms. If you're here, please make sure you hit the like button. Pretty much news stories today. Catching up with Trump. So make sure you subscribe if you're new to the channel. Please make sure you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Also, please subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. That's Stanley Cross 6000, where I occasionally do video essays. So let's get right into the news. There's lots to cover here. All right, let's see. First news story. Trump takes credit for good parts of economy, blames bad parts on Biden. Didn't know you could actually do that. It's kind of like being kind of pregnant. So let's see what we got here. It says, Donald Trump stated the good parts of the economy are due to his policies and the bad parts to Joe Biden's performance, saying he has done a terrible job. Well, I guess there's nothing new there. So I guess what we'll do is get right into economic news. It says here, job growth remains strong in April. Employers added 177,000 jobs in April, a slight dip in hiring from the 185,000 in March. The unemployment rate was unchanged at 4.2%. So good news there. And in addition to that, the solid report reinforces the Fed's approach to interest rate cuts. If you'll recall, last week or the week before, Trump wanted to fire the Jerome Powell for not cutting interest rates, and that kind of went away. He kind of backtracked on that. So next story is a tidal wave of change is headed for the economy. If you've heard, the economy actually shrank last quarter. And so technically we're kind of on the brink of a recession if that shrinkage continues. So it says here a tidal wave of change is headed for the U.S. economy. American consumers are not yet seeing much evidence of the drastic changes President Trump has made on trade, but they are on the way. So that's kind of a gloomy forecast here. So let's see what this story is all about.
A tidal wave of change is headed for the U.S. economy. This article is by Anna Swanson and read by an automated voice. When the COVID pandemic hit, factories in China shut down, and global shipping traffic slowed. Within a matter of a few weeks, products began disappearing from U.S. store shelves, and American firms that depend on foreign materials were going out of business. A similar trend is beginning to play out, but this time the catalyst is President Trump's decision to raise tariffs on Chinese imports to a minimum of 145%, an amount so steep that much of the trade between the United States and China has ground to a halt. Fewer massive container ships have been plying the ocean between Chinese and American ports, and in the coming weeks, far fewer Chinese goods will arrive on American shores. While high tariffs on Chinese products have been in place since early April, the availability of Chinese products and the price that consumers pay for them has not changed that much. But some companies are now starting to raise their prices. And experts say that the effects will become more and more obvious in the coming weeks, as a tidal wave of change stemming from canceled orders in Chinese factories works its way around the world to the United States. The number of massive container ships carrying metal boxes of toys, furniture, and other products departing China for the United States plummeted by about a third in April. The reason consumers haven't felt many of the effects yet is because it takes 20 to 40 days for a container ship to travel across the Pacific Ocean. It then takes another 1 to 10 days for Chinese goods to make their way by train or truck to various cities around the country, economists at Apollo Global Management wrote in a recent report. That means that the higher tariffs on China that went into effect at the beginning of April are just starting to result in a drop in the number of ships arriving at American ports, a trend that should intensify. By late May or early June, consumers could start to see some empty shelves, and layoffs could occur for retailers and logistics industries. The major effects on the U.S. economy of shutting down trade with China will start to become apparent in the summer of 2025, when the United States might slip into a recession, said Torsten Slock, an economist at Apollo. U.S. consumers will within a few weeks see empty shelves in clothing stores, toy stores, hardware stores, and retail drugstores, and higher prices of the goods that still are on the shelves, he said. Molson Hart, the chief executive of Viahart, a toy company, wrote on X, "It's almost like we're speeding towards a brick wall, but the driver of the car doesn't see it yet. By the time he does, it'll be too late to hit the brakes." The decline in Chinese imports will be amplified on Friday when the United States eliminates so-called de minimis treatment for Chinese goods. The rule has allowed products up to $800 to avoid tariffs as long as they are shipped directly to consumers. It has boosted the business model of companies like Temu and Shein, and it has resulted in a surge of individually addressed packages to the United States, many of which are shipped by air. Supporters of the change say that this tariff loophole has given Chinese shippers an unfair advantage and hurt American businesses. But the decision to get rid of it is already resulting in higher prices for U.S. consumers. And the change is expected to weigh on airlines and private carriers like FedEx, which have steady business delivering small-dollar goods. Port workers and logistics companies have been expecting their own disruptions. At the Port of Los Angeles, the main entry point for Chinese products arriving in the United States, imports surged in recent months as businesses and consumers tried to stock up on goods in advance of the tariffs coming into effect. But that activity has now started to decline. The number of containers arriving at the Port of Los Angeles is expected to drop more than 35% next week compared with the same period last year, port data shows. Gene Soroka, the port's executive director, said that a quarter of the ships that had been scheduled for May had canceled because of light volume. As of about 2 weeks ago, goods coming into the port from China have been very few and far between, Mr. Soroka said. Data shows that sales of heavy trucks have fallen sharply too, suggesting that companies in the logistics space expect to be moving fewer goods in the future. Trade experts say that companies have stockpiled enough inventory in recent months that, if the White House reverses course soon and significantly drops tariffs on China, much of the pain for the U.S. economy and consumers can be avoided. Data from the Institute for Supply Management shows that U.S. inventories are at their highest level in more than 2 years. Gabriel Wildow, a managing director at Teneo, who advises companies on doing business with China, said that the Chinese goods that U.S. retailers had stockpiled in the first 3 months of the year would give stores some time before they would need to raise prices. But if the situation is not changed quickly, American consumers will feel the impact of trade changes unfold over the next 3 to 6 months, he said. We're going to have higher prices and, in some cases, empty shelves, he said. Trump officials have admitted that there could be some disruptions for consumers. The president seemed to acknowledge on Wednesday that his trade changes could lead to fewer goods and higher prices. You know, somebody said, "Oh, the shelves are going to be open," Mr. Trump said from the White House. Well, maybe the children will have $2 instead of $30, you know? And maybe the $2 will cost a couple of bucks more than they would normally. But administration officials have said any pain will be minimal. At a White House briefing on Tuesday, Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, said that he did not expect to see supply chain shocks from U.S. tariffs on China. "I think retailers have managed their inventory in front of this," he said. "Some firms that are in a more fragile financial position have not been able to stockpile and are rapidly being forced out of business. Even if the Trump administration finds a way to reduce its tariffs on China, it's not clear that the levies will fall enough to meaningfully restart trade." Many companies say that tariffs above 50% on Chinese imports are enough to stop trade entirely. With tariffs now at a minimum of 145%, and in some cases much higher, that would mean that the Trump administration may have to drop its China tariffs by at least 100 percentage points to meaningfully restart the flow of goods. Trump officials have said they believe the current tariff rate with China is unsustainable, but they have concerns about Chinese trade practices, and they will be under pressure to show that they have secured significant concessions from China in return for dropping the tariffs. Ryan Peterson, the chief executive of Flexport, a supply chain company, said that, even before the president hiked tariffs on China to 145% in April, the tariffs the Trump administration had put on China were high, at a minimum of 54%. The reality is that 54% was already an incredibly high tariff rate, Mr. Peterson said. It depends on how far they walk it back. If they walk it back to 25%, maybe this all becomes a non-event. With so much unclear about where global trade is headed, companies are freezing their plans for expansion and halting new orders. Data shows that new orders from manufacturers have turned down sharply this year, while companies have trimmed back their plans for capital expenditures. Some major companies have stopped issuing guidance for their sales and profits. Mercedes-Benz on Wednesday suspended its financial forecasts for 2025, as did Stellantis, which makes the Chrysler, Dodge, and Jeep brands. It's not clear how quickly the current supply chain challenges could be resolved, but during the pandemic, supply chain disruptions took much longer to work their way through the economy than most forecasters had anticipated. Economists who initially expected price increases to be transitory were surprised at inflationary pressures that lingered for years. Small impacts also had a way of snowballing through supply chains. For example, a disruption in supply from one or two companies making small parts for cars or other machinery could end up stopping a major manufacturing plant, which found it had no alternative for the part. And when the economy turned back on again after initial pandemic disruptions, the process was not smooth. Americans saw pile-ups at the ports and shortages of some goods, all of which ultimately contributed to higher prices. Mr. Peterson said that companies that operated container ships had already canceled a quarter of all sailings to the United States from China, and they are rerouting their ships to travel to Southeast Asia and Europe instead. Even if the Trump administration removes its China tariffs and U.S. consumer demand for Chinese products resumes, ships won't be in the right location immediately to carry the same volume of goods, he said. You'll see high prices, you'll see delays, Mr. Peterson added. The longer you wait to make changes, the more severe the shock will be. Danielle K. contributed reporting.
Well, speaking of Temu, they have decided, Chinese site Temu redefining its business model in the wake of 145% Trump tariffs. We'll see what this is all about. See, it says Amazon may have, Amazon may have walked back plans to display import costs at the digital checkout to consumers. The Chinese company Temu initially went the opposite way. After President Donald Trump whacked China with import tariffs up to 145%, Temu began making the added import tax visible to all customers at checkout for products shipped from China. With the cost of shipping, sales tax, and import charges itemized and added to the subtotal, according to a New York, I guess it's called pronounced in NY Next Secret Shopper's screen grabs. The inflammatory move, Amazon's similar plan, was dropped after swift political blowback, was likely the doing of the ruling Chinese Communist Party, designed to undermine the U.S. and Trump, according to sources. So I've actually never ordered anything from Temu. How about anybody in the chat do a lot of business with Temu? It says here there's very little separation between private companies and the state in China. That is one thing that makes them such a formidable competitor. No space between the Chinese government and Chinese enterprise. Former senior intelligence officer and CEO of XK Group Business Intelligence, Kevin Hulbert, told me. However, Temu then changed tactics and stopped shipping goods from China direct to U.S. consumers. By Friday, all items available on the site were stored in and shipped from U.S. warehouses. Temu launched in 2022 by PDD Holdings, parent company of China's Pinduoduo. Wow. Has flooded the U.S. with ultra-low priced goods shipped directly from Chinese manufacturers. Prices are low. The number of knockoffs, dupes, and straight-up fakes of varying quality peddled on the same site are high. Temu, was initially able to offer its goods so cheaply by exploiting the U.S. de minimis rules, which that former story mentioned, which allows shipments valued at under $800 to enter the country duty-free. Let's see. From Friday, the de minimis exception, which Trump labeled a big scam earlier this week, was eliminated on all goods posted from mainland China. Temu spokesperson says the company is also transitioning to a local fulfillment model and has been actively recruiting U.S. sellers to join its platform. So there we go. Let's see, what do you... Temu shopping like a billionaire has gone the way of the dinosaur. Not sure what that means. Does that mean you've bought stuff from Temu, DiCapriono? So anyway, like I said, I've never bought anything from Temu, though I get a lot of ads coming my way. So according to this, your little cheap goods from Temu are going to go up. And I would imagine places like Walmart and Target, you'll see price increases there too. Though I do know Walmart orders a lot of stuff from U.S. manufacturers too. So let us move on to immigration news. This is an interesting story. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement to fine Colorado businesses millions for alleged hiring violations. We'll watch this quick news story here.
Office, we've seen many people taken into custody accused of being in the country illegally. Now, immigration officials are cracking down on businesses who have hired those people, and the fines are in the millions of dollars. Your reporter, Michael Abeda, has been following the investigation. And Michael, this investigation actually started long before President Trump took office.
Yeah, that's right. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents say this investigation started years ago, but just recently started to pick up steam.
Most of the time, the workers are the victims in these cases as well.
ICE announced Monday that they intend to fine 3 Colorado businesses more than $8 million. They say worksite audits found companies hired workers not eligible to work in the United States. Inc. will be fined more than $6 million. PBC Commercial Cleaning Systems, Inc. will be fined more than $1 million, and Green Management Denver will be fined more than $200,000. Acting Deputy Special Agent in charge for Homeland Security in the Denver office, Charles Engel, says hiring ineligible workers hurts local business.
You've got a business that can outcompete other businesses because they have cheap labor.
Engel says the employees are also at risk.
Their folks are not being paid a normal wage. They're usually not given a benefit package.
He says hiring can be tricky, but his office is there to make sure the people you hire are legit.
See something, say something. Let us know. And if you're a business that has a question about it, reach out to us.
And he says investigations like this are not about punishing workers. They're about holding business owners accountable and protecting the public.
We just want to level the playing field for businesses in the community. We want everybody to just abide by the laws. And we don't want individuals being victimized, under bad labor practices.
Now, one of the businesses that was fined by ICE doesn't seem to have a working business address or phone number. The other 2 I reached out to for their side of the story, but haven't heard back. In Denver, Michael Abeta, covering Colorado First.
Wow.
In the next.
This actually goes back to something I've said several times in the past, that the Chamber of Commerce type businesses have been doing this for decades, and they are part of why immigration has gotten out of control. Illegal immigration has gotten out of control. I told the story of a warehouse I worked in years ago. ICE, I guess it was, or whoever. I don't think ICE actually existed back in the early 2000s, but I had this one guy working for a temp agency, a Mexican guy. There was like a raid, and we had several workers who were here illegally, with fake Social Security numbers. And he was deported. And like 6 months later, he was back with a different name. So I've actually seen this. And the company I was working for, wasn't like a local business. It was, a national corporation. So it doesn't surprise me that, there are businesses out there hiring people illegally. So this next story, Trump's 48-hour scramble to fly migrants to a Salvadoran prison. This is basically going to tell us the story about how these flights came about. It's longish, but I want to play it. I also want to point out how the Oval Office is decorated here. It literally looks like Versailles in there. I don't get this, but there's nothing simple or austere about how the Oval Office is decorated. Lots of gold. This is interesting. Y'all let me know if you can hear this article. Wait, what is that? They've got ads on here now? Wow. Okay, hold on one sec. What's going on here? Let's see. Let's try reloading this. Oops. Okay, we'll try this again. I don't know what's going on here. I can hear it. Let's see. Why have we lost? Let me do this. We'll reload it.
Forward, even as Venezuela agreed to accept deportees. The message from Secretary of State Marco Rubio to El Salvador's foreign ministry outlined an audacious plan. The United States would be sending as many as 500 Venezuelan gang members to the Central American nation, and it planned to do so within 24 hours. The March 13th communication was part of secretive negotiations with Salvadoran President Nayib Bukele and served as Rubio's formal notice that the Trump administration was sending the Venezuelans to be imprisoned there for a year, or until a determination concerning their long-term disposition is made, documents show. Detainees at the mega prison have no access to lawyers or contact with their families. A Washington Post investigation shows how officials raced to execute the plan, rounding up some of the men at their homes the same day Rubio's message went out. And they pressed forward with the removals, even as Venezuela agreed to accept deportation flights in a high-stakes bid to show power and deter migrants from attempting to cross the border illegally. The Post examined immigration and court records and conducted interviews with attorneys, friends, and family members to piece together information about more than 50 of the men believed to be imprisoned at the Terrorism Confinement Center, the mega prison often referred to by its Spanish acronym CCOT. The review shows that despite the administration's claims, many of the immigrants sent to El Salvador had entered the United States legally and were actively complying with U.S. immigration rules. At least 2 of the men imprisoned in El Salvador had been approved by the State Department to resettle as refugees in the U.S. after extensive vetting by federal law enforcement authorities, documents show. At least 4 had protections against removal through temporary protected status, often called TPS, granted to those fleeing Venezuela's humanitarian crisis, according to attorneys for the men or records shared with the Post. Others had been active members of Venezuela's opposition and had open asylum claims. On March 15th, a day later than Rubio's message anticipated, the U.S. sent more than 260 migrants, including 23 Salvadorans, to El Salvador. Many had no deportation orders. President Donald Trump invoked the wartime powers of the Alien Enemies Act against the Venezuela-based gang known as Tren de Aragua to remove over 100 of the migrants without giving them a chance to contest their removals. The first flights were over international waters when a federal judge in Washington ordered the Trump administration to turn them around. Instead, they flew to Honduras, where they waited on the tarmac for 4 hours. Bukele would not allow them to land in El Salvador until the international airport there was closed to commercial traffic for the night, around 10 p.m., according to a U.S. official and an airport administrator. Like others interviewed for this article, they spoke on the condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to publicly discuss internal matters. Rubio has said that the U.S. had to send the Venezuelans to El Salvador that day because their own country would not take back alleged gang members. But records reviewed by the Post show that 2 deportation flights to Venezuela were also scheduled to leave that weekend carrying dozens of alleged criminals, including at least one man Rubio has publicly accused of gang membership. Those flights were canceled after Trump invoked the Alien Enemies Act, prompting uncertainty about whether Venezuela could still safely send a plane to the U.S. to pick up deportees, according to 2 people involved in the discussions. Trump's Alien Enemies Act proclamation says that property belonging to an alien enemy and used for hostile activity is subject to seizure and forfeiture. Though Trump administration officials have called the migrants sent to CCOT in mid-March the worst of the worst criminals, in court, the government has admitted that many do not have criminal records. Neither the U.S. nor El Salvador has released their names, leaving families to scour unofficial lists and sleuth through videos and photos released by Bukele's government to determine their loved ones' whereabouts. The Trump administration has admitted that it sent one man, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, to El Salvador in error. A federal judge has ordered the U.S. government to return a second man while his asylum claim is adjudicated. The operation was so hurried that officials also flew several women who could not be detained at the all-male prison and had to be returned to the United States. El Salvador also declined to imprison a Nicaraguan the U.S. had sent, fearing conflict with its neighboring countries, court records indicate. In response to detailed questions from the Post, a senior State Department official acknowledged that the Venezuelan government had planned to accept deportation flights the same weekend as the flights to El Salvador, but dismissed those as one-offs. The Venezuelan regime began to accept regular repatriation flights of Venezuelan nationals only after the U.S. began the criminal alien deportation flights to El Salvador, the official said. White House spokeswoman Anna Kelly said the administration would not detail counterterrorism operations and foreign policy negotiations with foreign countries for the press. A Justice Department spokesperson said, "Activist judges do not have the jurisdiction to seize control of the president's authority to conduct foreign policy, remove dangerous illegal aliens from our country, and keep Americans safe." The Department of Homeland Security did not respond to a request for comment. The Post asked 3 communications officials in the Salvadoran government to provide the identities, whereabouts, and additional information about the deportees transferred to CCOT, but received no response. Rander Peña, Venezuela's Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs, said his government has not received an official list of names of those detained in El Salvador. The deportations have triggered a standoff between the courts and the Trump administration, which has asserted that its executive power overrides certain due process rights. The administration's attempts to circumvent court rulings have sparked concerns among some legal scholars of a looming constitutional crisis.
That is really an egregious statement. The president can override the Constitution. The thing is these fake emergencies that have been declared. I hope that can be reined in. This guy's out of control, in my opinion. But the next news story will kind of allay my fears.
On Thursday, a federal judge blocked the administration from removing migrants in South Texas under the Alien Enemies Act, finding that the president's invocation of the act had exceeded his authority. "It's horrifying," said Noah Bullock, executive director of Cristasol, a Salvadoran human rights group. "The Venezuelans have not had a trial. They have not been convicted. They've been deported to El Salvador and disappeared into one of the most brutal prisons in the hemisphere. They're outside the reach of the rule of law at this point." Roger Eduardo Molina and his girlfriend Daniela Nunez arrived at a Houston airport less than 2 weeks before Trump was inaugurated. The couple had wanted to start a new life in the U.S., but only if they could do so legally. They applied to resettle through a State Department-run program called the Safe Mobility Initiative that spent several months vetting them through security checks and face-to-face interviews. In September, they were conditionally approved for refugee status and, after completing the final clearances, given plane tickets to Texas. It was a huge blessing, said Nunez, 30. Trump was actively campaigning for president and touting his plan to invoke the Alien Enemies Act, which would allow the government to bypass standard removal proceedings for anyone age 14 or older whom it deemed an alien enemy. The 1798 authority had been activated just 3 times in the nation's history, all during times of war. It had last been used during World War II, when it paved the way for the incarceration of more than 100,000 people of Japanese descent. Those were the old days when they had tough politicians, Trump said at a campaign rally in Arizona last year. More than 500,000 Venezuelans had entered the United States since 2019, according to U.S. Customs and Border Protection, CBP. And increasingly, Venezuelans became a target in Trump's remarks. He falsely claimed that Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro had emptied out Venezuela's prisons in order to flood the U.S. with criminals, and he often spoke of Tren de Aragua, which began in a Venezuelan prison and is now a loosely operated transnational network. Experts who have studied Tren de Aragua say it has not established a strong presence in the U.S., but Trump spoke of the gang as if it were in every American city. Indeed, the same week Molina was granted refugee status, Trump was blasting Venezuelans at a news conference, suggesting without evidence that Tren de Aragua had overrun a city in Colorado. They're taking over the place. They took over buildings, Trump said September 6th. This is just the beginning. Molina, 29, was not politically outspoken, but his family said he caught the ire of a local official aligned with Maduro after he organized a fundraiser on Facebook to improve the soccer field where he played. The officials saw Molina's fundraiser as a jab at the government and its poor maintenance of public spaces. Molina began receiving threats on WhatsApp, Nunez said. The couple fled to Colombia in 2021. They were prepared to start over again when they arrived in Texas on January 8th, in the last days of the Biden administration. Then they were stopped by a CBP officer at the Houston airport. The officer asked Molina whether he had any tattoos. He showed him the crown on his chest, the soccer ball and forest on his wrists, the palm tree on one ankle, and the infinity sign inscribed with the word family on the other. The officer told them the tattoos were associated with Tren de Aragua, recalled Nunez, who witnessed one of Molina's conversations with a CBP officer. Next, the agent looked through his phone. In a WhatsApp group chat that included several friends, Molina had once made a joke about the hamburgers he sold to help support his family. He told his friends that if they didn't buy his burgers, Tren de Aragua would come after them. It was the kind of joke heard often among Venezuelans living in Latin America, the couple told the agent. These aren't the kinds of jokes we make in my family, the officer said. The officer detained Molina for further questioning. Nunez was told she could either wait in U.S. detention for her case to be sorted out, or could return to Colombia that day. She chose the latter. Molina wasn't given the option. Another official asked him whether he was afraid of returning to Venezuela, he later told Nunez. When he responded yes, he was informed he would be taken into custody while his case was adjudicated. 3 lawyers with extensive experience in refugee law said they had never heard of a vetted refugee being arrested on arrival. Days after Trump's inauguration, the new administration began to put in motion plans to speed up deportations. Trump said he wanted to deport millions of immigrants, but reaching that goal would prove difficult. Most of the 11 million undocumented immigrants in the U.S. are entitled to an immigration court hearing before they can be deported, including criminals. With the current backlogs, those cases can take months or years to resolve. In late January, Richard Grenell, Trump's special missions envoy, traveled to Caracas to meet with Maduro, and persuaded Venezuelan officials to temporarily accept deportation flights from the U.S. The meeting generated international headlines and seemed to signal the level of authority Grenell wielded in the new administration and the contrasting approaches he and Rubio had on Venezuela. While Grenell favored engagement, Rubio had long been a Venezuela hawk keen on applying maximum pressure on Maduro. Grenell did not respond to questions or an interview request. 3 days later, in early February, Rubio announced an agreement of his own. He said that in an extraordinary meeting at Bukele's lake house, the Salvadoran president had agreed to accept any illegal alien in the United States who is a criminal from any nationality, be they MS-13 or Tren de Aragua, and house them in his jails. About 2 weeks after Rubio announced the agreement with El Salvador, Trump designated Tren de Aragua and MS-13 as foreign terrorist organizations. Experts estimate the number of active Tren de Aragua members in the United States is probably in the hundreds. But U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, and local law enforcement agencies were announcing arrests of alleged Tren de Aragua members almost every day. In early March, immigration attorneys started receiving reports that Venezuelan migrants were being moved from detention centers around the country to facilities in South Texas. Among them was Franco Caraballo Tiapa, who was transferred March 8 to the Rio Grande Processing Center in the border town of Laredo. He told his wife he was dressed in red to identify him as dangerous and put into a cell with dozens of other Venezuelans. He had an ongoing asylum case and no criminal record in Venezuela or the U.S., according to government records reviewed by the Post. According to the asylum application he filed jointly with his wife, he had been detained and beaten for participating in political protests in his home country. While the transfers to South Texas were underway, Maduro on March 10 stopped accepting U.S. deportation flights in retaliation for the Trump administration revoking Chevron's license to operate in Venezuela. But Grenell again stepped in and on March 13 posted on X that he had persuaded Maduro to resume accepting the deportation flights. They were scheduled to restart within 24 hours. That same morning, as Trump's envoy was announcing his plan, Rubio sent the formal notice to El Salvador about sending hundreds of Venezuelan deportees. Documents obtained by the Post show U.S. officials also planned to send 2 Salvadoran members of MS-13. Bukele had specifically requested the return of one of them, high-ranking gang leader Cesar Humberto López Larios, according to the documents. López Larios had been held on terrorism-related charges by the U.S. Justice Department, and authorities said he had information about an alleged secret deal Bukele had struck with MS-13, granting the gang's leaders money and privileges in exchange for reduced violence in El Salvador. The Salvadoran government ultimately agreed to take up to 300 Venezuelans and the MS-13 leaders, CNN recently reported, citing an internal document. As Rubio was sending his message March 13th, some of the immigrants who would soon be deported to El Salvador were still being taken into custody. On that day, at least 7 Venezuelan migrants were detained at their homes, some of them after Rubio's message was sent according to interviews. That morning, officers arrived at the Dallas area home of Daniel Paz Gonzalez, a 29-year-old Venezuelan whom a judge had ordered deported after he missed an immigration check-in appointment, according to his sister, Graylis Herrera. Although they had come looking for Paz, family members said, the officers also arrested his 2 Venezuelan roommates, Leonel Javier Chavez Paz, his cousin, and Johan Fernandez. Both men had work permits and no removal orders, Herrera said. They have tattoos that need to be investigated, officers explained to Herrera when she went to the house to pick up Paz's son, her toddler nephew. Herrera described Chavez's and Fernandez's tattoos respectively as a rose and a Chicago Bulls insignia, popular motifs that immigration officials have said also sometimes indicate gang membership. Independent experts say Tren de Aragua does not use tattoos to identify who belongs to the gang. While her brother was to be deported because of the judge's order, Herrera said the officers assured her that her 19-year-old cousin and their friend would later be released. None of the three men were criminals or in a gang, Herrera said. Documents provided by the family show the three men were transferred to East Hidalgo Detention Center, 7 hours south of Dallas, but a short 25-minute drive from an airport in Harlingen, Texas, from which many deportation flights leave. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Historic dust storms whipped across much of Texas on March 14th.
Well, I think we pretty much get the gist of it. And again, I will emphasize I don't really have a problem with deporting illegals. It's Trump's sloppiness that I have a problem with. There's a right way and a wrong way to do things, and Trump doesn't seem to be able to figure out, what's right or what's wrong. There's just his way. So, for all the people in the chat who might think that I have a problem with people being deported, nope. I just don't like sloppy assholes. So 12th man and whoever else out there wants to grouse about it, go right ahead. But I just seem to notice that MAGA, it's probably because MAGA can't read. That Constitution has a lot of words. And some people just don't like to read. Oh, you will know my Constitution, Stanley, because the toilet will flush right after. Oh, yeah, I bet your toilet's gold like Trump's. Yeah. That I want the Constitution. That I want the Constitution followed. Excuse me. That I want the Constitution followed means that I'm obsessed with foreigners. Apparently, Trump voters have a problem connecting dots. So anyway, let's move on. Let's see. This is a USAA story. Apparently, Trump was also on Meet the Press. This is a little clip from it.
Garcia back as the Supreme Court.
Well, I have the power to ask for him to come back if I'm instructed by the Attorney General that it's legal to do so. But the decision as to whether or not he should come back will be the head of El Salvador. He's a very capable man.
Don't you need to uphold the Constitution of the United States as president?
I don't know. I have to respond by saying again, I have brilliant lawyers that work for me, and they are going to obviously follow what the Supreme Court said.
So that's just a little clip. Let me scan through the story to see if there's anything. I'm relieved that he says he's not running in 2028, but I don't. We'll see. He may change his mind. Solid Snake. Let's see. Sloppiness, really. Okay. See, this is what MAGA-tards do. They want to talk about Obama and Biden when I'm talking about Trump. Y'all live by whataboutism, and that shit just doesn't work on me. Whataboutism is not an argument. So let's scan through here, see what we got. Let's see. Trump says he's not looking at running again in 2028. I'll just go through the highlights here. This is definitely a highlight. Trump, during the interview that was conducted May 2nd, said he's not looking at running for a third term for president in 2028 and acknowledged he is not allowed to do so. What? He actually read the Constitution? After repeatedly floating the idea since returning to the White House, I'm not looking to do that, Trump said, even as the Trump Organization recently started selling Trump 2028 hats on Trump has an online store. I will say this. So many people want me to do it. I have never had requests so strong as that, Trump said, but it's something that, to the best of my knowledge, you're not allowed to do. I don't know if that's constitutional, that they are not allowing you to do it or anything else. I have no idea what that means. But that he doesn't know whether it's constitutional is disturbing. Serving a third term is explicitly barred by the 22nd Amendment, which states no person shall be elected to the office of president more than twice. Trump said he's looking to have 4 great years, turn it over to somebody, ideally a great Republican to carry it forward. Oh, damn, that's a diss to his vice president. Wow. He added, I'll be an 8-year president. I'll be a 2-term president. I always thought that was very important, to be honest with you. Yeah, 1-term presidents generally aren't considered successful. He needs that second term. I guess in his head, that's successful. Trump says he's responsible for only good parts of economy. Trump again refused to take responsibility for the state of the economy and blamed his predecessor, former President Joe Biden, after the U.S. gross domestic product shrank to 0.3% annual rate in the first 3 months of the year. It partially is right now, Trump said when asked when the economy becomes his. And I really mean this. I think the good parts are the Trump economy and the bad parts are the Biden economy because he's done a terrible job. Trump said he's been able to get down the costs, although economists warn his tariffs could end up causing consumer prices to rise. First quarter GDP covers the first 3 months of the year, the first 3 weeks of which were helmed by Biden, whose last full day in office was January 19th. Amid stock market turbulence, Trump last week declared this is Biden's stock market, not Trump's, even though Wall Street's volatility has widely been caused by his tariff policies. But after stocks surged over the past week, Trump touted the recent turnaround. Ultimately, I take responsibility for everything, Trump said, but I've only been there just a little more than 3 months. But the stock market, look at what happened in the last short period of time. Didn't it have 9 or 10 days in a row or 11 days? Where's it gone? Where it's gone up. And the tariffs have just started kicking in. We're doing really well. Trump says he doesn't know whether he must uphold the Constitution. That's literally in the oath of office. Trump said he does not know whether he's required to uphold the Constitution as he defended his administration's actions to remove people who are in the country illegally. Trump's comments follow the Supreme Court last month saying his administration must facilitate the release of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, a Maryland sheet metal worker and father of 3. Oh, I thought he only had 2 kids. Was wrongfully deported to an El Salvador prison without a trial. I don't know, Trump said when asked whether he needs to uphold the Constitution. I have to respond by saying again, I have brilliant lawyers that work for me, and they are going to obviously follow what the Supreme Court said. So, the Constitution apparently is optional for Mr. Trump. Oh, wait. Did you say something interesting, 12 man? Stanley always has lots of propaganda. No, Stanley just goes through the news and expresses his opinion. Propaganda means I'm trying to convince people uh, of something, and I'm not trying to convince y'all. You're grown ass men. Let's see. Stanley cares more about violin illegal immigrant criminals than he cares about the American people. You know what? That's just that's just maybe the sound is going out through those earbuds of yours, 12th man. I literally am talking about the US Constitution. So I haven't said anything about criminals or any of that bullshit. You can save it for yourself. So let us move on. So the Justice Department ended a decades-old school desegregation order. Others are expected to follow. I assume they mean desegregation orders. Let's see. What does this say? This is from AP. It says when the Justice Department lifted a school desegregation order in Louisiana this week, officials called its continued existence a historical wrong and suggested that others dating to the civil rights movement should be reconsidered. The end of the 1966 legal agreement with, you told me how to pronounce this, plaque mines. I think that's how you said to pronounce it. Solid Snake. Plaquemines Parish Schools announced Tuesday shows the Trump administration is getting America refocused on our bright future, Assistant Attorney General Harmeet Dillon said. She's the new head of the Civil Rights Division of the Justice Department. Inside the Justice Department, officials appointed by President Donald Trump have expressed desire to withdraw from other desegregation orders as that they see as an unnecessary burden on schools, according to a person familiar with the issue who was granted anonymity because they are not authorized to speak publicly. I don't know the details of it, so I really can't comment. It could be that the laws are just not really doing anything. Dozens of school districts across the South remain under court-enforced agreements dictating steps to work towards integration, decades after the Supreme Court struck down racial segregation in education. Some see the court order's endurance as a sign the government never eradicated segregation, while officials in Louisiana and some schools see the orders as bygone relics that should be wiped away. I'm not sure that I disagree with, as long as there's not segregation, forcing integration hasn't really worked, in my opinion. At least not. I don't know. I'm not sure that I disagree with this. It's kind of weird to force integration. As long as they're not saying, as long as they're not enforcing segregation, forcing integration might be unnecessary at this point in time. Let's see, the small Louisiana district has a long-running integration case. Trump administration called the Plaquemines case an example of administrative neglect. The district in the Mississippi River Delta Basin in southeast Louisiana was found to have integrated in 1975, but the case was to stay under the court's watch for another year. The judge died the same year, and the court record appears to be lost to time. Okay, so it looks like the order wasn't really doing anything. Given that the case has stayed for half a century with zero action by the court, the parties or any third party, the parties are satisfied that the United States claims have been fully resolved, according to a joint filing from the Justice Department and the Office of Louisiana Attorney General Liz Murrill. Okay, well, apparently it was a dead law. So nothing wrong with that. My Abu Garcia buddy? You mean, what are you talking about? Abu Garcia is a well, I have a couple Abu Garcia baitcasters. Um, I don't know what this has to do with fishing. Let's see. Communism is not the answer. I have no clue. Apparently you're drunk as well as 12th man there, Solid Snake. Who's talking communism? All right. Well, this is interesting. Trump says he will reopen Alcatraz prison. So maybe that'll be grounds for a new movie. See, why does it say former? This literally says former U.S. President Donald Trump announced on Truth Social that he is directing agencies to reopen and expand Alcatraz prison in San Francisco Bay. He justified this decision by citing long-standing concerns about violent criminals and the need to isolate them, referencing past strict penal measures. Alcatraz closed in 1963 due to high operational costs and decaying infrastructure, previously housed notorious offenders like Al Capone, and is now a historic tourist site. Trump stated Alcatraz will be rebuilt and substantially enlarged to hold America's most ruthless and violent offenders, symbolizing law, order, and justice. The Bureau of Prisons confirmed it will comply with the presidential order amid ongoing scrutiny of prison management and staffing challenges nationwide. Well, maybe Wicked will get to go work at Alcatraz. That would be pretty cool. Play what news? Play any news? What is any news? He is on a loop. Oh, these poor people. These poor Trump voters. This is pretty interesting. Trump administration reaches settlement with family of Ashley Babbitt, rioter killed on January 6, 2021. The Trump administration reached a settlement in principle with Ashley Babbitt's family over her death during the January 6, 2021 Capitol riot in Washington, D.C. The settlement follows a wrongful death lawsuit filed in January 2024 by Judicial Watch on behalf of Babbitt's estate, accusing Capitol Police Lieutenant Michael Byrd of negligence. Ashley, a former member of the Air Force, age 35, and supporter of Trump, was fatally shot by Lieutenant Byrd as she tried to climb through a shattered window near the Speaker's lobby during the Capitol riot. The $30 million lawsuit alleged Byrd failed to de-escalate, warn Babbitt, and properly use force, while the police department argued she unlawfully entered the Capitol. Settlement avoids trial, but exact terms remain unsigned and undisclosed, while prior counsel seeks a court order to claim fees from the funds involved. Yeah. Well, I've seen footage of that. Basically, the doors were locked. Somebody smashed the window, and she came climbing through it. You know what? That is, we are all Ashley Babbitt. Is that right, Brian Nichols? I'm not Ashley Babbitt. So not all of us are. Silly Babbitt. That is very funny, DiCapriono. What's up, roller skater Texas girl? Good morning. So that's that. I'm just trying to figure out why the Trump administration does the settling. But I don't care enough to investigate it, to be honest with you. So last week was marked President Trump's 100 days, and J.D. Vance, Vice President Vance, wrote an op-ed to the Washington Post. Now it's funny. I commented that Trump didn't say anything about after 2028. He said he hopes a great Republican will be running, but he didn't mention Vance by name. I find that rather curious. So let's listen to what Vice President Vance has to say about his boss.
This opinion piece was written by J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance. What President Trump achieved in his first 100 days. J.D. Vance is Vice President of the United States. President Donald Trump has accomplished more in his first 100 days than most administrations accomplish in 4 years. The bold steps he has taken to end the Biden border crisis, stand up for America's working class, and unleash U.S. energy dominance will forever be remembered as the opening acts of our nation's golden age. In his first 100 days, President Trump has taken more executive actions than any president before. He has made long overdue reforms to tame the federal bureaucracy. He has assembled a world-class cabinet and nominated officials to key posts faster than ever. Most important, the Trump administration is keeping its promises. The president and I campaigned on reversing Joe Biden's failures and returning to the successful, proven policies of President Trump's first term and expanding on them, and we're delivering. The most immediate measure of success has been the near elimination of illegal immigration. To end the Biden border crisis, our administration put out a simple message. If you come here illegally, you will be removed. By declaring a national emergency at the border and reinstating Remain in Mexico on day one, President Trump made clear he meant business. The results speak for themselves. In March, the Border Patrol recorded the fewest border crossings ever, down about 95% from the 4,488 daily average just 1 year prior. Since Inauguration Day, the administration has arrested more than 150,000 illegal immigrants and deported more than 139,000. Only 9 illegal immigrants were released into the United States, nearly all of whom either required medical aid or had been witnesses to a crime. During the same time frame in 2024, Biden released more than 184,000 illegal immigrants throughout the country. A secure border means less crime and fewer illegal narcotics plaguing our cities. In March, I was fortunate enough to see our law enforcement's work at the border firsthand at Eagle Pass, Texas, once the epicenter of the invasion. I thanked several of the Border Patrol agents for the work they do, to which they responded with their own gratitude to the president for finally allowing them to do their jobs. In his first term, President Trump also began the critical process of reindustrializing the American economy and rebalancing relations with our trading partners. That includes some like China, which have taken advantage of our workers for decades. He was elected again to finish the job, and that's exactly what we're doing. In February, the president met with Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The two leaders committed to pursuing a more balanced trade relationship and to doubling the total bilateral trade between our nations. To that end, I traveled last week to New Delhi, where after meeting with the Prime Minister, I announced we had reached a negotiating framework for a U.S.-India bilateral trade agreement, a critical step toward a final deal that champions American manufacturers and farmers. We need a long-term solution to commerce with partners such as India. America can no longer sit by as generation after generation of politicians fails to defend our workers in trade negotiations, preferring instead to rely on cheap foreign labor, either in offshore factories or through low-paid migrant workers imported here. President Trump understands this better than anyone, which is why he's building a more level playing field for America's labor force. Our trade negotiations with India are hardly alone. In the weeks since Liberation Day, the Trump administration has heard from 130 different trading partners seeking negotiations, with nearly 20 already having sent written proposals. Fair, reciprocal trade means more American jobs, especially in manufacturing. This administration's first full jobs report showed immediate signs of our industrial comeback, with 10,000 new manufacturing jobs added in February alone. And March was among the highest for private sector growth in the past 2 years, adding almost 100,000 more jobs than economists predicted. Of course, President Trump recognizes that America's industrial renaissance will require cheap, plentiful energy. With more power, our manufacturers and innovators will be able to build more, driving down the costs of everything from cars to semiconductors to homes. On his first day in office, The president terminated the Democrats' Green New Deal ambitions and declared a national energy emergency. In the days since, our administration's agency heads have ripped down countless layers of red tape to make American companies more competitive and American energy more affordable. The United States is energy dominant, with our nation's net natural gas exports the largest in the world. The benefits are making their way to American consumers. The Trump administration is taming the historic inflation the Biden administration left the nation, and Americans are paying less for everyday essentials. Meanwhile, deregulation has handed freedom of choice over home appliances, such as showers, light bulbs, and stoves back to American households. By building a level playing field for American industry, this administration is once again making America the economic envy of the world. Since taking office, President Trump has welcomed well over $5 trillion in announced investments, a historic statement of confidence in his economic leadership that's expected to create close to 500,000 new jobs. The president is making our economy prosperous again. He is making our neighborhoods safe again. He is ending wokeness at our universities and beyond. He is fighting for common sense values, including freedom of expression and freedom of religion. He is building up our military to make it stronger than ever, both to secure the homeland and to promote peace overseas. In just 100 days, the Trump administration has begun to tear down the barriers standing between our nation's working class and the American dream. Factories are reopening, jobs are returning, and the forgotten men and women of our country are leading its comeback. This is more than a recovery from the Biden years. It's the revival of the spirit that led our ancestors to build the greatest nation on earth. As President Trump is fond of saying, the best is yet to come.
Well, that's a that's a glowing report of Trump's first 100 days. Interesting. Meanwhile, in other countries, this is a new trend in global elections: the anti-Trump bump. And we got to play that. It rhymes, so it must be worth listening to. They're talking Canada and Australia.
A new trend in global elections, the anti-Trump bump. This article is by Martina Stevis-Gridneff.
By the way, I don't think two elections make a trend, but we'll go ahead and listen to it anyway.
And read by an automated voice. The Trump factor is shaping global politics, one election at a time, just not necessarily to the president's taste. In major votes in Canada and Australia over the past 2 weeks, centrists saw their fortunes revived, while parties that had borrowed from the MAGA playbook lost out. President Trump has been back in power for only 3 months, but already his policies, including imposing tariffs and upending alliances, have rippled into domestic political battles around the world. While it is too soon to say that anti-Trump forces are on the rise globally, it is clear that voters have Mr. Trump somewhere on their mind as they make decisions. Political cousins. Canada and Australia share a lot in common: a political system, a major mining industry, a sovereign in King Charles. Now, they also share a remarkable political story. In both countries, before Mr. Trump was inaugurated, the center-left ruling parties had been in poor shape and appeared poised to lose power. The frontrunners in polls were the conservative parties, whose leaders flirted with Trumpian politics both in style and in substance. Within weeks following Mr. Trump's return to power, the Canadian and Australian political scenarios flipped in the same way. The center-left incumbents surged ahead of the conservative oppositions and went on to win. And both countries' conservative leaders lost not just the elections, they even lost their own seats in Parliament. Canada's Prime Minister Mark Carney campaigned on an explicitly anti-Trump message, putting the American president's threats to Canada at the heart of his campaign. Australia's leader Anthony Albanese did not. But both men got an anti-Trump bump. Conservative leaders faced a scathing rejection at the ballot box. Pierre Poilievre, the head of the Canadian Conservatives, and Peter Dutton, the leader of those in Australia, struggled to shake off a damaging association with Mr. Trump. Mr. Dutton had walked back or moderated some Trumpian policy proposals when they proved to be unpopular, like radically slashing the public sector workforce. Mr. Poilievre never really pivoted away from the Trump approach, even after the American president threatened Canada's sovereignty. Charles Edel, the Australia chair at the Centre for Strategic and International Studies, a think tank, called the election in Australia a blowout. And he suggested that it had resulted, at least in part, from Mr. Trump's implicit intrusion into the election, even if it had been mostly focused on domestic issues. There were enough similarities to the Canadian election to suggest that the Conservatives' fortunes fell as Trump's tariffs and attacks on America's allies ramped up, he wrote in an email. In Canada, some saw the Australian election result as a sign of solidarity from their cousins to the far south. Elbow up, an online meme said, swapping Mr. Albanese's nickname into Mr. Carney's hockey-inspired anti-Trump slogan, "Elbows up. Flight to safety." Mr. Carney benefited from a perception among voters that he would be a stable hand to manage Mr. Trump and his unpredictable impact on Canada's economy, which is deeply integrated with America's and already hurting because of tariffs and uncertainty. His background as an economic policymaker also worked in his favor. Across the world, in Singapore, the argument for stability in times of turmoil also appeared to help the incumbent People's Action Party. Last month, Prime Minister Lawrence Wong said in Parliament that Singapore would sustain a bigger hit from the new American tariffs because of its reliance on global trade. He called on Singaporeans to brace for more shocks and predicted slower growth. Much like Mr. Carney, who declared the old relationship between Canada and the United States over, Mr. Wong issued a gloomy warning ahead of elections. The global conditions that enabled Singapore's success over the past decades may no longer hold, he said. On Saturday, voters returned his party to power, an outcome that was never in doubt, but was still seen as bolstered by the flight to safety strategy that the party deployed. This is another case of the Trump effect, said Cherian George, who has written books about Singaporean politics. The sense of deep concern about Trump's trade wars is driving a decisive number of voters to show strong support for the incumbent. Mixed impact. In Germany, an important Western ally that was the first to hold a national election after Mr. Trump's inauguration, the effect of the Trump factor has been less direct, but it has still been felt. Friedrich Merz, who will be sworn in as Germany's new chancellor on Tuesday, did not profit politically from Mr. Trump's election the way leaders in Canada or Australia did in the more recent votes. But if Mr. Trump's confrontation with America's European allies on defense and trade did not help Mr. Merz before the vote, it has helped him since. Mr. Merz was able to push through a suspension of spending limits in fiscally austere Germany, which will make his job as chancellor easier. He did so by arguing that the old certainties about American commitment to mutual defense were gone. Do you seriously believe that an American government will agree to continue NATO as before? He asked lawmakers in March. The MAGAsphere's embrace of a far-right German party known as the AfD did not help it, according to polls, even though Elon Musk had gone as far as to endorse the party and to appear at one of its events by video stream. A British exception. An unpredictable American president can have unpredictable consequences for leaders abroad, as Prime Minister Keir Starmer of Britain is fast discovering. Mr. Starmer, a center-left leader who won his election before Mr. Trump won his, initially gained praise for the businesslike way with which he dealt with the new American president. Unlike Mr. Carney, Mr. Starmer went out of his way to avoid direct criticism of Mr. Trump, finding common cause with him where possible and seeking to avert a rupture. After a visit to the White House that was deemed successful, even some of Mr. Starmer's political opponents sounded impressed. All the while, a Trump ally in Britain, Nigel Farage, leader of the anti-immigration party Reform UK, was struggling to fend off accusations that he sympathizes with President Vladimir V Putin of Russia. But Mr. Starmer soon ran out of steam after failing to parlay a pleasant White House visit into exemptions from American tariffs on British goods. Last week, his Labour Party was dealt a significant blow when voting took place in regional and other elections in parts of England. It lost 187 council seats, as well as a special parliamentary election in one of its strongholds. By contrast, Mr. Farage's party scored a spectacular success, not just winning that special election, but taking 2 mayoralties and making sweeping gains. For the first time, his party won control of the lowest tiers of government in several parts of the country. Victoria Kim contributed reporting from Sydney, Suili Wee from Singapore, Christopher F. Schutze from Berlin, and Stephen Castle from London.
Huh. As long as I'm getting my Doge reparation stimulus package next year, Bukele and 47 can rub their hands like Birdman with bated breath for all I care. Is that an Alcatraz joke? All right, well, what have we here?
Well, that was pretty deep, Stanley.
What was? The last story?
Yeah. I don't know, I guess,
well, I mean, Trump isn't going to win friends and influence people with these worldwide tariffs.
Right.
He must know that. So this next story is interesting. Justice Department lawyers face skeptical judges upset.
Can I ask you a question, Stanley?
What's that?
Like, these Canadians tax us $300 on butter, $300 on beef, and 300% and 250% all over the place. So
why do you think they did that? Any idea?
No, I don't care why they did it.
Okay, well then you know what? I don't care. I'm assuming it's in retaliation. Okay, dude, if you're gonna overtalk me, you might as well just go back to the chat. We all know why, the tariffs are put on American goods. So, what did you expect them to do? Just go. What did you expect them to do?
To put all the tariffs on our farming goods?
Yeah, what did you expect?
Butter and eggs and everything else?
Okay, let me help you out here. Okay. We put tariffs on them and they retaliated. What did you expect them to do? Just say thank you, President Trump?
Well, they was already tariffing us.
Okay, and we were already tariffing. We were already. Okay, I don't give a fuck, to be honest. Like I said, Trump isn't winning friends and influencing people with these tariffs. That's the bottom line. And I'm sure he has his reasons, but you know what? When people retaliate, that's you don't throw a punch and not expect.
I'm happy to pay it myself.
Yeah, well, you know what? You are a good MAGA voter. You'll be happy to pay higher prices for everything. I'm hoping.
I'll buy American butter, American milk, and American.
Well, who buys Canadian? Good for you. If you since you don't
buy your shit from Canada.
Since you don't live in Canada, you don't have to pay a tariff on butter. And if you were really cool, you would make your own butter. Have you ever thought of doing that?
Yeah. And cheese too, Stanley.
Well, I don't use enough butter to really.
2-ingredient cheese. You know how to make your own cheese?
Yes.
Out of milk and vinegar?
Yes. And you got to heat it.
How do you do it?
You got to heat it also. And then you can add garlic, and I think you add salt. So yeah, it's not hard to make farmer's cheese.
Yeah.
So anyway,
and it keeps for a long time too, don't it, Stanley?
Well, I tend to freeze it until I'm ready to use it.
You freeze the cheese?
Yes. Until I'm ready to use it. That way it doesn't get moldy. So the next story, Justice Department lawyers face skeptical judges. And I kind of get where these judges are coming from.
This news story was written by Mark Berman and Jeremy Roebuck. Justice Department lawyers face skeptical judges upset by shoddy work. As they defend against more than 200 lawsuits challenging President Donald Trump's initiatives, some government lawyers are getting scolded from the bench. Justice Department lawyers defending the Trump administration's policies are encountering mounting criticism and frustration from federal judges, a sign of deepening tension between the executive branch and courts weighing its aggressive uses of power. In recent hearings and rulings, judges appointed by presidents of both parties have criticized the statements and behavior of administration officials, accusing them of defying court orders, submitting flimsy evidence, providing inadequate answers to questions, and even acting like toddlers. The cases involve lawsuits challenging everything from President Donald Trump's push to increase deportations to his efforts to punish law firms. Most are in the early stages of litigation, but the judicial pushback suggests a break from the goodwill courts have traditionally shown toward assertions by government lawyers. The deference that judges would give to attorneys from Maine justice is evaporating, said John E. Jones III, a former federal judge in Pennsylvania appointed to the bench by President George W. Bush. Justice Department lawyers, he added, have lost a fair measure of their credibility. At a hearing in D.C. last week about law firms, U.S. District Judge John D. Bates seemed unimpressed by some of the Justice Department lawyers' answers, responding at one point, "Oh, give me a break." U.S. District Judge Beryl A. Howell was similarly skeptical Friday, as she ruled Trump's actions against a different law firm were unconstitutional, writing that Justice Department lawyer Richard Lawson, when asked, was unable to fill in basic details about the sanctions. In Virginia, a judge scoffed at evidence the government offered in an immigration case in March to claim one couple were members of a violent gang. "I expect more from the government than this kind of very shoddy work," U.S. District Judge Leonie M. Brinkema told the Justice Department lawyer, adding that if it were a criminal case, "I'd throw you out of my chambers." The government then detained the couple in Texas and sought to deport them based on the same set of allegations. U.S. District Judge David Briones in El Paso ordered their immediate release, writing of the government, "This court takes clear offense to respondents wasting judicial resources." When U.S. District Judge Colleen Collar-Catelli in D.C. issued an order in April, pausing parts of Trump's executive order overhauling voting and election systems, she chided government lawyers for claims in court that she said did not match the facts. "This exchange does not reflect the diligence the court expects from any litigant," Collar-Catelli wrote in her opinion, let alone the United States Department of Justice. Since Trump took office, more than 200 lawsuits have been filed challenging his initiatives, and judges have entered more than 100 orders temporarily blocking or pausing those actions. Trump and his allies have called for some of the judges to be impeached and removed from the bench, castigating judges who ruled against them as activists and liberals, overstepping their authority. "We're not being treated fairly by all judges," Trump told ABC News in an interview aired last week. He has previously accused those who ruled against him of being radical left lunatics and part of a rigged system. But the pushback from the bench has come from judges appointed by Republican as well as Democratic presidents, including by Trump himself, suggesting the issue is more about the Justice Department's evidence and court arguments than judicial activism. U.S. District Judge Terry A. Doughty, who Trump appointed, wrote in April that he was scheduling a hearing to investigate his strong suspicion that the administration had deported a 2-year-old U.S. citizen with no meaningful process. Lawyers from the agency at times admitted they did not have answers to basic questions, including details on Trump's sanctions on some law firms, or the deals he struck with others who were hoping to avoid punishment. This is not the first time Trump and his emissaries have run afoul of the courts. Between presidential terms, Trump faced 4 criminal cases, including one in which he was convicted by a jury on 34 counts of falsifying business records, and civil litigation. Judges in those cases held Trump in contempt, asked his attorneys to control him, threatened to throw him out of court for defying orders to be quiet, and warned he could be jailed if his behavior did not improve. Since Trump returned to the White House, some of the sharpest criticisms of his administration's actions have come in cases focused on its immigration agenda. U.S. District Judge James E. Boasberg in D.C. last month took the rare step of launching criminal contempt proceedings after saying probable cause existed to suggest administration officials willfully disregarded an order he issued in March, halting Alien Enemies Act deportation flights. An appeals court has temporarily paused those contempt proceedings. Trump has criticized Boasberg multiple times on social media, describing him as a troublemaker and an agitator. In Maryland, U.S. District Judge Paula Zinnes has been sparring for weeks with Justice Department lawyers over what she described as their failure to implement her order to facilitate the return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, the Maryland man whom authorities have acknowledged they mistakenly deported to El Salvador. During an early hearing in the case, Zinnes voiced disappointment that the Justice Department's lawyer, Erez Ruveni, could not clearly explain why the administration couldn't just ask for Abrego Garcia's return, a frustration Ruveni told the judge he shared. "The first thing I did when I got this case on my desk is ask my clients the same question," he told her. Ruveni was later fired by the department. Since then, Zinnes, appearing increasingly exasperated in her rulings, has accused the department of obstructing efforts to return Abrego Garcia and offering specious arguments in court. Defendants have failed to respond in good faith, and their refusal to do so can only be viewed as willful and intentional non-compliance, she wrote in a recent order. That ends now. Skepticism from the bench also has been striking in the 4 cases dealing with Trump's sanctions on law firms, most of which have been blocked for now. The Justice Department has defended Trump's orders, saying they were not meant as punishments. Judges have temporarily blocked most of his sanctions for the 4 law firms that sued. During a recent hearing, U.S. District Judge Lauren L. Alicon in D.C. called Trump's actions targeting firms a shocking abuse of power. Howell, in the same courthouse, expressed irritation last month over the administration's response to an order she issued in the case brought by the firm Perkins Coie. She had told Attorney General Pam Bondi and Russell Vought, the director of the Office of Management and Budget, to issue guidance to federal agencies about the case. In their memo doing so, Bondi and Vought called her order erroneous and insulted the law firm. Howell criticized those remarks as a temper tantrum from top officials and said they were worthy of a 3-year-old. Jones, the former federal judge, said lower court judges, restrained by judicial codes of conduct, have limited opportunities to respond to the administration's criticisms. They cannot simply share their perspectives by summoning reporters to a news conference, he said. But you can, through your writings and your rulings, express certain points to the public, Jones said, and increasingly judges are doing that.
Yeah, I don't think these folks are taking into consideration the unintended consequences of pissing off the judiciary. But no one will ever accuse MAGA of having forethought. This next story actually kind of surprised me. The U.S. to send refurbished Patriot air defense system from Israel to Ukraine, according to the New York Times. I didn't think they would be helping Ukraine out at all. But according to Ground News, the United States intends to deliver a refurbished Patriot missile system previously operated by Israel to Ukraine in summer 2025 to strengthen Kyiv's air defense capabilities. This transfer follows repeated Ukrainian requests for more air defense amid missile shortages and increasing Russian attacks since early 2023. Ukraine currently operates 8 Patriot systems, 6 functional, with additional complexes promised by Germany, Italy, Romania, and others. The 9th Patriot system from Israel, an old model undergoing overhaul, is expected this summer to raise Ukraine's total to 10 systems as reported by U.S. officials. This move aims to strengthen Ukraine's ability to protect major cities like Kyiv against escalating Russian missile and drone strikes. This is interesting. I did not expect that. So maybe Donald and Vladimir are on the outs.
Can I ask you a question, Stanley?
What's that?
Like, is there any end to that war? Just gonna be one of these wars that go on and on and on. Like
Are we fighting a war in Ukraine?
I think so, like a proxy war.
Okay, I don't.
least,
You know what?
right?
Why? I guess I would ask you, what if it does go on and on and on? As long as U.S. soldiers aren't being killed, what do you care?
Well, shouldn't we care about other people on the planet?
No. They have presidents and they have governments. Let them care for the people. It is the U.S. is not policeman of the world.
No, I agree with that, but I'm just saying, like, should we be?
I will not care about something I can't control. They have a whole government, a whole president. Both countries do, and they are sovereign nations. Why would I worry about it exactly?
Well, we're sending all kinds of money to it.
You know what? And we're sending them an old missile system. I'm not going to get that worked up about it.
It's been a couple $1 billion altogether.
A couple. From what I understand, it's a couple $1 billion in equipment.
And cash and money.
Okay, I haven't heard about the cash. Just drop me the link to back that up.
Remember what happened with Iran and Obama? They dropped $1 billion.
Okay, wait, hold it. What does? Okay, number one, it was Iran's money that we released, if I recall. And why are we doing whataboutism again?
Why did we need to deliver it to them then?
Okay, why are we doing whataboutism again?
I don't know. Carry on, Stanley.
Thank you. So we'll move on to see what's in MSN. Actually, I picked out 3 stories from MSN. I didn't realize that U.S. and state flags to fly at half staff through Sunday. Let's figure this out. I have no idea why.
Denver,
I think a cunt died.
U.S. are flying at half staff on Sunday to honor some of the bravest Americans who risked their own lives to protect their neighbors. It's part of the annual National Fallen Firefighters Memorial Weekend, which is accompanied by an event held in Emmitsburg, Maryland, to commemorate the lives of volunteer and professional firefighters who have died in the line of duty over the past year and beyond. The history behind those extravagant Kentucky Derby hats. Across the country, brave men and women demonstrate heroism.
You still alive, Stanley?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was actually on mute by accident.
I'm
let's
just
go.
checking.
This is an interesting story. Drunk animals far more common than previously thought, helping explain human love of alcohol. I know I've heard of monkeys getting drunk on fermented fruit. Uh, didn't know that other animals did. We must listen to this story. This is from The Hill.
Alcohol and animals who love to consume it is far more common in the natural world than scientists once believed, a new study has found. Because ethanol, the kind of alcohol that forms from fruit and grain sugars, is present in virtually every environment. Most fruit-eating and nectar-sipping animals likely consume it, according to findings published on Wednesday in Trends in Ecology and Evolution. That revelation has researchers retreating from the human-centric view that ethanol is just something that humans use, University of Exeter behavioral ecologist and senior author Kimberly Hawkins said in a statement. Ethanol, Hawkins noted, has a very long history. Flower and fruit-bearing plants and vines first rose in the late Cretaceous, about 100 million years ago, making them roughly contemporaneous with Tyrannosaurus rex. As fallen fruit ages, yeasts in the air and the surface of the fruit itself convert sugar into ethanol, one reason why rotting fruit can smell a bit like beer or wine. These fruits don't generally reach a high proof, generally 1 to 2% alcohol by volume, ABV, or somewhere between kombucha and 3-2 beers, although scientists have found that some rotting palm fruit in Panama exceeds 10% ABV, putting it in the same neighborhood as wine. But for a bird or small mammal gorging on slightly alcoholic fruit, even 1 to 2% can be enough to catch a potentially lethal buzz. It is not advantageous to be inebriated as you're climbing around in the trees or surrounded by predators at night. That's a recipe for not having your genes passed on. Cawthor and College of Central Florida professor of molecular ecology Matthew Kerrigan said in a statement. Animals who eat ethanol, which include our own primate ancestors who diverged from other mammals about 15 million years after the rise of fruit-bearing plants, have the opposite problem of modern humans when it comes to alcohol, Kerrigan added. Unlike humans who want to get intoxicated but don't really want the calories from the non-human perspective, the animals want the calories, but not the inebriation. As such, animals that eat this fruit often have genes that help them break down ethanol without getting drunk, which allows them to take advantage of the distinctive sickly sweet smell to find fruit without the risk of a predator slapping them with an EWI, eaten while intoxicated. But the idea that animals avoid getting drunk is a hypothesis, not a well-founded conclusion. The researchers emphasized that they don't know if animals seek out intoxication. One of the past decade's biggest megatrends in ecology and biology is the growing consensus that sentience and intelligence are far more common than had been believed. And social drinking could be advantageous for sentient communities. Among our branch of the primates, anthropologists believe that social drinking helped facilitate, or even cause, the formation of the first cities. For social animals like birds and some mammals, the researchers noted, there may be boozy benefits that help outweigh the consequences of getting drunk, a conjecture which first requires finding out if intoxication in animals looks like it does in humans. Alongside the paper, researchers published photos of primates like capuchin monkeys, spider monkeys, and even chimpanzees eating alcoholic fruit. This could potentially offer advantages, University of Exeter behavioral ecologist and first author Anna Boland said in a statement. On the cognitive side, ideas have been put forward that ethanol can trigger the endorphin and dopamine system, which leads to feelings of relaxation that could have benefits in terms of sociality, Boland said. But to test that, we'd really need to know if ethanol is producing a physiological response in the wild. Copyright.
I don't know what to say about that other than good for the monkeys.
Yes, Stanley. You know, like Sam Fisher right here. He's my little monkey. I guess, don't we all have to have one, whether it's your kitty cat or your dog or anything? You know, gotta have a dog.
Huh.
Man, that's my choice. I love dogs, Stanley. You already know that.
Yeah, you sounds like you've been eating some alcoholic fruit too.
You ain't got none tonight, Stanley, or you're gonna get some tomorrow?
Probably tomorrow, if I get some sleep. So let's see here. What else do we have?
You get plenty of rest, Stanley.
Yeah, this'll be boring to everyone, but I have to read it. Why you should be using a bait caster instead of a spinning reel? I think I know why. I can cast a lot more accurately with a bait caster. See, spinning reels have their place, but if you're serious about bass fishing, or any fishing that requires accuracy, power, and control, you need to step up to a bait caster. Some people avoid them because they think they're too complicated or because they're afraid of the occasional backlash. That's like refusing to drive a truck because you're worried about parking it. Bait casters give you more precision. I agree with that. Better handling and way more versatility than when throwing heavier lures. That is for sure. If you're still clinging to a spinning reel for everything, here's why you're missing out. I'm not going to go through all the pictures, but yeah, I definitely prefer a bait caster.
Yeah, me too, Stanley, especially after I caught this one little king salmon off the tail end, and people go, don't tell nobody about that, because get that king salmon, and yeah, big caster is definitely better, especially if you're gonna go river fishing or anything like that.
Let's see here. This is this story's interesting. Something I didn't actually think about. Trump says non-U.S. movies will be hit with 100% tariffs. So your foreign films are going to be more expensive. U.S. President Donald Trump says he will hit movies with made in foreign countries with 100% tariffs as he ramps up trade disputes with nations around the world. Trump said he was authorizing the U.S. Department of Commerce and Trade representative to start the process to impose the levy because America's movie industry was dying a very fast death. It is. He blamed a concerted effort by other countries that offer incentives to attract filmmakers and studios, which he described as a national security threat. So if you make your movie overseas, it's a national security threat? Okay. His remarks could spell a knockout blow to the industry, one union warned, where filmmakers have for years left Hollywood for destinations like the UK and Canada in search of lower costs. Trump said on his Truth Social platform, it is, in addition to everything else, messaging and propaganda. In caps, we want movies made in America again. U.S. Secretary Howard Lutnick, U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick responded to the announcement saying, "We're on it." But the details of the move are unclear. Trump's statement did not say whether the tariff would apply to American production companies producing films abroad. Several recent major movies produced by U.S. studios were shot outside America, including Deadpool and Wolverine, Wicked, and Gladiator 2. It was also unclear if the tariffs would apply to films on streaming services like Netflix, as well as those shown at cinemas, or how they would be calculated. The founder of European cinema chain View, Timothy Richard, questioned how Trump would define a U.S. film. Speaking to BBC Radio 4's Today program, he said, "Is it where the money comes from? The script, the director, the talent, where is it shot?" So, guess that will all remain to be seen.
Did you watch Gladiator 2, Stanley?
Did I watch
thought
what?
it was pretty good, man.
I'm sorry, did I watch what?
Gladiator 2. That's a pretty cool movie, I thought.
It was okay. It wasn't as good as the first one.
No, I agree with that. Man,
So,
it was still alright.
Let's go back. Middle East Israel ministers. I don't see anything on Google News that's that compelling. This is actually interesting. Apparently, Trump offered wants U.S. troops to go into Mexico to fight the cartels. Mexico's president says she rejected Trump's plan to send U.S. troops across the border.
Hope we can have a conversation about this, Stanley.
That what?
Can we have a conversation about this?
Oh, what do you have to say about it? What do you have to say about it?
We've lost over 70,000 people a year in our country coming from Mexico. And if they're going to continue to kill our people with that poison, then we gotta send our boys down there.
That's the dumb. That's truly.
All those,
that's
all those fentanyl sites.
Okay, you know what?
Single one of them.
I don't share your framing on this. Who's making 70,000 people take drugs? The Mexicans?
Whoever it is.
Okay, dude.
I don't care who it is.
The 70, well, I do care. And I don't care where it's coming from. So we're at a stalemate. In my opinion, being a drug addict is a choice. So if you're willing to basically blame Mexico for American, drug users, that to me just seems wrong-headed.
Well, that's where your libertarian comes out in your family.
Okay, well, no. Why would you blame the cartels for American drug addicts? Okay, it's a market. I mean, they wouldn't have. Okay, they are not. Okay, no. No. That's bull. You know what, dude? I guess maybe we'll talk about it when you're sober. Okay, I just don't see. China is basically supplying a need, and you can blame them for for shipping the illegal drugs. But if there was no one to buy fentanyl or whatever it is they're buying, there would be no market for it. So I just don't think you can. I don't think that there's. I don't think there's a good reason to send cartels. I'm sorry, send troops down there unless Mexico asks for the help.
I
And
didn't.
apparently they're not going to ask for it. So Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum said on Saturday that U.S. President Donald Trump proposed sending American troops into Mexico to help her administration fight drug trafficking, but she rejected it. Her, her remarks to supporters in eastern Mexico came in response to a Wall Street Journal article published the day before describing a tense phone call last month in which Trump reportedly pressured her to accept a bigger role for the U.S. military in combating drug cartels in Mexico. He said, "How can we help you fight drug trafficking? I propose that the United States military come in and help you." And you know what I said to him? No, President Trump. She added, "Sovereignty is not for sale. Sovereignty is loved and defended." Ooh, that's a veiled threat. White House National Security Council spokesman James Hewitt said in a statement later Saturday that Trump has worked closely with Mexico's president to achieve the most secure southwest border in history. Well, you know what? Then if the border is supposed to be secure, he shouldn't be crossing it.
But they're making all these fentanyl shit in Mexico, and we could just go bomb it and get rid of it for 10 or 20 years. Then why not?
Okay. Well, because Mexico is a sovereign nation, is why. It would be to do it, to go in there without Mexico's permission is literally an act of war.
What are they going to do about it? Not a goddamn thing.
Yeah, well, you know what? I don't think they'll have to be doing a damn thing because we're not going to go in there without their permission, right?
Well, you never know.
Yeah. Well, let me put it to you this way. Let me put it to you this way. We got a lot. Mexico is our biggest trade partner, or maybe it's Canada, but Mexico is right up there. I don't think you really want to do that. You know, I like my guacamole.
You like it mixed with some fentanyl, Stanley?
Not if I don't order it. Plus, I make my own guacamole. So it says here, dangerous foreign terrorist organizations, however, continue to threaten our shared security, and the drugs and crime they spread threaten American communities across the country, the statement said. The president has been crystal clear that Mexico must do more to combat these gangs and cartels, and the United States stands ready to assist and expand the already close cooperation between our two countries. The U.S. military presence has increased steadily along its southern border with Mexico in recent months, following Trump's order in January to increase the Army's role in stemming the flow of migrants. The U.S. Northern Command has surged troops and equipment to the border, increased manned surveillance flights to monitor fentanyl trafficking along the border, and sought expanded authority for U.S. Special Forces to work closely with Mexican forces conducting operations against cartels. Trump designated many of the gangs and cartels smuggling drugs into the U.S. as foreign terrorist organizations on February 19th, restricting their movements and lending law enforcement more resources to act against them. Sheinbaum's hardline stance Saturday signaled that U.S. pressure for unilateral military intervention would put her and Trump on a collision course after months of cooperation on immigration and trade. We can work together, but you in your territory and us in ours, Sheinbaum said. All right. Trump is making Mexico and Canada he's given those countries a spine. Unintentionally, I'm sure. All right.
I don't think he's that tough, Stanley.
Yeah, okay.
Like if the U.S. military wants to go into Mexico, they're gonna do it, man. That little bitch ain't gonna stand in nobody's way.
Yeah, I'm sure I'm sure you're right. This was a very interesting story I came across in the New York Times. The Unabomber's brother. This is a story on the Unabomber's brother, Ted Kaczynski's brother. So we got to hear it.
The Unabomber's brother turned him in, then spent 27 years trying to win him back. This article is by Serge F. Kovaleski and read by an automated voice. It was May 1996, and David Kaczynski, a counselor for troubled youth in upstate New York, sat down to write a letter to his brother Ted. A month earlier, his brother had been shockingly unmasked as the shadowy Unabomber, responsible for a 17-year campaign of bombings that had killed and maimed people across the country. Ted Kaczynski, a brilliant but mentally troubled mathematician who had retreated years earlier to a remote hovel in Montana, had been arrested based on information from a tipster to the FBI, ending one of the longest and most expensive manhunts in American history. He was now in custody and facing what would almost certainly be a lifetime behind bars, if not a death sentence. The tipster was David. Sitting in his home in Schenectady, New York, David began writing the letter. He used a pencil, knowing he might have to erase before he got it right. I could only imagine how much Ted resented me, he recalled in an interview. Would Ted consider allowing him to visit, he wrote, and try to explain? I wanted to tell him in person that we morally felt an obligation to stop the violence, he said. Ted declined to put David on his visitors list, and when he wrote back, it was to turn the fury of his resentment on his brother. You will go to hell because for you, seeing yourself as you really are will truly be hell, he wrote. David remembers being stung, but not surprised. Ted's letter confirmed my fear and expectation, he said. It felt like the hand of fate falling. He tried again, yearning for a different response. David would spend nearly 3 decades writing to his brother, years marked by nostalgia, regret, and intense self-reflection. In a series of recent interviews with the New York Times, David spoke in detail for the first time about his long correspondence, about the dozens of letters and cards he sent, along with books that he thought Ted would find interesting, all in an attempt to pry back open a line of communication that his decision to approach the FBI had closed. The letters range from the prosaic to the profound. Recollections of childhood softball games, news about David's retirement, updates on their aging mother's declining health. Occasionally, there were wistful laments about the demise of the strong bond they had shared in a bygone time. I was hoping that I might have an opportunity to meet with Ted and explain to him in person what I'd done and why. David, 75, said of the correspondence, some of which is archived at the University of Michigan and also includes years of birthday and Christmas cards. I wasn't necessarily hoping that Ted would understand my point of view well enough to forgive me, but I thought we both deserved a chance to look into each other's eyes and share the truth of our principles and feelings. 2 brothers, 1 boyhood. The Kaczynski brothers, the sons of first-generation Polish Americans, grew up in Evergreen Park, Ill, a working-class suburb of Chicago. Their parents put a premium on intellectual curiosity, academic achievement, and leading an ethically principled life. The family often played music together as a quartet, and the boys developed a love of nature. But David, 7 years younger than Ted, was struck by how socially awkward his brother was, and that he had no friends other than him. Their mother once observed that Ted was intensely protective of David, and that David seemed to be the only person he cared about. David sometimes reminisced about those years in his letters to Ted. Academically and professionally, the two men's lives took off on different trajectories. Ted, a mathematics prodigy, enrolled at Harvard University at the age of 16 and then earned a master's degree and a doctorate at the University of Michigan. From there, he became an assistant professor of mathematics at the University of California, Berkeley, but struggled with mental health issues and left after a few years. David, who aspired to be a writer, graduated from Columbia University in 1970 with a Bachelor of Arts degree in English. David looked up to his older brother, impressed by his smarts and sense of independence, and wanted to be like him. The two shared a desire to escape society and seek refuge in nature. In the summer of 1969, Ted invited David to join him on a trip to the Yukon in northwest Canada to scout for a plot of land. They spent weeks roaming through forests and talking over campfires. Later, David would recall the trip in one of his letters to his brother in prison. Soon after that, in 1971, the brothers purchased a 1.4-acre parcel of land outside Lincoln, Monterey, where Ted built his new home. A shack with no running water or electricity. David was living roughly 90 miles away in Great Falls and working at a zinc smelter. He was delighted to have Ted closer by. David had a small circle of new friends, and Ted would sometimes join the group to talk philosophy or play basketball or soccer. There was a balance to their relationship. Ted led me on hikes, whereas I led Ted in negotiating our social world, as modest as it was, David said. Not sure I quite realized at the time just how important I'd become in Ted's life as his best and only friend. But David's stint in Montana would soon come to an end. After losing his job at the zinc smelter in a round of layoffs, he took a position as an English teacher at a high school in the small town of Lisbon, Iowa, where his father had once managed a plant. David taught there for 2 years before taking time off to work on a novel. Describing himself as anti-careerist, he turned his sights on the West Texas desert, which had enchanted him since he first visited on a vacation several years earlier. Inspired by the 20th century German philosopher Martin Heidegger to, in David's words, explore true being, he moved to the desert in 1982 and embraced an isolated and largely primitive life for extended periods over nearly 8 years. He hunkered down in a large rectangular ditch that he had dug and partly covered with pieces of corrugated tin, replacing it later with an 8 by 12-foot cabin. In a way, he was now living in a parallel universe to Ted's. The brothers shared their experiences in letters to each other, a brother's betrayal. The bombings started on May 25, 1978, when a campus security officer at Northwestern University was injured while investigating a package that had been reported by a professor as suspicious. Another explosive device turned up at the university's Technological Institute about a year later. Those bombs would result in only minor injuries. Over the course of Ted's lengthy bombing campaign, 3 people would be killed and 23 injured by his homemade missives, all directed at what he would later say was the need to call attention to the destructive forces of industrial society. David and the rest of the Kaczynski family had no idea that Ted's increasing paranoia and isolation were turning violent. By around 1985, Ted had all but cut off contact with his parents, after angrily accusing them of pushing him too hard to excel academically and blaming them for making him a social misfit. He made a few exceptions. He called his mother from a payphone in 1990 to express his condolences when his father, who had been given a terminal cancer diagnosis, committed suicide. David had left the desert for New York the previous year to move in with Linda Patrick, an associate professor of philosophy with a personal interest in Buddhism, whom he had known since junior high school. When he informed Ted of his marriage plans, Ted, who had never met Miss Patrick, fumed and warned him, in what David called a vicious letter, that he was making the biggest mistake of his life. Ted then severed virtually all communication with him. The Unabomber's attacks continued, and the authorities had few leads. But then, in 1995, the elusive perpetrator provided an essential clue. a 35,000-word manifesto, published in the Washington Post in collaboration with the New York Times, asserting that the world needed to understand that the Industrial Revolution and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race. People were living in a society that made them unhappy and then being prescribed drugs to take away their unhappiness. David's wife urged him to come with her to the library at the college where she taught, and he was able to read half a dozen pages of the manifesto online, the first time he had ever used the internet. Linda told him about something that had been bothering her. Didn't some of those phrases and ideas sound just like Ted? Though he had scarcely admitted it even to himself, David was slowly starting to think the same thing. Without Linda, I probably would have shoved it in a drawer and tried my best not to think about it, he said. For 3 months, David worked with a private investigator and a former FBI behavioral science expert to explore whether Ted could be the Unabomber. Finally, he reached out to a lawyer who helped him contact the FBI. Ted's arrest in April 1996 came about 6 weeks later, David recalled. Eventually, a plea deal averted the death penalty, resulting instead in a life sentence without the possibility of parole. David wrote to his brother not long after the arrest and received a blistering 3-page reply in which he accused David of having a quote, self-deception. David, who became a Buddhist after his brother's arrest, finding solace in the tradition's notion that everything is interconnected, was undeterred. In part, he was trying to respect a pledge that their mother, Wanda Kaczynski, had asked him to honor when he was a boy. Please remember that you must never abandon your brother. Because that's what he fears the most, she told him. 7 months after Ted's arrest, David was still struggling with his own feelings of responsibility and apologized to him. Sometimes, David would reminisce about their time playing summer sports together. I still remember with great pleasure how we used to bat the ball around, he wrote in 2004. And the softball game where you went 7 for 7, and I made a great catch. We were something that day. He had imagined those days might live forever. David regularly made deposits in Ted's commissary account to help him pay for small purchases at the prison, and sometimes ordered books for his brother online. At his mother's request, he shipped Ted a book, Who Ordered This Truckload of Dung? Inspiring Stories for Welcoming Life's Difficulties, as a Christmas gift in 2005. Ted never acknowledged it but scratched a note at the bottom of the invoice. Needless to say, this went straight into the trash, like all books sent by my brother. In 2007, David notified his brother that their mother was suffering a serious health crisis. He appealed to Ted to finally reach out to her. There was no response, and several years later, when Miss Kaczynski was near death, David contacted the prison chaplain. The chaplain never called me back, but instead called Mom's doctor and said Ted didn't want to talk, he recalled. Ms. Kaczynski died in 2011 at the age of 94. Finding new connections. Still facing a brick wall when he tried to communicate with his brother, David found himself turning to an unlikely source for friendship. Gary Wright, one of the Unabomber's victims, was badly injured in 1987 when he picked up an odd-looking object that appeared to be a piece of lumber, with nails sticking out of it, that had been left in the parking lot of a computer store he owned in Utah. It exploded, and his body was pierced by more than 200 pieces of shrapnel, and the nerves were severed in his left arm. He underwent a dozen operations and treatment for post-traumatic stress. In the months after Ted's arrest, David and his wife wrote to surviving victims and families of those who had been killed by Ted's bombs, apologizing and asking what they could do to help them cope. The response was sparse, but later a private investigator who had seen a TV interview with Mr. Wright, for whom David had had no address, advised David to make an effort to call him. Mr. Wright seemed approachable, the detective said, and not that angry. David phoned Mr. Wright and they spoke for about 20 minutes. The two men still remember their first conversation. David, you have nothing to apologize for, Gary told him. You did the right thing. For David, it was a turning point. It was like a bridge across this abyss between myself and all the families that had been harmed, he said. The two men went on to meet often through the years, connecting over the country musician Merle Haggard, visiting the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum together, making public appearances to talk about ending the death penalty and the power of friendship and forgiveness. In 2015, David and his wife made Texas their primary residence after retiring from their jobs at a Buddhist monastery in Woodstock, NY, where David was executive director for 3 years. David kept writing to Ted and continued to reflect on the times they had shared in the past and his own spiritual journey. In one of the letters, he recalled the trip the two of them had taken to the Yukon. A letter at Christmas. Over the Christmas season in 2021, David was puzzled because a holiday letter he had sent to Ted at the federal Supermax prison in Colorado had been returned as undeliverable. David had been sending letters there without a hitch for more than 20 years. He telephoned the prison and was told that Ted was no longer housed there, but nothing more. He searched the Bureau of Prisons' online inmate locator, which showed his brother to be housed at the Federal Medical Center in Butner, NC, the prison system's largest medical complex. Anxious to learn what he could about his brother's health, David contacted a lawyer who had represented Ted at his trial. The lawyer told him she had heard that Ted had been diagnosed with late-stage cancer. On Reddit, he found a letter posted that Ted had apparently written to someone whose name was scratched out, in which Ted disclosed that he was dying from terminal cancer. David found himself reflecting on the complexities and the tragedy that had beset their brotherhood, and how a family that had once been so close had come apart, and was in fact fading away. Maybe I felt like I was now coming to the end of some epic novel, one serious enough and mysterious enough to keep me pondering for all my remaining years, David recalled in an interview. He stepped up the pace of his letters to Ted. I needed to tell him that I loved him, and to recount the ways in which he'd had a positive influence on my life, he said. But I knew Ted had a very stubborn side, making it highly unlikely I would ever hear from him. In what turned out to be the last letter he sent to his brother, David told him that the best of his ideas, quote, would outlive all of us. On a June morning in 2023, David and his wife had just finished a hike and were snacking on crisp breads and cheese at a picnic table in a park near their apartment when David skimmed his cell phone. There was an email from his former lawyer notifying him of reports that Ted had died. I am very sorry, it said. Ted had been found dead in his solitary cell, having killed himself. Unbidden, David's thoughts turned to his father's suicide years earlier. Even more profoundly, he felt an emptiness. All those years of letters. Even without an answer, they had kept a door wedged open. Now it was closed forever. A totally one-sided relationship is still a relationship of sorts, David said. But now, if I am able to find words to describe my feelings and memories that I want to share with Ted, I can only speak those words to myself. David tried desperately to find out from prison officials whether he could have a role in the handling of his brother's remains, but for weeks, he could not get an answer. Dear Sir or Madam, please, please, please give me the phone number of someone I can speak with, he wrote in one email. To hear nothing from you feels dismissively cruel. Does the BOP treat other families so? I loved my brother. He was finally told that Ted's remains had been handled according to his written wishes, and that David would have to file a Federal Freedom of Information Act request to learn anything more. David could barely contain his resentment about the way he'd been treated by prison officials. I made the difficult decision to share my suspicions about Ted with the FBI, the effect of which was to save lives, he said in one of numerous emails to federal prison officials that mostly went unanswered. We all work together for the common good. Now you ignore my simple request to learn whether I can have a role in the disposition of my brother's remains? That is heartless. It turned out that Ted had left a handwritten will. David still does not know what became of Ted's body. New reflections. David has continued to see Mr. Wright, 64, appearing with him at a Yom Kippur event in Santa Monica, Calif, not long after Ted died. David told the gathering that he was struggling with some grief over his brother's death. He ruefully explained that Ted never spoke to me again after his arrest. He then looked warmly at Mr. Wright. It's not the same, maybe, but I believe in spiritual brotherhood too, he said. Putting his arm around Mr. Wright's shoulder, he added, Gary is my brother in spirit. Often, he is asked about his brother's writings, which have taken on new currency in recent years. It appears that more and more people are taking his ideas seriously, David said in an interview. Where are we going with things like artificial intelligence? Will it compromise human freedom and poison our basic human capacity for creative, original thinking? And if so, how do we protect ourselves and preserve the very essence of our spiritual being? How do we heal our once intimate relationship with Mother Nature before it's too late? But Ted's prescience, he said, was poisoned by his violence. Waves of anger and desperation born of utter helplessness can never be harnessed to produce skillful means for generating social change, David said. I'm afraid that his violent actions only served to stigmatize his thinking. As a result, his analysis of technology has been dismissed by many as the ravings of a madman. Susan C. Beachy and Kirsten Noyes contributed research.
That is very interesting. Stank D. Wow. I'm not sure how to respond to that. That's interesting, but what's the name of the bar? It's probably called Bundy's. Yeah, I pretty much agree with that, DiCapriono. I don't know. I'm not really a sentimental type, so I guess some people are. So, this next video, got a couple videos here. This one is basically going to be for you know who. I'm nothing if not cooperative in helping people come up with content for their shows. Let's enlarge it.
Whether we agree with each other or not. Okay.
Sandpiper.
Are you ready for the question? Did black women kick black men out of the home? This is a question that has been raging since I first came to YouTube. It was all the rage when I first came on here. Black men in the manosphere again claiming that the black family was destroyed because black women kicked black men out of the home. So I got this comment from Daniel Watson yesterday when I posted the video about why black people fail for integration. It is the question that I don't think has ever been adequately answered, although people have tried, but so much passion and so much anger seems to be centered around this question that, we don't get a lot of clarity. So this is what Daniel Watson said. Ms. Boulay, there was a person, agent, in the black manosphere on social media that claims black females back in the 60s and 70s wanted to replace black men with the government by taking the public welfare deal, the deal that had the man out of the house statute in the law. His source is the Moynihan Report or Moynihan Theses. And according to some in the black manosphere, is what led to the destruction of the black family community, not social integration. According to what you've seen in the 60s and 70s, is this true? I really thank Daniel Watson for this question. He comments from time to time on my videos, and his responses are always thought-provoking. And since he asked me, according to what I've seen, is it true? I'm going to share my response with you. So I responded, no, those men are losers. The men in the black manosphere primarily are losers, and this is my opinion. There is no welfare check or government program that would put more money into a house than a working man. In the 60s, 70s, 80s and beyond, men that wanted to stay with their families and provide for them did so. Thank you for commenting. Now, that's it in a nutshell. There is no government program that's going to give a woman, a family, more money than a working man. The end. But I'm going to say some more. And he replied, "Thank you for the clarification. You are welcome." This is Daniel Patrick Moynihan. He was a politician, a diplomat, and a social scientist who worked in colleges and lectured in colleges before he joined the government. He was a senator from New York from 1977 until 2001. This is what's interesting to know about Daniel Patrick Moynihan also. He was born in Tulsa, Oklahoma in 1927. That's 6 years after the destruction of Black Wall Street. Now, in all of his writings, I haven't been able to uncover one word that he said about what was done to that thriving Black community, for which those people have not received a dime of reparations for the destruction of their families, their businesses, and their community. But he's got time to talk about the Black family in the 1960s and blame all of the problems somewhere else besides what has been done to Black people in this country. So, to put it in a nutshell, Moynihan said that the rise in Black single mother families was caused not by a lack of jobs, but by a destructive vein in ghetto culture, which could be traced to slavery time and continued discrimination in the American South under Jim Crow. Well, he got it partly right. So here he throws out the word ghetto. So it's not a problem that you have discriminated against Black people in the job market. In some cases, Black people couldn't even go and apply for jobs, but it's about a ghetto culture. Well, how did that ghetto culture come about? Trace back to slavery time. Okay, you really want to go there? You really want to go there and talk about slavery time when Black people were robbed and abused, disenfranchised? I mean, we don't even want to go there, but this is how they are able to cover up the things that they've done. Your problem is not that you don't have a job. It's just that you have a ghetto culture, a culture that was cultivated in slavery. So he's right about that. The report concluded that the high rate of families headed by single mothers would greatly hinder progress of Blacks towards economic and political equality. So you notice he hasn't said anything about the school to prison pipeline. That hasn't been a hindrance to Black people. Job discrimination hasn't been a hindrance to Black people. The whole stalking of Black men, criminalizing Black boys, none of that has been a problem. It's just the high rate of families headed by single mothers. Okay? So let's get to the heart of it. Households headed by single mothers. The mothers have kicked the man out of the home to get a welfare check. I repeat myself for emphasis. There is no welfare check or government assistance program that will put more money into a home than a working man. So that brings us back to job discrimination, does it not? And then I'm going to ask the real hard question that these men probably don't want to answer. And that is, was there ever a man in the home in the first place? Now, these men that are talking about the single moms all the time, know the research that says Black men, when they are involved in their children's lives, make the best fathers. They're better fathers than all of the other men. So if you are the best father, why are you allowing somebody to take you out of your child's home? And the answer to that is that they are not. These men that they're talking about, their mothers kicked them out, their daddies were never in the home in the first place. Some of these people are the children of women who have 4 or 5 children by 4 or 5 different men. There was never a man in the home in the first place. He might have been in the club, or he might have been in the alley, or he might have been somewhere else in a motel room, but he was never in the home in the first place. Let's be fair. And there are other reasons why the father leaves the home. Sometimes the mother and the father just can't get along. and he leaves. And there are times when the father leaves the home, he wants to have a relationship with the children, but not the mother. And then the mother interferes with the relationship with the child and the father, weaponizing the children against the father because she can't have the relationship with the man that she wants. That happens too. Sometimes they're married and sometimes they're not married. Sometimes the guys are out there, sleeping around, and he might get a baby with a woman. He might want to have a relationship with the child, but he's done with the woman and she's angry. That's the ghetto culture that the man might be talking about. But that happens too. And then sometimes when a woman chooses a man, but he doesn't choose her, she has a baby, he doesn't care about her or the child. That's hard to take, but that happens. And there are other reasons why Black men are not in the homes with their children. Sometimes they have substance abuse problems. Sometimes there are mental illness problems. He's living on the streets and he doesn't want his children to know where he is. There are a lot of reasons why men are not in the home. And all of those need to be explored. But blaming everything on the woman and she kicked him out because of a welfare check, I am willing to say that that man was never in a home in the first place. Because no real man is going to let somebody else kick him out of his home where he doesn't have control or access over his children. So that's just something that these men are making up because they may not want to face the hard reality of why they don't have the relationship or didn't have the relationship with their fathers that they wanted. And I just named a few reasons that come up all the time, but there are many others. And another thing is when your mama got to go to court to find out who her baby's daddy is, that doesn't pretend well for that child and that father. And we see that all the time. They go put it on
Well, there
TV.
you go,
They're not even
Dolomite. She
ashamed
mentioned
of
the
it.
courts.
You got to go to court to see who your baby's daddy is. All this kind of stuff is happening in the Black community. And even with all of that, there are still Black families that are intact. And the Black man stayed in the house because he wanted to. And many of them do. They don't get the credit because all of these whiners are out there taking up all the space and the energy. But there are very good Black men out here who stay with their children, take care of their children, educate their children. These children are going to school driving BMWs and Mercedes in some cases because of their daddies. So stop trying to play the Black family cheap just because you got on the losing end and the hurtful end of your family. We're sorry about that. I'm very sorry for these men that are hurting because they didn't have the relationship that they wanted with their fathers. But you got to look at the total picture and you need to try to heal yourself and move on and let other people live because you don't have all the answers. I don't either. But I just know that to really unpack all the things that have gone on in the Black family, you're going to have to go a whole lot deeper than a welfare check. I do know that.
Yeah, I've actually always been skeptical of the notion that welfare was the reason that men didn't wind up in the homes. I've that just to me, I forget what it was actually someone maybe a month ago, and I can't remember who it was, but someone actually said what Lady Boulay saying that you know what a good man isn't going to let welfare be a thing that keeps him out of the home, and a good man wouldn't even well, a good man is not going to abandon his family. So this welfare it led to the destruction of the Black family. I don't. I think they're literally trying to do a correlation. I've never seen anything. I've never seen direct proof of that. Now, I think I would be willing to say that. Well, I mean, like Lady Boulay says, there was never a man there to begin with. Okay, it's not like a family breaking up over welfare. It's just welfare basically gave women independence. I could go with that theory, but apparently, Lady Boulay struck a chord with you, Dolomite. I'm glad that she got your blood flowing. You didn't even need coffee this morning. You just needed a little Lady Boulay. Social programming. What is social programming? Oh boy. Oh, this Black manosphere. What a joy it is. What's up, Dave?
Hey, what's up, family? How you doing?
Pretty good. Did you have a good weekend?
I don't know what happened this weekend. Really, I was so disturbed last night by my Cavs losing.
By your what?
My Cavs lost last night, so the weekend was screwed up.
You're a little muffled there.
All right, hold on, give me a second. Hi, how you doing?
Pretty good.
How you doing, though?
I'm doing pretty good. You were
No,
disturbed
there was
by
somebody talking to me. Sorry.
Oh.
Yeah, my Cavs lost last night, so that was kind of rough.
Cavs. Oh, okay. I thought you said
Yeah. Nah, but hey, Stanley, I was listening to this Lady Brule, right? And I listened to the Manosphere quite a bit. I don't know if they're just searching for something that will explain it. But I don't think that it's outside the realm of possibilities that some families are held together with $100 or less. I know it sounds crazy, right? But a woman could be working and be maybe $400 away from independence. And there's some that'll fall to that side. I'm not trying to find an excuse. I really don't care.
Okay. Well, what do you think about what you had to say?
If you do listen to women, you find out a lot of times they try to say like something is wrong with you, and they start there for explaining away a point. They start at something's wrong with you.
Well, I mean, is that beyond the realm of possibility?
No, I guess he's not.
I would never make a generalization like that. And I think that, these types of arguments, like what Lady Boulay's doing there, it is pretty much generalizing. But, I do agree that with her statement that, hey, y'all are kind of BSing around. There was never a man there to begin with. I would agree that, having welfare benefits gave women choices like, oh, hey, I can have kids and not be married, that I don't need a man thing that you hear every now and again. That always kind of, when women say that, or, that does kind of not sit too well with me. You do need men for some things.
Well, I think there's also something that to the financial abuse thing too, because like nowadays they don't depend on men, but they still sell their ass in one way or another. Like if you offered to pay that, Stanley, trust me. I know it's a wild take, but like they will sell that ass, okay? And I honestly believe that they all have a price, and that's why I went outside. That's part reason why I went outside of the culture. Like just knowing what I know.
So it's just Black women that have a price? I thought that was all women.
No, yeah, all women. all women. But if you watch the way they move with a certain incentive, they definitely move that way. You can predict that 199.999% of the time.
Right. Well, I mean, why? I mean, see, this is actually sometimes confusing to me. I think there's so many takes just in the manosphere. Like the other day up on T's panel, um, Tough Guy got pissed off because he felt I can't remember who it was. It might have been Mo Love. He's basically saying she's disrespectful, and her response was something like, "You know
You're
what?
just hurt. Was it you're in your fifis, or you're hurt, or you need to heal, or
No,
something like that?"
no.
I'm just saying.
She said, "Hey, if you're not," she said, "Hey, if you're not my man, I don't owe you respect."
That's true. And when you say it as a man, if you're not my woman, I don't have to break up the fight for you. I don't have to, protect you from white supremacy or whatever the hell the threat may be. Then you're less of a man. You know what I mean? Like you can't say
Well,
it as a man. That's a position you can't take.
in this particular case, what caught my attention is there are people out there who go, "Hey, it doesn't matter whether I'm your man. I'm a black man. You owe me respect." Like, just like I don't know where that's coming from. What are you, Islamic? If you're a Muslim, maybe that might be the case. But
Right.
expecting respect because you are a black man, that sounds just kind of ridiculous.
It shouldn't be, but it is if you have to say it. It's like you should get respect, but when you say it, when you have to say it, there is something wrong.
No, I
But
don't.
you have to
Well, no,
you
no,
have
no.
to accept
You
that
know
there's
what?
something wrong.
What Tough Guy, and I didn't really get to interrogate him about it, so maybe I shouldn't, put words in his mouth. But it seemed to me, I inferred that he just meant, "Hey, I'm a black man, therefore I am owed respect by black women," and that's that. Now, in his case, it just seemed like he excuse this pun, but he wanted carte blanche. Like he could just pretty much say anything, and he should be deferred to. If you're a woman, I can say anything I want, and you need to respect me. And I don't think that's how real life works.
That's not how black people work. But I would
That's
say
not
that
how anybody should work. That's not a black thing.
should, but when you say should, it leaves it open to interpretation.
Right, but my point is that no woman just owes some dude on the corner respect, and vice
No, they
versa.
don't. They don't. But there are cultures that your should
This doesn't this
turns.
see, but that's what aboutism. We're not in some cultures, we're in American culture.
But you said should. That was whataboutism too. I'm just looking at
No,
it
no, no,
like
no, no. Should is not whataboutism. Do I have to teach you what whataboutism is?
in a separate video.
You know what? As a matter of fact, I say it so often. Maybe I should do a separate video about whataboutism. I think I might just do that.
Hey Stanley, you know me. At 7 o'clock, I gotta clock in, so I gotta go make the white man some money. But
Well,
I can hang out.
you'll get a little trickle down.
I'm way downstream of where the big bucks are, so I gotta put the
Well,
time.
keep plugging away. They'll make you an overseer in no time.
But I did want to say this the first time that I actually somewhat agree with Lady Brule. But they do take like this a shame on you approach when they talk about these things. This is why I don't like to listen to women. To be honest with you, there's some looking down at you. I can't really respect.
Wow. Okay. I don't know what to say to that. I mean, I don't. There's some women I like to listen to. I'm sure there's some that are worth listening to. I mean, you're probably the only woman I've ever heard get respect in the black manosphere was just Pearly Things. I can't think of another woman that's gotten respect. So By the way, while I'm thinking about it, everybody make sure you hit the like button. We're a little light on likes. And if you're new to the channel, please make sure you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel and share the wealth. There is a ton of wealth on a ton of different uh, opinions on any given day. Some of them good, most of them bad. Well, just kidding. There's someone for everyone. I'll just put it that way. And please subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. Stanley Cross 6000. That is, looks like I'm going to do a video essay on whataboutism. So that will be coming to you soon. But most of all,
highly anticipated video of whataboutism.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and advertise that one. Everybody, make sure that you hit that like button though, because I always forget to do it. I don't do it enough. And also the other thing that I sometimes remember to mention, if you're not watching this live, you can always leave a comment. Comments are part of that algorithmic stuff too. YouTube does track comments, believe it or not. So let's see. DiCapriono, I do, however, see how a family can be torn asunder when a father chooses to be absent. Dolomite says, I'll take Shahrazad Ali over Lady Boulay every day, and she criticizes both sides. Well, I think Lady Boulay has done both sides. I've heard her criticize black women before. So I'll have to start playing her every day so you can get up to speed, Dolomite. I know you and Be Brave will enjoy that. I know who Shahrazad Ali is. I think maybe I have watched a video of hers. Let me look her up right quick. If it's who I'm thinking of, I actually have. She's an older lady, right? Well, older, my age. Yeah, I know who she is. I've heard her before. I didn't know she's born in Atlanta, Georgia. Interesting. I'll find her. I'm sure she has a YouTube site. I'll see can I find it, and we will listen to some stuff of hers. I have heard her before, and she does go after a more holistic approach. So I think that we will listen to her, and we will see what she has to say. Because I remember the one or two times I've heard her, yeah, she was pretty good. That's how Lady Boulay does when she criticizes women. Well, I mean, like you said, Dolomite, everybody has an opinion. Thank you, Seven Steel. I appreciate that. Oh, by the way, I also have to, I need to do better about, announcing people who, support the host. And, supporting the host is supporting the show. And I also want to say, make sure that you support our executive producer, Portia. Her Cash App and stuff is in this crawl at the bottom of the screen. Make sure that you reward her with dollars for bringing me direct to you. And don't be sending her any funny money. Give her some real money. So this next video, and I hesitate to do this, but occasionally I do talk about the meritocracy. And, I think that meritocracy in the United States is really more propaganda than anything. Now, there are jobs that are purely meritocratic. I think the military is very meritocratic, but at least up until you get to, once you get up a bit into senior officer or senior enlisted, it does become a little bit more political. And once you hit flag rank, it's almost all political. But the meritocracy still kind of works. You do get rewarded, even if it's just a medal or some letter of commendation for work, good work. So anyway, we'll listen to a little bit of this. This guy's a philosopher, Harvard philosopher. He's written. He wrote a book a few years ago, which I haven't read, though I pretty much know what it's about. It's called "The Tyranny of Merit," and I don't know that we'll listen to the whole thing, but I'd like to at least listen to a bit of it because he's got some interesting points about merit, the meritocracy. Lanny Guinier, if I can find that video, Lanny Guinier years ago wrote a book called The Tyranny of the Meritocracy. So maybe we'll get around to that at some point. Oh, wait, you know what? I see here that, okay, so this video is available. She's dead now, by the way, but unfortunately. But anyway, we'll play a little bit of this. Let's skip through all that.
There's a lot of unhappiness with politics, with the terms of public discourse. Our civic life isn't going very well. What passes for political discourse consists either of narrow technocratic talk, which inspires no one, or when passion enters, we have shouting matches where partisans shout past one another, politicians especially, without really listening. I think one of the reasons democratic citizens in countries around the world are so frustrated with the terms of public discourse is that they want politics to be about big questions, including questions about values, questions about justice. What should we do about rising inequality, for example? What do we owe one another as fellow citizens? How might we seek a politics of the common good? That's what people want to hear discussed and debated. And so we need to rediscover, maybe to reimagine and reinvent the lost art of democratic public discourse. I'd like to show how we might do this today with those of you gathered here in this magnificent new auditorium, and also those listening, and I hope participating online, by beginning with a question about justice. Now, justice is a very old idea. Philosophers, at least since Plato and Aristotle, have debating the question, what makes for a just society? The question I'd like to put to you is, who deserves what and why? That's a question right at the heart of debates about justice. But let's begin by making that question concrete, and by imagining a very successful person in our society, someone who is very good at what he does and who is rewarded handsomely for it. One of the great football players in the world, Lionel Messi. He recently left Barcelona and went to Paris, to Paris Saint-Germain, and he gets paid a lot. You know how much he gets paid? About $41 million. That's a lot of money, but he's a great football player, one of the greatest athletes in the world. Now, he's a great football player, but other people who do important jobs are also very good at what they do. Think, for example, of the best, most inspiring teacher you had in high school. You can probably remember his or her name. I can remember mine. School teachers have a tremendous impact on us. Or consider the doctors and nurses who cared heroically for COVID patients throughout this pandemic. They perform very important roles in our society. School teachers, doctors, and nurses get paid, well, less than Messi. In fact, he makes about 1,000 times what your best high school teacher makes. Here's a question I would like to put to you. So get your app and we'll see what people's opinions are. Does Lionel Messi deserve to make 1,000 times more than your best high school teacher? Click yes if you think he does, no if you think he doesn't deserve to make 1,000 times more than your high school teacher. And we'll soon hear what people in the auditorium, but also those watching online, think about whether Lionel Messi deserves to make 1,000.
Oh, by the way, this is in. I think this was
All right, let's see
filmed
what the
in
results are.
Madrid. So all
About
the
a third
captions are in Spanish.
Say yes, he does. About 2/3 say no. Messi doesn't deserve to make that much more than a school teacher. Now, it would be interesting if we could have a full discussion here about people's reasons for voting the way they did. But I'm guessing that the third of the group here, roughly, now it's down to about 30%, who say yes, would probably point to the fact that his skill is very rare, he's at the top of his profession, and he brings enormous pride and joy and excitement to millions, tens of millions of people who love football. And I imagine that those of you who voted no may be thinking, important as football is, and as great an athlete as Messi is, what nurses do and doctors do and teachers do may be actually more important than playing football, even playing it very well. I'm just guessing about the reasons people had in mind. Maybe there are others. This raises a fundamental question about justice. How should society's rewards be distributed? Should we rely on the
I should
market
probably speed this
to
up.
decide whose job matters most? Or does the market's verdict clash with our own judgments, our moral judgments, about what social roles are truly most important? Now, one reason some of you may have voted no, he doesn't deserve to make all that much money, maybe because you might wonder whether he had certain advantages in life that enabled him to rise to the top of the athletic world. Maybe there are potentially great athletes who didn't have access to great coaches growing up, or to the encouragement of their parents, or to the health and nutrition that's necessary to be a great success as an athlete. But that raises the question whether, if we could create a truly level playing field, if we could give everyone an equal chance, then would it be the case that those who landed on top deserved their winnings, deserved everything the market bestows upon them? This question raises a broader philosophical question about what it means to live in a just society. Suppose we lived in societies where everyone started life with the same opportunities, the same chances, where everyone started the race of life, so to speak, at the same starting point, and with the same good running shoes and the same diet and the same good coaches and the same training, then would the race be fair. Then would the race be a true test of who has the greatest merit. This idea, that's what a fair society consists in, bringing everyone up to the same starting point in the race. This is a very widespread and familiar idea. We hear politicians from across the political spectrum invoke it. If everyone could rise as far as their talents would take them, without prejudice, without disadvantage, if everyone could rise as far as their talents would take them, then, say the politicians, then we would have a fair society. I'd like to see what you think about this idea. If it were really the case that everyone could rise as far as their talents would take them, without any artificial obstacles or prejudices or disadvantages, then would society be fair? Get out your app and let us know what you think. How many say yes? If everyone could rise as far as their talents would take them, society would be fair. And how many say no? Even then, that would not be a sufficient condition of a fair society. What do you think? So far, it's pretty evenly divided. You'll see as people online and in the auditorium vote. If everyone could rise as far as their talents would take them, would society be fair? Well, as the votes come in, there's a pretty even division of opinion. A majority says no, even then society would not be fair. But it's a pretty even division. Now, here too, it would be interesting to hear what people's reasons are for voting as they have voted. But I can imagine one reason why.
Let me make one comment that Dolomite makes here. He says, I can agree that doctors are more important, but they're slowly losing their value because they're choosing the treatment route instead of the curing route. I'm not sure I even know what that means. Treatments, some diseases can't be cured. So your only choice is to treat them. For instance, I have arthritis, and there's no way you're going to be able to cure it, my particular type of arthritis, but you can control it. So not every disease can be cured. So can you elaborate on that, Dolomite? I'm not sure I get your point.
The majority say no. Some people may worry that if people rise and fall based on their talents, if the money they make, if the opportunities that they can provide their children depend on their talents, is that really their doing, having those talents? Think about Lionel Messi. It's true, and people who voted yes may be thinking this thought. He practiced very hard. He worked hard at it. And doesn't effort and hard work, isn't that something that should be rewarded? But those who say, no, that's not enough to make for a fair society, might say, look, effort isn't everything that matters morally. I could practice all day and all night for years.
Oh, I forgot. He's also a moral philosopher. So morals and ethics are pretty much what he's dealing in. And I was just about to say that, hard work, you can be a hardworking criminal, and you should not be rewarded for that.
And never be a great football player. Certainly.
What's up, dirty dude?
He's talented. He has certain natural gifts. And so those of you who voted no, that's not enough for a fair society, may say, simply running a race where those who happen to be the swiftest, the fastest runners win all the rewards. That's not fair, because having those talents in the first place may not be the doing of the people who have them. There's a second reason some of you may have voted no. Not only is it Messi's good luck that he was born with great athletic gifts, isn't it also his luck that he happens to live in a society and at a time when people love football? If Messi had lived back in the days of the Renaissance, he wouldn't have done so well. He would have been just as talented at football, but they didn't care that much about football back then. They cared more about fresco painters.
I'm going to skip ahead.
So the fact that society,
fair piece here, because I think we get the point.
Happens to demand. No, it's very, very important. And what?
Oops. If there is people with no society, the fault lies in work. For those top professionals who are in whatever is valued at that moment in society, the fault lines are possibly even more severe than what we are seeing now. If there is people with no work at all, how do we define their value in society? Yes. How would you address this?
No, it's very, very important. And what it brings out, Marta, is how work, the meaning of work and the future of work is right at the heart of our civic troubles and also of our civic challenges. And we saw, just as you mentioned, during the pandemic revealed, highlighted inequalities that preceded the pandemic, but it made them vivid. And it put the question of work right at the center of our consideration of inequality and merit and success and reward. Those of us with the luxury of working from home during the pandemic couldn't help but notice how deeply we depend on workers we often overlook, not only in the hospitals, but delivery workers, warehouse workers, grocery store clerks, nurse assistants. And so this could be, I was hoping during the pandemic that it might be the beginning of a public debate about how to bring their pay and recognition into better alignment with the importance of the work they do. Mm-hmm. And then the question of work becomes all the more vexing when we consider, as you suggested, the possibility of the obsolescence of work for a great many people in the face of robotics and AI. And it won't be enough simply to say, well, we could tax the robots maybe and pay off the people who are deprived of work. Not if you believe that work is a mode of contribution and recognition, because if it is, that won't be enough.
So related to this question, I'm going to move to the audience questions, because there is one with a lot of votes, and so it seems quite a few people are interested. But so they say, what do you make of the argument that certain jobs are paid based on how much those individuals generate? In other words, I deserve, a portion of what I create, I suppose, is a different version of the market, but... Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, there is we slide easily into the assumption.
Chris is asking how something like UBI, how universal pay is going to help us. Well, I mean, if it puts more money in your pocket, that's an obvious help. I think if I recall, UBI was Andrew Yang, was it, years ago? Other than putting money in your pocket, basically, there are a lot of people who think it would actually hurt more than it would ever help. I can imagine UBI being great, say, if you were a stay-at-home mother. It may allow stay-at-home mothers or stay-at-home parents, if you're depending on that second paycheck, and the mother has to work, or both parents have to work, it may allow more people to stay home to actually parent their kids. But a lot of people also think that it will make people lazy. And there's always going to be that 10% who are just going to lay around, and be couch potatoes. So there are arguments on both sides of something like a UBI.
Assumption that the money people make is the measure of their contribution to the economy and by extension to the common good. But this, I think, is a mistake. it's a mistake that we all recognize if we reflect on some of the jobs that
No,
get
I don't
paid
think Social
lavishly
Security is
and
going to
some
be
that get
taken
paid
over by
relatively
universal pain.
poorly. We considered Messe and the
You mean universal
teacher
pay?
or the nurse.
Uh,
I don't know if people saw the television program. We watched the whole series at home, Breaking Bad.
I don't think
Anybody see that
universal
or hear of
basic
Breaking
income is
Bad?
ever going to
It's about a
be
high
a
school
thing,
teacher
at least not in my
who
lifetime.
didn't make much money and wasn't much respected in the classroom. And then he became a meth dealer, and he made the best meth in the area, and he became a millionaire. Now, by the measure of the market, he was contributing more as a meth maker and dealer than as a high school chemistry teacher. But even the most ardent laissez-faire free market economist would be hard put to say that, therefore, the contribution of a meth dealer is greater than a contribution of a high school chemistry teacher. And once we recognize that, then we can have a debate about what contributions matter most and are worthy of the greatest reward. But notice, that's not a debate that the market itself can decide. That's a debate for us as democratic citizens, reasoning together, arguing together, disagreeing sometimes, about what counts as a truly valuable social contribution. And that forces us into a bigger debate about what is the common good. But it's exactly that kind of debate that I think would enrich and enliven democratic public life.
And maybe we've already touched upon this, but we had discussed earlier about the paradox of our relying more on merit, even for positions in a democratic society.
Yeah.
And the contrast with the fact that people are losing faith in democracy itself across many places in the world, which becomes difficult to combine. And so I was wondering, how can individuals and societies be more motivated to engage in this discussion? If a pandemic might be an impulse, but there might be other reasons that can help us.
Well, I think another prompt or provocation to reflect on the system of merit that currently predominates is the populist backlash against elites. And we see this in countries around the world. We saw it in the United States with Donald Trump, who railed against elites, political elites, intellectual elites, media elites, professional elites of all kinds. The professional classes have been the targets of much of the backlash against elites. In fact, in the Brexit debate in Britain, which was part of this populist backlash, same year that Donald Trump was elected, a few months earlier, during the run-up to the Brexit vote, one of the proponents of Brexit was on an interview show, and someone asked him, but economic experts say that leaving the European Union will hurt the economy. And he said, this country has had enough of experts. And during the pandemic, it's not been as big a problem in Spain, where people have gotten vaccines. In the United States, it's hard to persuade a lot of people to get vaccinated or to wear masks because experts are so mistrusted. And I think the reason for that has a lot to do with the tyranny of merit and of meritocratic expertise and of technocratic expertise as it was presented during the last 4 decades, when experts assured us that a finance-driven version of capitalism and globalization will help everyone. Trust us. And it didn't. It helped some, but not others. So expertise was discredited, elites were discredited, and we're reaping now the bitter fruits of that mistrust, especially with vaccines and masks. And so that's another provocation, to figure out what is it about the mainstream governing philosophy of the last 4 decades that have bred such anger, resentment by many working people, and mistrust sensed by many working people that elites look down on them, condescend to them, don't respect the work they do. So I think this is another important motivation if we're going to try to dissipate the cloud that hovers over the future of democracy. We're going to have to figure what are the legitimate sources of that protest against elites and find a way to respond.
And I think this is an audience that would resonate with that message. I mean, the reflection and thinking of what is our role really in contributing to building the bridge across the different occupations, professions, or work types. So thank you. There is a question that many people have, and is related to this. What political or then social systems do you see moving forward toward that dignity-driven alternative? Given that we observe this division between elites and others, and the lack of trust in democracy.
Right. I think at least 2 important steps are these. First, we've been talking about the kind of empty, hollow terms of public discourse. We've outsourced to markets the moral judgment about what social roles really matter most and need to be rewarded. So part of what I think we need to do is to reclaim from markets the moral judgments and debates about values that belong properly to democratic citizens. That's one. A second, part of what's happened with the widening inequality in recent decades is not just that some have more and others have less. It's that those who are affluent and those who are of modest means increasingly live separate lives. We live and work and shop and play in different places. We send our kids to different schools. There are fewer and fewer class mixing institutions, public places and common spaces that bring people together in the ordinary course of life from different social backgrounds. There's less and less of that. We read different newspapers. We follow different websites. Social media cabins us in echo chambers of opinions we already hold. This isn't healthy, and it's not a way of building back an appreciation for the dignity of everyone's work. So we need to find a way to revive public places and common spaces of shared democratic citizenship. Democracy does not require perfect equality, but it does require that people from different classes and backgrounds encounter one another and bump up against one another in the course of our everyday lives. Because this is how we come to negotiate and to abide our differences. And this is how we come to care for the common good.
So I think we have a few seconds left, but there is a question here with a few people, which is, how do we motivate people to improve if there is no reward to be the best?
Motivate them to be the best. Well, one way in a consumer-driven society like ours is a misdirected way, and that is through money and celebrity, or sometimes notoriety. But that doesn't produce or encourage the best in us. It encourages the best marketers, the best public relation and spin control experts, sometimes the noisiest celebrities. I think we need a different notion of what counts as best to include not only the test of the market, but also the test of shared democratic citizenship, which brings us back to the importance of public discourse about values and ethics and what's worth caring about and what qualities of character to cultivate in our schools, in our children when we're thinking of ourselves as parents. I don't think that we can build a good society, certainly not a just society, unless we challenge what counts as best and recognize the indispensable ethical component of that judgment.
I'll stop it right there. Just so everybody knows, this video is about 3 years old. So that's back when there was still a hope of public discourse. I think public discourse and back and forth, I think that's been abolished by the Trump administration. So we'll move on. Speaking of elites and experts and stuff like that, I forgot to mention that Warren Buffett is stepping down as CEO of Berkshire Hathaway, though he's going to remain the chairman of the board. And I didn't realize he's 94 years old. So that is quite a stint. So this reads, the Berkshire Hathaway board voted unanimously on Sunday to make Greg Abel president and CEO on January 1, 2026, and for Warren Buffett, 94, to remain as chairman, sources told CNBC's Becky Quick. Buffett shocked Berkshire shareholders and Abel, 62, by announcing in the final minutes of the annual shareholder meeting Saturday that he would be asking the board to replace him as CEO at year-end with the current vice chairman of non-insurance operations for Berkshire. So he was vice chairman of non-insurance operations. So there we go. I had no idea. I knew he was old. Buffett was old. I didn't know he was 94. So hats off to him for for being so active at 94. He looks pretty good. So there we go. So by popular request from Mr. Dolomite, he wanted to see Shahrazad Ali. This is Shahrazad Ali on how to make the black family stronger. Kevin Samuels, Malcolm X, and it's a full interview. It's an hour and 23 minutes long. We'll see how it goes. I don't know that I really want to do this for an hour and a half, but let's see. Who knows? It could be entertaining.
I grew up actually here in Cincinnati, and my parents were good people. They were mentally dead. They didn't know the truth, so they taught me what they knew.
Mentally
but I was
dead.
well taken care of. My father was an engineer, and my mother was a homemaker in white people's house.
Where did the idea come from to create the book, The Black Man's Guide to Understanding the Black Woman? And did the wisdom in the book come from literature or just life observations?
Well, I got the idea. I had written a book in 1985. Oh, these all seem so long time ago. But anyway, I had written a book called How Not to Eat Pork, A Life Without the Pig. Okay. And I was going around with that, taking a microscope, showing the people how to kind of worm, look at the muscle in the brain. And I was, like I said, I've always been an activist of some kind, trying to do something for us. And I noticed that the men were saying, oh, I didn't know that. Oh, I'm going to get with that. And they were more in agreement. And the sisters were, he going to eat what I cook. I've been cooking it. He been eating it. And my grandma ate it. And she's still here. She ate it. And I said, wait a minute, what's happening here? And that happened a few times. Not a lot of people, but a few times that caught my ear. And I said, now we are withholding the proper food from the black man. And food is what sustains life. What else are we withholding that is affecting his development and success? And so then I started looking at us, which had not been done, because prior to me writing The Black Man's Guide, and it was released in March of 1990, I wrote it in 1989, but was that we did not want to take too much any accountability for the condition of our families and the failure of our families and the undisciplined children, everything. And because then everything was blamed on the black man. He ain't this, he ain't in the house, he ain't paying this, he not working, he not whatever. With us negating the fact that he was under, you all were under a terrible system. You didn't have anything going. You were still held back by your color, not your ability. And I didn't like that, because I had a wonderful husband. And I had great sons as a result of that. And I did not want you all to continue to function without really knowing us like we thought we knew you. Okay? We had support in every negative idea we had about every black man. Okay? And the black man you see now is not the black man of the 50s and 60s and 70s. Okay? They have grafted you all in a way. You all are whole new different people than the kind of men we knew. Okay? But at any rate, I wanted to just study us and look at that. And so I got it from traveling, interviewing people, and the foundational principles of what makes success in a relationship, and from myself, and just a lot of different, aspects of life. I started, gathering that information. It was there all along. The Black Man's Guide is not a surprise. It's just the first time y'all seen it in print. Yeah, ain't no surprises in that.
And all right, so everything you learned from the book about not eating pork, you applied to this book in regards to marketing, how to get everything done?
Well, of course, all of the worlds have a joining on, especially with knowledge. You can, go from one step to the other, lead you to the other. diet is very important. Diet is the reason that we are overweight, high blood pressure, diabetes, heart disease, high cholesterol, liver disease. Now we're getting a whole thing on kidney disease. You know, a lot of these things we have developed from bad diet. We don't know what we're eating. We're the only people in America who don't have a food chain. And when I say that, I don't mean stores. We don't have a food path. The Asians, they have stores. They have food in there that's got their language. We don't even know what's in the can if it ain't no picture of it. They created that. We even have Africans here who have food that they have brought in from the East and from South Africa that they are able to sell here, that they manufactured. They brought it in, however. And of course, the Latinos, the Mexicans, all of them have their own food. We can't even, as I say, read a lot of the labels. And so everyone here has a food path except us. Our only food path is to get it from them. Okay? White people even get a lot of their food, you know, out of Italy and a lot of places up there. But we don't have any. They've been taught to hate us and dislike us and think we're a fool. And we've been taught we don't like their attitude. They act like they're superior, you know, because we're walking around talking about we are African Americans. We're not African Americans. We are American Africans. This is how African look that's been indoctrinated with all the nonsense of America.
American
This is how an African
Africans?
looks when they have been robbed of their God, their politics, and their principles. We are a result. This is what it looks like. Okay? Our Elijah Muhammad teachings, the first thing it does is dignify you. And it does teach you superiority because you are superior. We don't have to pretend that we're not superior. Certainly the black man. Because by you all accepting that you are less, and they have made it almost illegal. That's one of the things they said against the messenger, is that he teaching racial superiority. Absolutely. They teach it. And if they didn't teach racial superiority, then how come they don't say that Jesus is black or Chinese or Latino? They made him white like them. That's the supreme racial superiority that they tricked us with. Yeah. But the church give us an activity that we think we're doing for God. The church give us something to do. The church give us what the messenger called the imagination of truth. It lets us dream of something when we know good and well what he taught is that nobody's interested in the affairs of man but another man. All right. And he told us that if Jesus or any of them people that they say they believe in came down here, or if an angel, if a human being came down here with wings on their back and somebody floated down out of the clouds or did any of that, we wouldn't run up to them and say, "Oh Lord." We would run away from them. Okay. And the white people would try to kill them. They would shoot him. That would be the first thing. Oh no, we're not having none of that. And then, so we have been taught to look at things in such a ridiculous way. It's just absurd.
Since you brought up Christianity, I had a question I want to ask before we get back to the book. I heard you say, I don't know if it's in the book, I heard you in an interview say, you said these preachers or leaders, Christian leaders, are not praying for people, they're preying on them. Can you explain what you meant by that?
I don't remember saying that, but I'm sure you paraphrase in some kind of way. It's like a lot of the so-called ministers and preachers and different people we got out here, they're not teaching you to worship God. They're teaching you to worship them. Okay? God don't need money in that way. And there has never been a God recorded that lived in high riches like all of the people that say they represent God do today. It's not a necessity. Okay. In fact, when you really are strong in your faith, you don't even want a lot of material things as proof that you are in contact with God. You know, the blessing is survival. The blessing, the supreme blessing is peace, which is something we don't have. We don't have peace. We're not even familiar with it other than saying peace or peace and love and things like that. But as a way of life, as to practice it in our homes and over our children so that we can model a new idea. That's the only way to change a people. You change their idea. You don't have to change their environment. You don't have to charge them nothing. You don't have to join no group. Just change your idea. And the rest of all of you will get in line with that. And you will be successful in whatever that idea is. Now, that idea can be robbing a bank. That idea can be murdering somebody. But if you get in agreement in your mind to do it, it can turn out all kind of ways. So we should get in agreement in our mind to practice doing things a different way, to raise our children a different way, and stop treating the children like they are a burden, and that they are in the way. And all that talk about the children are the future. Well, we looking at the future now. Do we like it? No, we don't like it. Our children are savage running the streets. We've let them get raised up on all the nonsense on every media that we could afford to buy them. That's not anything we're proud of. They're very ignorant and disrespectful and embarrassing. And most of us are afraid of them because they're so savage. They have no predictability. I had a high school ask me to come and speak to the seniors because that one book I have, Things Your Parents Should Have Told You, it was required reading in a lot of schools at one time that the children had to read this and understand it before you get your diploma, especially in New York. And so I would look at the condition of the children and recognize that we're looking at the tomorrow. And we don't have an alternate plan. There's a few good brothers out here with some schools now for Black boys especially. Okay. We need that. We need them for the girls. And that's another thing I want to mention. We need to start letting our little boys play with dolls. Now, this is a campaign that I'm trying to get started. They need to play with dolls because we got young men out here and older men that the child interrupt the video game, they knock it out with their fists. They beat them, they kill them. They don't know how to discipline them physically. They go too far. They punching them with their fists. They're doing a lot of things to these babies, taking their frustration out on them and anger out on them because they don't relate to it. They don't know how to deal with it. So we tend to just teach motherhood as if that's all you need. While on the other hand, we're talking about you need the father in the home when we don't consider teaching you all fatherhood. There ain't no magic in none of it.
I think American Man should have played with dolls.
And so if we teach the father how to relate to the child and the baby, maybe he'll do a little different. We can't just teach the mother how to be a mother, and if the father don't know it. And that that got past me too. Why do we think that you all automatically have that? You've been up under the same slave masters' grandchildren and great-grandchildren and enemy that we have been under. So we have all been affected in our way of thinking. We're not doing things like we used to do them. And so we're not getting that result anymore. It's too many variables. We have allowed too much to get into our children's head. And we have let them see bad models, children cursing their parents out, fighting their parents, doing all of those kind of things. That hasn't worked. And so people say I'm old school. Now, I'm on the system that worked. The one we got now has not worked, is not working, and will not. We have to be able to have some input into those kind of things. We got young people now that don't even know personal hygiene.
I think Lady
so
Brule
whose responsibility is it to teach that?
is good at what she
That's the big
does.
thing. I thought in public school.
There are a lot of things that
People
I'm
are not
hearing
that.
from
Kids don't know basic
Miss
hygiene.
Ali
The
here
girls or the
that,
boys?
I don't necessarily agree with.
No. And and we have some other sexual things that are going on. Life, everything is a trend. Okay. And we jump on trends because we don't have no self. And so we can mimic everybody. That's why we do so good in all of them pictures. Will Smith was Muhammad Ali. Jamie Foxx was Ray Charles. We can turn into anybody because there's nothing in there for us to hold on to as a base. Okay. That lack of knowledge of self, God and the devil, has left us, we're just blind, deaf, and dumb in a sense. Not dumb like stupid. We the smartest people here. But dumb and not being able to speak or hear or talk about things that make sense and are good plans. Okay. And right now, in looking on the internet, you have adult Black women shaking their naked behinds to the camera. Okay. This is the kind of desperation that we have for the Black man who we say we can't get along with. Okay. But everything that we do is to attract you. However we dress, however raunchy, whatever it is to attract you. Okay. Whatever kind of makeup, hair, long hair, fingernails, anything artificial that we add to ourselves is because of our low self-esteem and low value for ourselves. And we think we have to have something made by somebody else to adorn ourselves with to get your attention. It all leads back to you. God is a man. All right. Everything leads back to you, even if we're fighting you. Okay. We want y'all way more than you want us. You all don't. We make it seem like it's the opposite way. Okay. But the desperation that we live in because of our loneliness and not being able to mate, even intellectually.
From what I understand, you spoke to Kevin Samuels numerous times, and he acknowledged your work as being an inspiration for his views about relationships in our community, right? Did you agree with Kevin Samuels' approach?
No, I didn't agree with Kevin Samuels. He agreed with me. And he was always so respectful to me. And we were getting ready to do something, though. We were going to do a big thing in Atlanta. And then he went and died. So I guess that wasn't supposed to happen. But, Kevin, the book woke him up, and it gave him the courage to discuss and address these things since I had did it and had put out the blueprint. And so he was a bit crude. I had told him I didn't think he would be successful because of how he was going about it. But he told it the way he saw it. And he was not successful. He was successful in his platform, getting hundreds of thousands of people, 300,000, 400,000, 500,000 people were, tuning in to hear him and his comments. But I don't know. I'm sure it benefited some of the women because it put us in check about what we think our overrated value is. Okay. And we think we have a greater value because we think that we are in charge of sex. Okay. And most men will just about do anything or go along with anything if they think that. Well, that's changing. Okay. That is not all completely the way it was. This is the thing I wanted to mention, and I don't usually talk about this. When I say that we're living in trends, the messenger talked about when we get out of control, too savage, that we live in a beast life. Okay. Our younger people, that children of the future there, are living somewhat of a beast life. Because the new trend now, and I only know about this because they put it out there in the public on the Instagram and the internet and on the Facebook and everything. One of the things that scientists say separates the humans from the animals is that humans mate face to face. Animals mate from the rear. Well, it's popular now that that's what they're all doing, mating from the rear and doing all kind of other distasteful things and calling it sex. That's a bad sign. Okay. There's a different connection, as we all know, of face to face than another kind of way. People are getting hurt. They're choking each other. They're spitting in each other's mouth, doing all kind of things that would never, ever have been considered as sexual pleasure. There's something wrong in that. I don't know how long they're going to be practicing that. And they're even doing oral sex in people's anus and their behinds, all kind of stuff, crazy stuff. And I'm talking about it because we need to know and we need to start trying to teach something differently. Okay. That's not no love. That's not no showing of love. That's something crazy. And the girls are accepting it. Young women are being choked or somebody spitting in their mouth. All kind of insanity things. And they call it sex. That ain't no sex. I don't know what kind of beast life that is. But that's another trend that I hope passes because that's taking it to such a low level. Where can it go after that? And how long then will generations think that that's affection? So that's a very bad sign, I think. And that the young women think that that's natural, as I said, that they're going along with this, and that the men are tiring really of them at all. They don't even want to look at them. And I'm concerned about that, and I think we all should be.
I just want to touch on this, the
What's
Kevin
up,
Samuels thing one more
CKJ3?
time. Do you believe he helped bring interest into your works with a new generation?
No, I don't think so. I think it just it was so personally, individually critical. I don't think that ever helps. I think you have to be civilized and you're asking and telling. And I don't think that that kind of overly criticism of an individual, each person individually, no, that does not help, especially publicly. As I said, we already got low self-esteem. And that don't mean build us up on some false bravado. I don't mean that. But I mean, we just have to be more gentle with each other. We are damaged creatures.
Let me reword it. I apologize. I wanted to ask, do you think his work brought more attention to your book? With a new generation, with a younger generation that probably didn't know about
I'm
your
not
work.
sure. See, the other thing is, remember, we're in a society where they're teaching against reading. All right, everybody either want to hear it or see it. So reading is not as popular. So I'm not sure if it worked that way. My sales have been impacted on a lot of things. You know, that must be 50 books out called The Black Man's Guide and The Black Woman's Guide. You know, so many people have copied, you know, my title. So I'm not sure it worked that way. I'm still selling books, and he's still, I'm sure there's still brothers out there now trying to take his place. So that's just, you know, the way that turned out. He got me, I think, more attention for me, toward me as a writer, as a sister, you know. But I know my place in the world, and I'm just a woman. That's not an insult. That's not a put down, but I am not a man. See, God is a man. You represent God. And I tell Black women, the closest you may ever get to God is being with a Black man. Because he looks more like you than me. And we have so many things out here affecting our respect and image of self. That's the other reason Black women don't want to believe that the Black man is God, because they think the Black man they know ain't nothing, and that y'all ain't nothing, so there ain't no way you could be God. In fact, you have some brothers who have surrendered, and they walking around talking about the Black woman as God. Some more absurd, silly nonsense
When did that
we
start?
waste our time on.
When did that start? This notion that the Black woman was God?
Well, they just have surrendered. It can't be me because I can't do nothing. I ain't got nothing and look like she more successful or whatever. And so we just decide then she must be God. That's what a man do. I don't know no man that would decide that. And I try to correct every brother I run into about that. They think they complimenting me by saying the Black woman is God, but I'm not God. And I don't want that job. Okay, I got enough to do. I don't want that responsibility, and I don't have that power.
I wanted to touch on, before we get to the last two questions, I want to touch on something you said where you said Black women, they don't see much in Black men, right?
Mm-hmm.
And from personal experience, what I noticed that even if you're, I don't know these terms they use, highly performing, even if you're just a great guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
They still can't see the greatness in you.
They still what?
They still struggle to see the greatness in you if you're a great person.
Well, as I said, we've been all taught against each other so hard. We have to talk more. Now, that's one thing Kevin did. He got more Black men speaking out about their dissatisfaction. Well, dissatisfaction produced change. One of the changes has been more of our men are going offshore seeking other women who they say can know how to act more like a woman. All right. It's like we'll tell a man, everything you do, why don't you act like a man? When you all have never challenged our womanhood, you all have never told us, why don't you act like a woman? It's not in you. But we'll tell you real quick, why don't you act like a man? Well, how do we know what a man act like? Most of us didn't have a father. We didn't have a model. We only saw fathers on television and in movies. And they gave us certain ideas that white people have that they themselves don't live up to. Okay. Their fatherhood is built on them being able to provide. And they kept you from being able to do that so that you could not have that. And that's another reason I say that we have to teach our men how to be fathers, how to deal with babies, how to change a diaper, how to do all of those things. You made that. That's your idea. So you need to be a part of how it's going to be reared and how to handle it. Many of our brothers now ending up with their children because many of our women, sometimes they have them and then after 5 or 6 years, they decide, I don't want to be no parent no more. And so they giving the child away to the father. And then sometimes the fathers are trying to get their children, and you all have a very difficult time because the enemy don't want you to be able to do that, be involved with that, because they are so used to pretending that they're on our side. They're not on our side. The white woman is not on our side because we also think that she's nicer. It's better to deal with her. That's his mother. She's not on our side.
I was going to ask.
That's his mama.
There is the idea floating around, guys. I know interracial dating for numerous reasons. So I'm not saying every black man with a white woman has views the white woman as superior. I don't want to say that. I don't know if that's the case, so I won't say that publicly, right? But there is an idea circulating that white women are nicer than black women.
Well, they are, because they haven't gone through what we have. They don't have the history we have. Why shouldn't she be nice? I remember one time I was in New Orleans doing a program, and we came out of this restaurant, and there was a white woman sitting on the curb, middle-aged white woman, and she was begging for change and everything. I said, I'm not giving you nothing. You a white woman. You got everything at your disposal that you could have in this country, and you sitting out here begging. And I told my party, don't give her nothing. I said, y'all just need to get up and go somewhere and clean yourself up and be white, and you'll get something going, all right? If not, if one of these stupid Negroes will get with you, but you got to clean up and do better than that. I say, but so she has certainly a better opportunity. Now, lower class white woman is not going to agree with that. She thinks she's having it as hard as black people. In fact, she thinks we the reason she having it hard, all right? But it's really not.
It's funny she says that. Oddly enough, I think that about folks like Be Brave. So it doesn't just Dolomite, you wrote it before I could say it. Hell yeah, I agree with that. So I think that Dolomite, you know what? I'm gonna have to give you credit. I have seen a video or two of hers over the years, but it's been gotta be years since I've heard her. You have inspired me, sir. So thank you very much. We're gonna be seeing a lot more of this young lady.
Not like that. That white privilege that they talk about is real. That's very real. And we practice a little of it with each other on the lighter skins and the darker skins. We ate every idea they fed us. We ate it. Even though it was all against self. They taught us to want that. And we still continuing to do that now. We have learned to practice the technology they practice. And so we have distrust of each other. You're going to trick me or I'm going to trick you. Just all kind of nonsense that we cannot dig up out of it until we give them their God back. We can't do it. It's just impossible. You can't hold on to everything that they stand for and then say,
yeah, I'll find it,
because
Lou.
everything that they stand for is designed to destroy us.
And using our standards based on their standards, I think is also a big.
Because they're not the same. They're not the same. Your nature's not the same as his. We keep pretending that they're human and have the natural feelings of sympathy and everything. They don't have none of that. It's not in them. You have it in you. Nobody never saved nobody but you. And you have been beat down so discouraged that it's very difficult. But I want you to know that you will be the winner. You are the original man. God didn't make everybody and then make you. He made you first, and everybody was modeled after you on some level. That's real talk. That ain't to soothe your ego. These are actual facts that if we could get our men to understand and accept, and I know it don't look like it now. I know some of the guys in the gutter. I know some of them in prison. Some of them on drugs. Some of them out here acting ignorant. Some of them pretending to be a woman. But that does not change the foundation of who you are and who made you, who is on your side, and who will pay the enemy back for what he has done to us.
You were saying that one of the greatest threats to Black women is loneliness.
Yeah.
Right? Can you elaborate on that more?
Well, once again, you paraphrasing me, but yes.
Paraphrase it.
Because, I tell you, I have to say that because people go around saying I said all kind of things, and I didn't say that, but it was something similar to that, okay? Well, because we can survive without a man. We do all the time, all over the country for years. We can survive without sexual intimacy. We can survive. We can make it, all right? But we're not satisfied, okay? I'm not going to say happy because the word happy is not in the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran, so it can't be that important. They've made it important to us because we spend money for happiness, all right? And we think it's everybody pick out what they want to have happiness, all right? But as I said, peace is the number one thing that creates happiness and allows all of the other things to grow and happen. But we're very lonely because of our men being so discouraged right now. Okay. Some of our best brothers are in prison. Okay. They get a different education there. And we are struggling, of course, with the mental health issues that has been forced on you by living in a hostile environment your entire life. Okay. A personal rejection is very, very, that's hard to handle over the years. Many of you have been rejected by your father. Some of you have been rejected even by your mother and the entire society. That's very hard. And we don't consider that. Now, I know right now it looks like we're having a harder time, but we ain't never had as hard a time as you because the enemy has always tried to take your place and make you look inadequate by giving us everything we need for us and our children to survive. So I looked at the television the other night, and that new guy, that Swarmer Harmony, whatever his name is, that's running in the election, a Republican, he said that many of our women keep the man out of the home so that we can get certain benefits. I'm paraphrasing him, but that's what he said. And that is such a great lie. It was the white man's idea to put y'all out of the house. That wasn't our idea. We tried to keep you in there. We would hide you under the bed, in the closet, anywhere. We weren't trying to separate from you. Plus, if you got a whole project area.
I absolutely agree with that point. People who are blaming welfare and Black women and, all this stuff, it was literally whoever designed, I guess, one of them would be Daniel Patrick Moynihan. It was literally the government who made that requirement. So she's 100% right there. And people like Thomas Sowell and his ilk get it totally wrong.
With a lot of women and children, where do they think them children came from? Okay, there's some men in and out there some kind of way. So, this is a lie that they perpetrate. Now they're going to turn it back on us. This is how it's done. All right. The entire objective is to keep you and me apart. Whatever the risk is, whatever the cost is, they would rather deal with that than allow us to get together. When I was young, they used to say that mafia stood for Mothers and Fathers in Association. I don't know if that's true, but it makes sense. All right. Because you can always do better with a helpmate. You can do better with peace. All right. That's the greatest inspiration. All right? I know how it affects myself. As I've written books over the years, I couldn't do them if anything else was going on. If I was waiting to pay my taxes, or if I had to go to a doctor appointment or something at the school, I could not do anything until completely everything was out of my head, everything calmed down where I was at peace, and then the ideas could come in. And creativity is like that. As I said, I know that it's like that because it just come into you, and then you have to get it out of you, no matter what it is. We are creative like that. We are just, as an example, the white art museums. There's nothing but nonsense in there. We know it's just pure silliness. That art they talk about as art makes no sense. Their paintings are all, if it'll be maybe exactly like something. Now they like that realism because then they don't have to create nothing, just paint the apple, there it is, and it's already an apple there, you know. But it comes up out of you. You don't have to have that kind of inspiration. If you can get cooled out, it bothers you so long until you have to get it out. This is what creativity, this is how greatness works for us. And so many of us are so talented, so great, so wonderful. And, you know, we're different. We really are. Because you can see the way many of us wear our hair, the way many of us have a certain kind of nose, the way many of us wear certain jewelry. That's all different tribes. We wasn't one tribe that came to America. And so we have those things still in us. And we try to express them, even with the long hair. And I know that's, you know, that's not the best thing we need to do, is to put all that different fake stuff in our hair. But who has been the model of beauty for the Black woman in America? Who has been the model for hair for the Black woman in America? The white woman. So we want our hair like hers. We want to mimic that. That was our model. And we don't, we want to make it black colored hair. But then too, you know, we got slews of Black women who have blonde hair, who are getting skin lightness. The self-hate we have been taught, you almost can't, how you quantify that? Okay, and the more false stuff we have on, the more we hate ourselves. That's what that shows. You even got the brothers now getting weaves and getting braids and everything. We are not making the kind of progress we think we are.
What do you say to people who always say we are making progress?
That's a good
People
point
love
also.
to say that we're making progress. Race is no longer an issue. People are doing great.
What is no longer an issue?
People say race is no longer.
Oh, that's crazy. That's ridiculous.
I know.
Race is
I know
no
you
longer
heard that
an
one.
issue. Race is the only issue, and everything else just is lined up after that. But I have talked with people who have.
That's right. So when I say America is a racist country and it affects everybody, I will definitely say that Shahrazad Ali agrees with me. So I don't want to hear shit from any of you. Race is the only issue.
Have a similar idea that things are so much better now. Well, it depends on what kind of equation you're setting up. If you're saying that they're not coming to our door at night, pulling us out, lynching us, they don't do that as much. They still do it. They just call it the police and that it's legal. These things are still happening. As I say, we're living in a hostile environment. And a friend of mine once told me, we're trying to normalize our captivity. We're trying to act like it's okay. It's okay. I'm all right. Everything's fine. I got a job. I got an apartment. I got a car. You know, I'm going on vacation. We having a family reunion. What, to celebrate your slave master's name? We can't say that a name is not important. If it hadn't been important, they wouldn't have took it from us. Everything was geared to control us and turn us into a slave for them.
When did you change your name, and how liberating was it?
My first husband, Brother Solomon, named me, and that was in 1967. He said, Shahrazad, and I turned around. Okay? He said, that's you. And as the history turned out, as we studied it, Shahrazad really means tranquility. Now, I know y'all don't think I'm tranquil, but I am. I really am. And she was the one that wrote the stories. Okay, and at that time,
that's right, 1001
at first, I was
Night.
trying to be a poet, incidentally.
No, it's not Queen
Because
Latifah.
it's a good way to
Virgo.
express you. I advise anybody that wants to do some, write the poetry, but don't try to make everybody else enjoy it. You just write it for yourself. It's the way to purge. And I sent my poetry to the messenger, to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, who was responsible for my career, me writing all my books and everything. I sent it to him. I was so proud. I sent him about 2 poems. He sent me, at that time, you could write to the messenger. He would answer your questions and send you a letter back.
How did that make you feel when you responded?
Oh, it was just wonderful. Oh, I was just trembling. Of course, I can't find the letter. I was showing it to somebody about 20 years ago and it disappeared. But at any rate, he wrote me back one line in the letter. He said, Dear Sister Shahrazad, I am not concerned with poetry. That was the last poem I wrote. That was the end of that. Oh, I was so embarrassed to myself, and that's in one of our prayers. And that should be in some of all of our people's prayers. We have one line in there that says, I have been greatly unjust to myself. So when we're doing evil, when we're doing something bad, or it may look like physically that we're doing it to that person or some other organization, but you're really doing that to yourself. You don't have to believe in God, because God believes in you. Okay? And we practice certain kinds of evil in private and in public, and we make excuses for doing it, and we're just being greatly unjust to ourselves. Yeah. But back to the poetry. So I didn't write another poem, and then over the years I decided to do other writing, and that's how I started writing books.
Did you ever try shopping the book around the publishers?
Oh yeah, I sent with How Not to Eat Pork, I sent it out to about 100 different publishers, and they all told me no. See, at the time that I wrote a book, your book was not considered authentic unless a publisher had enough confidence in you to publish your book. Self-publishing was down. Nobody wanted to do it, and they wouldn't recognize your book in a bookstore. You couldn't sell it to them. I mean, this is how it was. Y'all wasn't around, you don't remember, but that's the way it was. You couldn't do a book. And so finally, one publisher said that they would do my book. But the book, of course, they were a white big publisher, and How Not to Eat Pork. But the book wasn't but $6 then, or $5 or something. And they were going to give me like 50 cents a book. I say, well, then who get the other $5.50? If I'm only going to get 10%, 50 cents per book, and they was going to get $5.50. The devil told me, he said, well, we're going to publish the book. We're going to get your copyright. We're going to get your ISBN number, and we're going to get your Library of Congress number. I wrote down everything he said. I went back to school and studied how to be a publisher. And so then I started paying the printer 50 cents. And I got the $5.50. I was able to mathematically turn that around. Okay. And that got me into publishing because I recognized, and I am, so we can have it on the record, the mother of the Black book explosion of the 90s. Okay, you can go into any bookstore, any library, and find any Black book written by anybody, because the market is flooded and they were all writing. And all of them will be predated before 1989. And that's not to brag, that's just to set the history straight. Since the people in the publishing business here in America, most of them ignore me not because my books are not interesting and good, but because of my topics. They do not accept that because it affects them too. I'm not talking about y'all, I'm talking about us. All right. And so that's how I decided to do my own and become my own publisher, my own publishing company. And of course, it took about 4 or 5 years for the publishing industry to catch up on it. Because at that time, of course, the saying was, and it probably still is, that if you want to hide something from a Black person, put it in a book. Remember that? And so I proved that wrong, because Black men across the entire country and all the prisons and all the everything were reading the Black Man's Guide. So I really uncovered a market that I had tried to design to set us up in different businesses, which it did. Hundreds of Black bookstores opened up just selling one book, sometimes my book.
How did it spread across the country? Did you have to go places? Was it just word of mouth? Were you buying advertisements?
A lot of it was word of mouth. Bookstores have, their own group too, like every other business. And so they would tell each other. And I put it in New York first. See, because if you can take New York, you can take anything. Okay. And then I went and appeared at what's that stage they have up there? Showtime at the Apollo. Okay, they had a radio show with Gary Bird up in the daytime. And so people started driving up in their cars, parking anywhere to come into the auditorium to hear me talking about what I was talking about, So then it started to explode from that.
I didn't take my book to white people. Black
they
power.
Came to me and said, what is
Can
going on?
Can it ever be too early?
Because we were doing something that they were not involved in and weren't in charge of. Did nobody get paid off of my book when it came out But
What's up, Uncle Fatty?
I had a black printer. I had black people working in my office. You know, my black accountant, everything was black. The only people that was white in my business was UPS because they had to ship the books to all the different places.
Where did your oratory skills come from?
From the teachings of Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Although in high school, now I was speaking then too. So I had that in me. I didn't know where it came from because I hadn't been around anybody that I had heard, you know, ever talk, and other than say maybe the preacher or something, you know. And my mother was not an avid churchgoer, so we didn't go that much anyway. But I hadn't heard a lot of people talking in that way or getting up, speaking too much. But I was attracted to it because in high school, I was writing plays. If we had a school play,
so you've been doing
I would write the dramatic play or the comedy. I was writing a lot of comedies. So I was doing some stuff like that. But I didn't know where it would lead you. I guess you don't know, you know, when you start out. But I know I liked books. I would go to the library and I would walk down the rows touching every book. I was not just intrigued with the writing of a book. I was intrigued with the physical components of the book, the cover, the spine, the different things. And I would touch the pages and I recognized.
She's just like me. I used to walk up and down library aisles just finding stuff to read.
And I didn't have to do it like they did it. And so my books got all kind of drawings and pictures and all kind of stuff in them because I can put, anybody can, you can put anything you want to put on every page.
Give it that flavor.
They don't set the standard. They didn't write no first books.
All right. What was the process like getting on talk shows in the 90s?
Samuel, it's just kind of a general conversation, but specifically how to make the black family stronger, Kevin Samuels, Malcolm X, and then other stuff.
I'm not telling y'all all of that. No, I'm not going to tell y'all all of that. So y'all can go harass everybody and trying to get on their show. Nah.
All right.
That's my marketing information.
All right, cool.
Well, we have been taught that. It's like people that don't have shoes. They'll say, I don't like shoes. You know, they don't have no shoes. Oh, I don't like jewelry because they don't have any jewelry. So all
really,
of that,
that's interesting.
I don't need no man. I don't want no man. It's because we don't have no man. Okay. And it's hard for us not to have a man because we try everything that we can think of. We wear anything that we can think of. We'll do anything that we can think of to get a man. So those of us who don't have a man, we just have either exhausted all of our ideas or we have just decided I'm not doing that just to get no man or whatever. Okay. But we all want a man. We all want a man, and most of us all want at least one baby. Those are things that we do want. And we still are laboring under the misinformation that if we can get a man to get us pregnant, that we'll have some kind of hold on him to control him. And that idea has never worked, but we still keep trying it.
That's what I don't understand. Like, people have observed what goes on in our culture, right? But a lot of women still have this idea like they're going to trap a man with a kid.
Yeah, we do. And it's really, as I said, that's one of the reasons men have to be taught fatherhood too. Because the system that we have practiced in this country is that when you quit the woman, you quit your children too. Okay. And because the rules of child support, are so damaging to our men. If, as an example, if a man is making $2,000 a month, take home pay, that's realistic right here today. Okay. And if his child support, if he got 2 or 3 children, or 2, 1, whatever, his child support is $500 or $600 a month, and his rent is $1,000 a month. See, so it's a non-sustainable system if we want our men to be involved in their children's lives, because our men use a lot of excuses not to pay, even a little bit. Some of our men buy clothes and stuff and they think that's child support. Some of our men just completely disappear. Some of them won't work at all because they know if they work, they're going to have to pay that money for child support. So that is one of the ways that we kind of get you back, because there are other ways to do that. that would keep you out of the system, and you all would be able to co-parent. However, we need teachings on how to co-parent.
I was going to ask you that.
We don't know how to do that. We don't know how to cohabit with each other. Okay, so we don't know how to co-parent. Anything that's co means unity. We don't know how to practice none of that. Okay, so we need to have teachers or somebody that come up with some kind of program or brochure or something about how to co-parent without the enemy in the middle of it.
Would you be able to provide any advice to anyone in regards to co-parenting? Because people seem to just that anger they have for the other person blinds them in regards to what's important for the child.
Yeah, we'll punish you with the baby. And as I said, I've said this years ago, and it created a new dialogue about it, that if we mad with you, we won't even let you see the baby. If you don't give us money, we won't even let you see your own child. That's not punishing you because you going on about your business. It's punishing the child. That's who's being robbed in the situation. And as an example, I've noticed a trend that when you hear the white women getting pregnant on television and so forth, they'll say, "We pregnant." I've even heard their men say, "We're pregnant." Okay. We say, "Where's my son? Where's my daughter?" Okay. And I know we real tough, but we can't have no baby by ourselves. It's not gonna, it has never flown in that way. So I think that that's something that we could sit down and just talk about. I know we mad, but we got to do this different or write it to the person. And we especially get angry if you get with another woman, because we'll say, "I don't want my child around your other woman." Well, you are more capable to protect a child than we are. You can protect your child better from a woman than we can protect ours from a man. And you have to look out for the daughters and the sons now. It's not just
that's what I learned from
just
teaching.
the little girls anymore, because the situation has gotten just so perverted out here. And our men also don't have the discipline to not be dealing with young girls. Okay. But how many behinds can you look at and that turn you on? And so what happens is that our men sometimes, I know I'm talking a lot of different things, but this is important too. A lot of our men are going after the younger girls because she stimulates them more than another sister with her butt out. It's just enough. And every market can get saturated. Okay. The crack market and what that did to our people. And even now in our schools, we are dealing with the children, great-grandchildren and great-great-grandchildren of the crackheads of the 80s and 70s. Okay. And our children, maybe who we have tried to raise up in a more normal environment, are out here trying to mate with these people that's crazy, emotionally blown, a lot of things. And so that's a problem we're dealing with too, that we're not addressing. We're acting like that this just, we didn't study that because they didn't care about us enough to study that. If it had been their children, they'd have studied that. What is the connection 40 years later to what happened there? These are the people that don't want us to deal with our history. But all they talk about is remember the Alamo, remember Pearl Harbor, remember 9/11. I mean, they want to remember everything. They have a history, and they teach it to their children.
Totally agree
and
with that point,
unfortunately, they
too.
teach it to ours.
Another topic I want to touch on is this idea that if the woman earns more than the man, she should be the head of the household and make decisions in the household. How detrimental is that?
Oh, of course, that's a problem, because we have been trained and taught that money is God. We respect people more if they have a lot of money. They special.
Regardless of how they got the money or the character.
Yeah, it don't matter. If they got a lot of money, we'll cater to them. In fact, you'll get more gifts and stuff with money than if you don't have no money, because people want to give something to somebody. This seems to be the way it is. I used to travel sometime, and I would have to pack my staff would put a separate box for all the gifts the people in the audience would bring me. That's how we are trained, that you are what you own, not how you act or what you do, how supportive you are Just whatever you got, that makes you greater and above the people. And that's not good. But we practice, the big I and the little U. Messenger said that in Islam, and it wasn't supposed to be no big I's and little U's. You're supposed to have equality.
Do you feel like how would I say this? How would people restructure, not restructuring the home, but restructuring their mind frame to understand that despite certain men's inability to make as much as women, they still can lead a household?
Well, there'd be so many other layers of that you'd have to correct, because men have historically sometimes treated us kind of funny if they was the major breadwinner. And so we think that that's the pattern. That's what's been modeled for us. And so we're supposed to do that. And so we behave. But that would have to be a discussion that came up way before then. Because sometimes some of them, them leaf raking and boot dusting jobs are gone pretty much. And so if a person has one of them big jobs, you don't have the kind of security that people once used to think they had on a big paying job. You could be let go because so much of it is technical now in a month, in a day, in a week, and your whole lifestyle change because we want to adorn ourselves with the material things that we don't make. We don't get no profit off of it. But we want to adorn ourselves with those things that say, look at me, I'm rich, I'm successful, look what I got. Okay. Many of us have houses way bigger than what we need. That money, we got over 500,000 Black children in foster care who need help, who need support. We got several brothers out there now trying to have schools, trying to work with these Black boys and the Black girls. They need help. We have and I'm not telling nobody to give away everything they got or not to like nice things, but we didn't know there was things that was called nice until they showed them to us because we don't have nothing. Every school we got is financed by them. Every college we got is financed by them. We don't have nothing compared to a time when we didn't have nearly the kind of money that we got now, when we had our own schools. We had our own railroads, our own law schools. We had our own cemeteries. We had our own stores and service centers and all of those things. And I'm not saying we have to reproduce that now because white people have made it through their chains of different businesses that it's simpler to go to them. All of it leads back to that we have to do the work for ourselves. And it's nothing that's going to, and I'm going to tell you what we're getting ready to see. All of those people that that's coming over here now, the immigrants and so forth, just like a lot of the Asians and Latinos and other people have already done, they come here and in a couple of years, they're opening up a business. See, it's not in a vacuum that everybody know how to do something for themselves but us. That was intentional. And it's passed down each generation. When our men start working, we used to work at the post office and be a nurse and work at General Motors. Well, those were big time jobs for us to get the things that they told us was important. And that we liked shiny things, new things. It would take a special groups. The stores that say we had in Chicago, which they call headquarters where the messenger was, we didn't, the Nation of Islam that we have today and all those other different little nations of Islam and Muhammad's temples around the country, they don't have 10% of what the messenger taught us to do in Chicago and in other cities. You had blocks and blocks of Muslim businesses. People trying to do something for themselves that they could control. They knew they had to get up in the morning. They didn't really need nobody to tell them, get up before you be late. When you talk about your job, you don't have to say, yeah, my boss, because you the boss. All of those things. That hasn't been rebuilt. There's a lot of people there, so where the donations going? Where's the money at? What do we have to show for the money? I'm not talking about no big cars for whoever the leader say he is. I'm not talking about big vacations. I'm not talking about all those things. But what do we have to show for what we pay? Everywhere. What do we have to show? All of us can't go into the incense business. You know, we can't all sell shea butter. There's a lot of other things, services that we use. Yeah. But because they took that drive out of us, we don't want to do that. We think it's too far away. And there's people still starting, Ava and them started in the basement of their house. People are still doing that on different things. You know, I didn't have anything but a typewriter and a ream of paper.
You had that fire and you had the teacher.
But if you have an idea and you have the drive and you want to do that, you can do that. The missionary didn't give us nothing to do that's impossible. Okay? And he didn't teach us that you're going to die and come back alive and that one day you're going to see your loved one. No, you're not. I understand that that's easier to believe. One day I'll see you again. We'll be together. No, you're not. Death is the end. The missionary said the only way to avoid death is not to be born. Because if you're born, you're going to die. And you're going back to the earth where everything else came from. Everything that's up here, where we're around, everything in here is just a higher or lower form of life from the earth. That's hard to accept. Because I said, it's easy to say one day we'll be together. And well, we don't teach that kind of nonsense. We do not believe in no life after death. Even though it sounds, you know, that's once again some more of that imagination of truth. That's not true. That's not an insult to anybody. It just is not an actual fact.
In your books, interviews, and lectures, you have spoken very highly of Elijah Muhammad. Do you believe the movie Malcolm X and Elijah Muhammad's lack of charisma is the reason he does not get the acknowledgement for the great work he did?
I have to see how to answer that. No. One of the problems that we have as a people, and I have this when I travel around this country and outside the country, is that we want knowledge to be entertaining because that's how we've been trained in this country. Remember, one of the first things they had us do was sports and entertainment. And so that's what we want in order to sometimes accept certain information. We want people to wear a certain type of clothes. We want them to, you know, have their hair a certain way, and we want them to sound a certain way, and all of these things, and look a certain way. And so I don't think that the problem, if you're asking about that Malcolm had, okay?
No, I was saying with the movie, because in the movie, the part that they showed for Elijah, I always wondered about this. In the movie Malcolm X, right? When it came to
well,
Elijah
now
Muhammad,
that was a docudrama, brother.
Yeah,
that
yeah.
wasn't history.
That's
That
what-
wasn't the truth.
No, I was saying, do you think that hurt his image? Because they didn't highlight the work that he did. They more focused as him being a jealous person. They didn't
Well,
acknowledge.
you know, that's not true. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad didn't have any reason to be jealous of any of us. And he made Malcolm, Muhammad Ali, Khalid Muhammad, Louis Farrakhan, and Shahrazad Ali. Okay, we're the people that our people admire and respect, even though they don't accept what we believe. All right. And since the Honorable Elijah Muhammad gave us something to talk about and taught us how to be free to talk and to tell the truth about our history and things here, people think that means that his charisma or his lack of charisma, those of us who believed his teachings, we didn't look at him in that same way. Okay. But as I said, because most of us have been trained for knowledge to come to us as entertainment, that's how we feel. He taught Malcolm and Minister Farrakhan, all of us, to be fabulous talkers. Back in the day, it used to be called rappers, believe it or not. Okay, they say he can rap. In fact, we had Rap Brown, you know, and everything, because we could talk and we had things to say. We had information that the majority of our people didn't have. But Malcolm, like most of us, you know, he had Lena Horne, Red Fox, Sam Cooke, all of them were whispering in his ear, get rid of the old man. You don't need him. You could be great on your own. but he was the teacher. And that's what knowledge, great knowledge does, the supreme wisdom. It makes us think, because the people admire it so much, it makes us start to think that we came up with that idea and that information, and that it is actually ours. And so they were telling Malcolm things and pumping him up on certain ideas that he could be independent and greater than the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, or the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Malcolm had very low self-esteem. And so his wife was not good to him. She had put certain charges on him just in their private life, and he would write to Honorable Elijah Muhammad about those issues. And there's some letters floating around out there now about his problems with his wife and him not being able to understand certain things in relationships. He was no different than the rest of us. He was a great speaker. I'll never take that from him. Muhammad Ali was a great speaker, but he gave us some knowledge to talk about. As I said, we didn't have nothing to talk about, which is why most of my people don't have nothing to talk about.
What was your first exposure to Elijah Muhammad?
This is going back. Y'all probably weren't even born. Back in 1966, I was dealing with SNCC, Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, and I was dealing in different organizations, the Panthers. I was checking out things. I was trying to find myself, because that was an exciting time. The Black people were finding out we were Black, and we were wearing our hair certain ways and dressing in certain colors and certain styles. And so I was out there too, trying to find myself, because I had always been a creative person. And I had started going around checking out different things. And then one day, a friend of mine, invited me to the temple. And so when I went in there, the first thing I saw was just all of them big fine brothers sitting at the FOI, the Fruit of Islam. And I saw all of them. And I listened to the minister there, who was the minister, David Bacha, here in Cincinnati, number 5. That's where I came in. And it just rang in my head, in my ear. I said, oh yeah, that's it. Right. And I found myself agreeing with the information he was teaching about, even though I was not a Muslim then, And that's how I met the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad.
What was the backlash like? Because in that environment, it's Christian-minded people. Christianity is the dominant ideology. So how did people respond to you when you said you were interested or joining the Nation of Islam?
Well, at that time, one of the things that white people in their media has been able to do is to make us resistant to resistance. Okay, we don't want that. We don't want anything different. We want to hold on to what we have. And we tend to believe that the white people lied to us about everything but God. But they lied about that too. They lied about everything in order to control us and keep us subservient to them. And so I didn't have as much problem, believe it or not, about saying that I'm into Islam, I'm involved with that, as I did about announcing to everybody that I wasn't eating pork no more. That was the problem. Okay, you can stop doing anything, but once you start telling some other Negroes you don't eat hog no more, you're gonna have a real problem, because we have been taught to be addicted to that. We think eating pork is part of our cultural background. That's why we serve it at barbecues, and we make eating chitlins a big festival and all kind of nonsense. We don't even know that there's a difference between pork and ham. We think that it's two different things, and it's not. But this is the confusion. And I remember the Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaching once that if you didn't buy it, they'd give it to you free. And they're doing that today. They're giving it to all the people in the shelters, all of the people that go to the pantries. They're giving it away free. And I said, look at that. They're doing exactly what he taught. And so that was where my problem came from. And of course, my mother was a great Christian. And then I had met a wonderful, beautiful brother who ended up being my mentor and teacher, Brother Solomon Ali, who was my first husband. And he was teaching me. We don't have, actually, contrary to what people say, we don't have no women and no men different teachings in regard to the studies of Islam. Okay, not behavior, but in regard to the studies of Islam. And so he was teaching me that day and night. That's true. And I was getting it. I was getting it. And my mother didn't like him, of course, because he had brought me a new idea, you know. And he and my father got along. It's interesting.
Was your father deep in Christianity like your mother?
He wasn't really into anything that I ever saw him kind of do in that way, but he was interested in Islam. And then he died.
I have one more person I want to speak about that history seems to have forgotten about. Noble Drew Ali.
Mm-hmm.
Can you share some of the great things in his influence on the Nation of Islam?
I don't know what kind of influence he had on it. A lot of the brothers back then were in the Savior's class. And so a lot of them heard information. Dad of Grace, a lot of different people, you know, were listening to what he taught, because the teachings that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad brought us are called the supreme wisdom, because there's nothing over that. You know, I've sat in the room with doctors and lawyers and PhDs and everything you can imagine, but I can hold my own. I don't have a doctorate. I don't have a law degree. I don't have a PhD, but I have what he told us was the supreme wisdom. So I'm able to dialogue with them and surpass the little knowledge that they have, because most of the knowledge that we have comes from out of the white man's head and out of his books. Okay.
What were some of the books you guys were reading back then?
That we were reading back then?
Yeah.
We read Message to the Black Man, but prior to that, we just had information of where the messenger had written in newspapers, or you'd go to a temple and hear that local minister teach and so forth. But other than the Quran, I don't remember any other books that he gave us to read. He told us about books. Oh, there are hundreds and thousands of different books. And he told us about books that were in the Library of Congress, that many of us that we needed to read and so forth. But I don't know anybody who ever did that. But we did get our information from him. And then, of course, after Message to the Black Man came out, then we were really able, you know, to have it all in one place where we could study that.
How big was it when that book came out?
Sir?
How big was it when that book came out?
How big was the book?
No, how big was it in regards to the response of the people?
Oh, please.
It's still changing lives to this day, you know?
Huge. And then, of course, we had How to Eat to Live, book 1 and book 2, The Fall of America, which I recommend everyone in America read, The Fall of America. And Our Savior Has Arrived, you know. And every year at Savior's Day, he would give everyone a free book, one of his books.
That's wild. I didn't know he gave out free books.
As a souvenir, and he would bless us with that. And it wasn't as exorbitant as things are now. When you go to Savior's Day, you got to have thousands of dollars almost, you know, because times have changed, and the people that's pimping Islam is asking for more money. A lot of the things that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught back then were rejected, mocked, and ridiculed. Okay? He taught us about fasting. So what are they recommending that people do today? Fast. What are they recommending? Stop eating so much. Eat 1 meal a day. Okay? Don't eat meat. Okay? And he had the same problem with the schools. You know, he was jailed by the enemy because he would refuse to send his children to the white people's public schools, which has destroyed our children. We the only people on the earth who send their children to the enemy to educate them. That hasn't worked for us or for our children. And so he said that the children need to be boys and girls in separate classes. He said they need to wear uniforms. Yeah, yes. He said, and they need to be homeschooled. Those are the 3 most popular things in America today. That's what people are doing. They're turning more and more to homeschooling. It's actually more now, they're saying, than in the public schools, because the public education has failed. The purpose of education is to civilize a people. But if you are not taught the principles that teach you and guide you into civilization, it's just another process that they use to keep a job and insurance and everything for their families, because it has not benefited us. And in the past 20 years, it's gotten worse and worse and so forth. But all of the things that he has taught about have come around to be what makes the most sense, scientifically proven to be effective, has been his teachings. People are doing it now, but they don't give him credit. The only reason the Honorable Elijah Muhammad never got the credit and the recognition and the belief that he deserved is because he taught that the white man is a devil. So that meant that the white woman was too. And black men and black women were not going to accept that part. Oh, they might have stopped smoking. They might have stopped eating pork. But when you start talking about you got to stay away from the enemy and do something for yourself, nobody wanted that. And that's even similar to today. Well, everybody knows that I'm a believer in the teachings of Honorable Elijah Muhammad, not Minister Farrakhan, not any of those other people out there that's trying to give their idea and who have changed his teachings. When he had told us explicitly, if Allah should take me and I should die, that does not mean that what I have taught you is false. I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said. All right. But many of our people, as I said, all that adoration and clapping and applause and jumping up, you have to be very careful with that because it is such an ego boost and it is such a thrill that you start to really believing, boy, I must be great. I am great. Okay. And you can't take that for yourself. Minister Farrakhan shouldn't have took it for himself because it didn't belong to him to go in and start changing the teachings around based on his limited understanding of what the messenger taught. Okay. So that was wrong to do that. And so as a result of that, we do have Muslims in America today, but the Muslims are not known for a certain kind of progress. They're known for dressing a certain way or selling a bean pie or wearing a bow tie and attending a temple and doing things like that. But the principles that he taught us about raising our children, he had the only religion that taught you something about raising your children. All the other religions just teach you about Jesus. And they teach you about whatever their concept is about a supreme being. But they don't teach you how to rear your children. They don't teach you how to eat in your home. See, the messenger didn't give us a religion. He gave us a way of life. It has been the most wonderful thing for me. I am into the 4th generation. I have a great grandson that's 2.5, and he say, Assalamu alaikum. Okay. So, I believe this. A mother will not teach her child something she does not believe. All right. So that's why a lot of our children are running wild because you can get into certain religions, even the Arab religion in the East, you can get into those and they'll give you a lot of different activities, rituals, costumes. They give you all of that. But they don't work as hard to make you straighten yourself up. The messenger said, the temple I'm asking you to clean up and make ready is your own, yourself.
And
see, now you done got me started. No. That's not what I.
No, the thing though, another aspect too, I think why people wouldn't want to go there is a thing called accountability. You're asked to do something with yourself and improve, compared to Christianity, where you're looking outside of yourself for someone to do something for you. So I think that's another reason it kind of deterred people from the teachings of Elijah Muhammad, because there's accountability.
Well, of course, that's what I had said earlier. We don't want to have to deal with self. We are so sensitive because we too, all of us have low self-esteem. The greatness of you has been repressed. The entire history we've been here. And I say all the time, it took us 500 or 600 years to get in this condition. It might take us 500 or 600 more to get out if the civilization lasts that long, and that's debatable too. But we have been taught to be dependent. He is the only one that taught us that profit was better than wages. You can't get rich working by the hour. You can sustain yourself, but that system is one designed to have you go and work for the enemy, get paid for it, and then give it right back to him. There's no stop in between that for you to do something for yourself, even though we think getting clothes and a car and a house or something is doing something for ourselves. But that's very limited. That's very small, and it does not allow us to benefit from the greatness that we have and the creativity and the knowledge and just the pure goodness and righteousness that we have in us that has been camouflaged by the nonsense that the enemy has taught us. And so now everybody on earth think we a fool.
What is required at the individual, family, and community level for Black Americans to eradicate the racial wealth gap that is prevalent in the U.S. and hence improve their health and social outcomes?
Nothing. There's nothing we can do about their condition. We can't even do nothing about our condition. Yeah. We say that as Black women that we know how to raise a son. We can raise a boy. We can maintain him and grow him up and feed him and all of that. But we can't make no man. Look at our girls, and they just like us. We all females, and look at their condition. We can't make them, not with the same information that's out there. We need our men to start taking more charge of how their daughters are dressing, starting from a little girl. We need to start having a better diet. We need to figure out how to eat better so that we don't keep reproducing people who have those basic diseases, you know, the high blood pressure and the diabetes. These things are killing us. Heart trouble, all of those things. That would change if we had a different diet, not a different medicine, just a different diet. And it's very difficult because they have so much food out here, but it's more chemical now. The food is not getting better. We need to be learning how to cook, how to prepare, grow at least one vegetable in a bucket. See, the further away you are away from your food source, the less important it seems to be to you. And those are the first people that get caught up in a famine because they don't have any food. We don't even know how to get food. I had my nephew once. I had my grandson and my nephew outside on the porch shucking corn because I used to always try to keep them involved with the food process. And Hassan, my grandson, once said, where did this corn come from, Grandma? And before I could answer, Ramses said, what are you talking about? Corn come out of can. I was so hurt. He wasn't in my household, though. So, you know, Hassan, you know, Ramses lived with some Christians, his mom and dad. And he said, corn come out of can. I said, wait a minute. And then I had to go through, boy, that opened up a lesson. Oh, we dealt with that from the grocery store to the ground to us growing stuff in the backyard, which I had done, you know, before. But yeah, he was 14. He wasn't 3. So many of our children don't. And then I once went into some chicken place, and the girl was in there. I said, okay, we're going to get 2 wings and a leg. And she kept taking the chicken and turning it over, different pieces. I said, what's the matter? I said, I wanted the crispy, you know, what we eat. I said, what's the problem? She said, I get mixed up. I don't know which is which. This is how it is out here. So you have to go around this country to really see if you've been out here. Once you get out of your shell at your house and your little neighborhood and see the condition that exists out here in America of our people. It's people living out here who still don't have a toilet. Black people don't have an indoor toilet. Some of them don't have a toilet at all. So we, as I said, we have not made, a nation is judged by its worst examples. Based on that, we have not made the progress we think we have. And we're embarrassed of each other now. We see you out there looking bad, doing bad. Oh, that embarrasses me. This is how they have taught us to be. We got class distinction among the lowest class in the country. It's just a terrible thing. But it's going to take some work. We're going to end up with forced unity. Okay? Just not getting along, breaking up all the time, that's a luxury. That's going to end. A lot of things are going to change within the next 10 years. The enemy has never had a civilization that lasted over 200 and some odd years. We're past
past that a lot.
Yeah. So, you know, something's coming. I'm here to tell you, you know, that things are going to start happening that we ain't going to have any control over. So it's best that what we do now is, I was telling somebody too about the food shortage. And I said, you know, we're going to reach a point where there's going to be a famine and a food shortage here in America. And I say, so what will you do? You're not putting up any food or anything. You're not saving no cans, no buckets, no nothing. And this is a brother. He said, well, if there'll be a food shortage, I'll just call down and have them raise my food stamps. See, we don't even make no sense. We just do. This was an adult. We don't really even understand basic things about survival because they made us dependent, total dependence. And the only thing we can hold on to is, as I said, we are going to be the winner. It may not look like it, but that's how it always looks for people in that, you know.
And where did the courage come from initially to step out and do the work that you did? Because you were getting a crazy fight
at first.
Yeah, like a crazy fight. Yeah. And where did the courage come from to continue, not be discouraged?
You don't see it like that. I didn't see it like that. Somebody asked me once, how does it feel to be up on stage in front of all those people or whatever? I say it feels natural. It feels like this is how it should be. And that's how you know there'd be something in you. That God didn't send me. I sent me. Okay? I ain't saying that God do not need that, no help. History is going to play out.
All right.
Okay?
All right. Well, any comments? What happened to my screen? Oh, there we are. Let's see here. Fred, it's about a year old. I just picked the first one that popped up, but I do think I'll go through today and pick out some more. Because I, if nothing else, she was pretty. I like her bluntness. Don't necessarily agree with everything she says. I don't, get into the. I don't really get into the whole black supremacy aspect, but there's a lot of good in what she said. Fred says we used to watch her lectures in the 90s. Yeah, I've seen her videos before, but it's probably been maybe 5 or 10 years or so. So we'll get back into her. People were kind of, apparently Lady Boulay is not. They need a stiffer drink. So we'll just start doing Shahrazad Ali. And Dave, if you're out there, if you think your friend might be able to get her, get an interview with her, by all means, please speak on our behalf. Let's see. Well, yeah, Fred, she talked about Kevin Samuels being kind of like a disciple of hers of sorts. So at the very beginning of this video, and if anybody wants the link to the video, just let me know. I'll drop it. No, number one, that's another thing I don't agree with her on. Deacon Dave pointed out, the we and the us and all that. I don't think there's a community that matches what she thinks it is. I don't think there's I think there are communities. I do not think there is a community. So y'all can go on and on about the community. It is probably is misguided a notion as community. Sam, well, you tend to be more pessimistic than me. But to my point, it might be pretty much every man for himself. Those who fail, fail. Let's see. Universal says, Stanley, if you like Dr. Ali, check out Okay, yeah, I'll do that. Oh, no, I don't. Well, yeah, she's talking about parenting. Thanks, Universal. I'll definitely do that.
Hey, Universal's at the telling we got a stream set up. going into this Minnesota autism Somali scams. If he has time, man, I'm sure he is.
Say that again. A Minnesota autism scam?
Yeah, it's a big Minnesota autism scam. Man. Feed our future.
What,
I mean,
they're saying they're faking autism?
Apparently, bro. There's some wild shit going on up there, bro. Wild shit. They're not as stupid as we think they are.
Well, I never thought one way or the other about it. I do know there's plenty of time to come up with schemes in the wintertime since you can't go out.
Now, you know, the thing is, years ago, I remember reading about East LA. And when they rolled out, and maybe they've always had earned income tax credit. You familiar with earned income tax credit?
Yeah, I know what it is.
And, you know, living in New York, international city, you start to realize, like, damn, like, the earned income tax credit allows you to claim a child, but the child doesn't have to live with you full time. Hell, the child ain't got to be with you when you apply for the shit. And you can get food stamps, tax credit, all kind of shit. And I remember reading the LA Times reporting like how there were so many tax scam preparers in LA because of the constant back and forth across the border. You could just claim children, right? And they didn't have to be here. So I would imagine.
Well, I mean, I would think you would have to give them social security numbers or something.
Well, I think, just say if you have a guardian, let's say if you're the guardian for a nephew that came here from Mexico. I don't know how that works, but hell, it could be a 6-month-old baby, right? You know, he only going to be here for a year. Would he get a social security number? I'm not sure. I guess there's some facility to get some kind of taxpayer ID number to qualify for the earned income tax credit. That's just one area of this shit. Then I read a case, man. This shit blew my mind, and I had mentioned this shit earlier today, the other day. Shit, they paying off jurors and shit. Fucking paying like it. So when we hear about this Somali man who's in the parking, you know, in the park with the woman, and said, well, the charges were dropped. I said in time, shit, that don't mean shit. You don't know what that means. And then there was a case I read of a woman taking money to a juror, bribed her. Straight cold cash, man. Like, that's some third world shit. You know, not to say it doesn't happen here, but this is very rude and crude versions of it. So, yeah, things going to be interesting. We'll get into
that. Universal, is this the same Patricia Newton that discusses post-traumatic slave syndrome? Let's see here.
The fuck is this? Keep beeping here. It's so fucking beeping here. This motherfucker. They're fucking beeping.
Is this Universal? Is this who you're talking about? Okay. Looks like she had some issues. But yeah, I'll go through and check her out and see if there's anything we can watch tomorrow morning. Other than that, I actually have come to the out of my material. If you're coming up, Universal.
See,
what else is out here? Because I saw that. Oh, she's on the Rock Newman show. Okay, that's interesting.
Rock Newman, that's a boxer, right?
No. I know him as like a black journalist or like a host. I think he was in radio.
Was he in DC?
I'm
I've heard
not
that
sure.
name before. I've heard that name before. That's why I asked something.
But apparently this is a year ago. Let's see. So we'll put that on tap for tomorrow. So Shahrazad Ali gets interviewed by Rock Newman. So that ought to be good. We'll go ahead and save you. What's my computer freezing up? Let's see. Cashing in on white guilt is not a sustainable industry. I have no idea what you're talking about, Buckbreaker. You've been galloping around with jokes all day.
It is interesting though, Stanley. I saw a lady, it was a white lady somewhere. And I think it must have been North Carolina. It was like WRAL or something.
Oh yeah, I know what that's a radio station in Raleigh, right?
Probably so. Yeah, she straight up used the N word. Didn't give a fuck. Right?
Was she white or black? Begging whites for money. Who the fuck is begging whites for money? Buck, what was in your coffee this morning? Something good? Would you put a little whiskey in your coffee? This is a short video. Oh, that's not begging people for money, Buckbreaker. That's a debt owed. Linwood is begging whites for money. Well, it could just be Cash Apps. Is he hosting a show? Oh, let's see here. See Universal in the back. No, just come on.
Yeah, he may be on a mobile phone. He may be on a mobile or something. Ooh.
No, I'm on my desktop. I just didn't want to be disrespectful. So just making sure.
No, I'm pretty much done with my agenda.
Good morning. Good morning. Well, I got a few minutes, and since you brought up the Somali thing, they're definitely making a lot of social capital moves here in the state of Minnesota. I mentioned on the show over the weekend, they're kind of in three main cities. St. Cloud, Rochester, and then the Twin Cities, which Minneapolis and St. Paul are the Twin Cities. It's pretty much one big city, honestly.
Yeah.
But that's where the majority of the East African folks are. The biggest East African population is Somali and Somalians, and then we have Eritrean and Ethiopian are the next two. And they've been here for about a little over 25 years now. And you're starting to see them. What they did when they first got here is they were more in the transportation field, so taxi drivers, things of that nature. And then they kind of took that industry over and started to expand into other things, politics, taxes. They have their own. They have like two main communities here in the Twin Cities, where they're just developing. But since their development, they've also got into this position of, finding loopholes in this American system. And, as you often say, John, this is a gangster country. They just come and work the system. And they've been getting caught over the last few years. The biggest scam was the Feed My Children nonprofit scam, where they were getting like hundreds of millions of dollars. To
Feed Our Future. Was it Feed Our Future?
Feed Our Future. Yeah, sorry. Feed Our Future. And that really messed up a lot for other nonprofits, where there's a lot of scrutiny now. There's a lot of new policies that are put in place. The money's gotten a little bit tighter, but they were able to collect a lot of the surplus from the COVID dollars, because I think we had like a
perfect time.
We had a $3 million surplus. So this is a very, very social state. So the plan was to give those dollars to nonprofits, put them back into the communities. And they capitalized on it, and they made millions of dollars. And John, I don't know if you got to this part of the research, but they only caught a few people. A lot of people scrambled, man. They got the hell out of here And there
You know,
was so
there's
much
a term for it.
confusion. Yeah, it's crazy.
You know, there's a term for this shit. I forget the name of it. A couple of my African friends have told me, like, basically cashing out of America, some shit like that. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And so, damn. You know what's interesting is that, you know, these people probably don't have the IQ to build anything, by and large. But the infrastructure is here for them to, you know, steal from the government. You know, you don't have to be smart to do that. The smart people already put the system in play.
Yep.
And you know, it's just a natural progression from them. And, there is an element of trust within their community, which allows them to commit these grand scams like this. You know.
Yeah. You know, they have gotten caught a few times, and I'm talking more a collective, but you know, a few folks around welfare fraud, because a lot of East Africans, when they get here, they get the same birth dates, and a lot of them have similar names. So when you meet them, a lot of their birthdays are like January 1st or of whatever year. They'll just pick a year. So when you're putting all that shit into the database for the government system, it gets all convoluted, and you have like one person with like 3 different benefit packages. It'd be the same person, but they spell Muhammad a little differently than they did it before. It's very tricky, man. It's very tricky.
And you don't have to have ID to get welfare. You know what I'm saying?
No, not in the great state of Minnesota. And actually, they'll give you an ID they'll give you the benefits before they'll get your ID at the same time.
You want the ID, they'll give you one. You don't have to take it.
Yep. It's fascinating, but they've been able to build here. I'll be honest. They have surpassed African American folks in several different areas pretty significantly. It's very noticeable, and there is a cultural divide here between East Africans and Black Americans. We don't really work well together in some areas. So,
I mean, that's a big language barrier, culture barrier. You know, Ethiopians would probably be a little bit easier to work with, and they're very insular themselves. So, Somalis are probably even more insular. You know.
Yep.
Very interesting. Someone says they're the better scammer. No, I don't think that they're the better scammer. I think
they
that
found a better system, man.
And when the shit hit the fan, they can leave this motherfucker.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So they got less, you know, what do they call it? You know, the restriction of what they might do because they know they can leave, get the hell out of here. You're not going to extradite them from Somalia.
No. A lot of them run to Europe too. They have a lot of connections in Italy. A lot of Somali folks that get here, they actually have money. That's how they're able to get here. So they have connections sometimes. And you know, they'll run to, you know, Italy or some other places in the UK before they go back to Somalia.
Yo, this is Sam I Am has a comment. I don't mean to be coming too much on the show, Stanley, but I've been saying this. I've been talking about this for forever now. And the natural above board advantages are one thing. But when you start getting down that government bullshit, earned income tax credit, all this opportunity zone, boy, these motherfuckers are raking it in. You know, you can't even count all that.
Yeah,
money.
well, you know what? I don't totally disagree with that comment, but why is it that immigrants know more about America and how to get ahead in America than Americans do? I have no sympathy with that comment.
Well, I think you just missed what I said, though. That
No, I heard what you said. I'm dismissing what you said.
Okay, well,
why is it that people who are so unfamiliar with America can get ahead and Americans can't? Okay,
well,
I'm of the mind that Americans, black, white, indifferent. You have no excuse.
But I'm not giving excuses. I'm just giving the lay of the land here.
Okay, well, dude, I'm 60 years old. I think I kind of know the lay of the land. And my point is that I literally don't care. As long as if it's legal, my recommendation is close all the loopholes. But if you can come into America and legally get ahead, whether it's, however they're doing it, more power to you. More Americans should be able to navigate America and be successful as well.
Stanley, if you give me a minute, I probably can try to explain it. Oh, we can just take the next show if you don't want to hear it. Basically, as Sam I Am has on the page, this is a part of the advantage of being non-American.
Okay, I read what Sam I Am said. I don't totally disagree with it.
Give me a little color. Let me give you a little color, and then
okay,
from my standpoint, right? And I started off with the earned income tax credit because that's the easiest one. I don't know how much it is. Maybe it's $5,000 now. I don't know, but that's dollar for dollar credits, not deductions. Credits.
Mm-hmm.
They can claim 10 children. They only have to have 10 children here.
Yeah, well, we need to fix that.
Okay, well, yeah, fair enough. I don't disagree with you. But hell, I take advantage of it. My children aren't here full time, but I still claim on my taxes. They can do the same, but they're poor, so they qualify for a lot of welfare benefits. And then the loophole is that the children don't have to be here full time. That's a benefit for America.
Do they have to be in America, or can they be back home?
They can go back home. They can go visit Mexico. They can go visit wherever they're visiting. But you know, you see the big wide open loophole there, and so all the
right. But I mean, the thing is that if it's known, I mean, I guess my question would be, why hasn't it been fixed?
Well, let me give you an example of why. Let's say that either Somalian family comes in, signs up for welfare. She says, I have 6 children in the house. They're going to give an allotment for welfare for those 6 children. 2 of them go back to Mexico once school is out. So for that summer, she's getting a food stamp allotment for 6, but it's only 2 children in the house.
Oh, because she sent them away.
Well, they may have never been here. I'm just assuming they were here, right? But they may have never even been here. They may not even exist, right? They cannot exist.
Well,
they could be somebody else's children. Who the fuck knows, right? You know. But
well, here's another deal. Number one, stuff like that is worth, basically, raising a lot of hell over. Now, Trump's alternative would be just to get rid of the program altogether instead of going in and fixing it. So I think both extremes are bad. I think if there are loopholes, they need to be fixed versus just scrapping it outright. And I don't know, about this particular program. I'm just kind of talking in general, but if this is widely known, why it's not being fixed is beyond me.
Well, to fix it again, you can fix it for Americans. It's easy. That's why most Americans, if they get involved in food stamp fraud, they're gonna get caught. Even the businesses and shit, they get caught. But when you have people from another country, they have strong ties in another country, and now you have another market where the checks and balances don't come into play, and I think that's
I'm confused. What are people not from this country doing to avoid detection that Americans aren't?
Okay, let me give you an example. Let's say a Somali man owns a grocery store. There are Somali grocery stores in Minneapolis, all over Minnesota, I would imagine. And so let's say he owns a grocery store and he knows that this woman has an allotment for 6 children of food stamp. He gives her a discount on that dollar, on that food stamp dollar. And, she gets her money and he gets his food stamp allotment paid by the government. And maybe he sends the food back to Mexico, Somalia, or wherever. Maybe he sent the money back to Somalia. Phones up, man, there are a million different ways to skin that cat. Stolen phones, everything, stolen shit, everything. There's a new market for it. And it's in
right.
Somalia.
Well, I understand that, but my question is, you know what? If a scam is working, why aren't Americans doing it?
Because we have nowhere to send it.
Well, sure. Hey, I am sure a creative American could figure out how to make contacts in Somalia.
Well, let me tell you, I was in Ghana a while back, a few years back. I met this guy, he's a banker. And this motherfucker here, he's quote unquote banker. And so basically, let's say you're a small company, you get some Coca-Colas brought into your state, right? And into Ghana. But you don't have the money to get that shit. Right? Well, the government starts charging you for it. He comes in as like a middleman. He'll get your shit for you and charge you a tariff of sort. Americans don't have. I mean, we could gain that market. It's like an export-import market. We could probably gain access to that market, but that's difficult for an American to form bonds with an external market. It's just
Right.
difficult.
Well, I understand that it's difficult, but really, and I'm not even being facetious here.
Yeah.
You know what? I would. If it's a scam? Now, I'm not here, encouraging everybody. Hey, Portia, how you doing? I'm not here saying, endorsing any
Right,
scam.
yeah.
But you know what? The thing is if someone who barely speaks English can come here and figure out how to navigate the system, I think it's shame on Americans for not being as crafty.
Well, again, I
You know,
think
maybe we're
if
we're
Amer-
just too lazy to be crafty.
if Americans had that market to offload this shit, it's the same way. Like I've told you about the phones over and over, bro. I've shown you all these damn phones I got in here.
Okay, John,
Mm.
listen to what
Sure.
I'm saying.
Don't get it yet. There's
Okay,
no
if you're too lazy to be crafty, develop the market. Now, I'm not saying like it's gonna be harder to develop a market in Somalia if you're not Somalian. But
Yeah.
I just think if you really put your mind to it, I bet you could.
And I think the other thing that the blind spot is that you say these people barely speak English, and that very well could be true, but they have handlers, people who are skilled at the system. I mean, in America, there are people that are skilled at welfare. We used to call them welfare queens and shit like that.
Yep.
These people are super welfare queens because they've turned it into a business. More or less for Americans, it was hand to mouth type shit.
Well, you know what?
This shit
You
here
know
is
what? I think Herman is saying it best. He's kind of saying what I'm saying. It's not intelligence on their part. It's the naivety and incompetence on our end. And I'm saying now, I'm not endorsing scamming or anything like that. But I'm saying it's a shame that people who weren't even raised here are able to figure out loopholes and stuff like that, and actual Americans aren't. I mean, I actually think Americans aren't trying hard.
Well, I know the loopholes, right? I know them.
Well, I'm not talking about you personally, John.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of Americans know them. My mother knows them. My mother worked that shit. She knows them in and out. But I'm telling you, the average American does not want to go to fucking prison and suffer the embarrassment. Welfare.
Hey, Genesee Ben, like I said, I'm not endorsing this. I'm just asking the question.
No, the thing is that, like Americans know it, bro, but, and again, I'm not disagreeing with you. What I'm saying is, to go outside of this country and build up an export-import market for your food stamp and welfare largesse, you're really engaging in a lot of fraud there. And you got to learn how to do it. Well, these people,
hey, you Herman, you are absolutely right. I've talked about the backsheesh culture over in that part of the world. You're absolutely right. They are shameless. So however, you know what? I figure if they can come over here and do it, by gosh, we need some homegrown scamming.
I mean, again, like, when I would listen to something about Trump is about to cut down on welfare fraud, and I just don't think that he can cut down. I don't think take him out of it. I don't think the problem can be solved. I don't think a lot of Americans that depend on welfare have any idea what's going on in the immigrant circles. They would reflexively defend it for their own self-interest, not knowing that
they weren't really doing the people in Chicago. You remember those Mexicans that moved? There was a big uprising in some part of the Black community in Chicago where they're like, hey, we're pissed off because these Mexicans are getting benefits that we're not. So, I mean, there was some awareness.
Well, I think what they were complaining about is the additional benefits, housing in hotels, clothes, wash, food, vouchers, and they were getting more than the Blacks. So the Blacks weren't saying people shouldn't be getting it there, or, the money shouldn't be given out. They were saying,
right.
And I think that once you start giving it out, it's profit in numbers. You know what's interesting, man? You know, like all those voucher cards and shit, you know, that they use their vouchers on. I want to say, someone may correct me if I'm wrong. I think JP Morgan gets a cut off all those shits, all those cards.
Probably.
And so they have every incentive to put more motherfuckers on the program. Who cares? And you know, their voice is probably louder than the people who get the welfare vouchers because they make shit.
Such a thing as corporate welfare.
It's corporate welfare. You know, it's a long corporate welfare handoff that they get the money to the people, and then every time they swipe that card, JP Morgan gets a cut off of it. So, you know, that's how it works. Yeah. It's very interesting. Very interesting.
Let's see. So it's 9:30. So you got a show starting in an hour.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to do it, man. I'm still in a lot of pain over here, Stanley.
Yeah, well, you know what? You're no spring tick. Oh no,
no, that's wrong.
I tell you right now, 45 and 50 is when I started having my aches and pains. And as it turned out, the aches and pains were, well, I basically kind of just ignored it and kept soldiering on, and it kind of came back to haunt me. But you know, so you know, if it doesn't go away in a week, could be something more serious than just a pulled muscle.
Yeah, I'm about in the 5 days of it right here. It's getting a little bit better every day. Every day it's getting a little bit better, but I'm soldiering through it.
Portia wants to know if you fell off your scooter.
Nah, that would be easy to identify as a problem. Yeah, actually, I think it was picking up a lawnmower, man. You know, lawnmower's all awkward.
Right.
Going up some steps with it. That may have done it. I don't know, man. I have no idea.
Oh, poor Genesee Ben. He gets so annoyed with me. Now I'm a tard. I haven't heard that term since the 80s. All right, so unless anybody else has pressing business, I guess we could look at the news right quick just to see if anything. Did you hear that Warren Buffett is stepping down as CEO of Berkshire Hathaway? He's going to remain chairman of the board.
You know, a while back I talked about him having an Asian guy in charge of much of his money. I can't remember the guy's name now. You know, he's up in age now, so it makes sense.
Well, he's 94.
Yeah. You know, I think his the way he's handled business in terms of his investments, they can not say it'll be as good as him or whatever, but that mindset, you know, would probably be easy to carry on. You know what I mean?
Well, he handpicked his successor.
Yeah. Is it the young Asian guy? It
doesn't sound like an Asian name. Hold on one sec. I'll get his name. It didn't sound like an Asian name. This guy was head of the non-insurance operations.
Even if he didn't, I think that he's dedicated a large portion of his company's funds to that guy to manage. So by proxy of having a large portion of the Berkshire Hathaway assets, you know, you'll have a bit of control there.
Oops. Let's see here.
Oh, Greg Abel.
Yeah, I don't know the name, but it doesn't sound Asian to me.
Nah, a while back we covered.
You know who he is?
No. But a while back we covered he was raving about some guy that he likes his investment style mimics his. And I swear the guy was out of Asia somewhere. They may even call him the Asian Warren Buffett.
This is the guy right here.
Mm-hmm.
He's 60 something. 62. Let's see.
That sounds about right.
Announced he's stepping down as CEO of Berkshire Hathaway at the end of the year. He elevated a low-key 62-year-old Canadian executive named Greg Abel, who has long been one of his top lieutenants. For the past 7 years, Abel has been overseeing Berkshire's BNSF Railroad and its treat makers, Seas Candies, and I didn't know Berkshire Hathaway owned Dairy Queen.
Yeah.
Along
they
with
did this for
dozens
years.
of other manufacturing and retail businesses that Buffett acquired over the year. You know what? Hearing Dairy Queen just made me want a chili dog. He grew up.
The
Go ahead.
investor I was talking about is Lalu. Buffett gave, or maybe it wasn't his business fortune, it was the family's 90 million of his family's fortune to a 38-year-old investor named Lalu. At the time, he was in the investment world. Yeah, often called the Chinese Warren Buffett. Yeah, it looks like he turned his money into a lot of money. While Charlie Munger gave his money to the guy too. Damn, this guy's really, he's really done well. You know who Charlie Munger is? Charlie Munger is like the guy under Buffett, like his right hand man.
Yeah, I know. I've heard him. I've never heard of the Asian guy's name. As a matter of fact, he's mentioned in this article here. Vice Chairman. Berkshire confirmed Abel as Buffett's successor in 2021 after former Vice Chairman Charlie Munger let it slip at the annual meeting. That's interesting. I wonder.
What did he let slip?
I guess Munger let it slip that Buffett's successor would be Abel.
Oh, okay.
Charlie Munger.
Charlie Munger's like maybe the guy. Yeah,
he's old as hell too.
Yeah, he was with
Buffett. Shit, he's 99. Holy cow.
Yeah, Charlie Munger looks like gave his money to Lalu too. Lalu turned 90 into 400 million for them. Lalu apparently is he follows the value investing principles of Benjamin Graham. You ever heard of Benjamin Graham?
No.
He wrote a book. It's probably out of date today. Someone like Get Cracked would have said, but he wrote a book called The Random Walk Down Wall Street or something like that. Down Wall Street.
Right.
It's basically a value investing book. Yeah, Random Walk. No, it wasn't about it. I thought it was about Ben Graham. But he had a value investing book, whatever. Ben Graham, Benjamin Graham. Old school guy, kind of like an Adam Smith of investing.
Yeah, Slick Rick, I covered that earlier in the morning. Trump wants to reopen Alcatraz. He's going to rebuild part and expand it and that sort of thing. Soon we'll have a bunch of American papillons. So that was these guys are old as hell. They must really love their jobs is all I'm saying. Trump does not rule out taking Greenland by force. In an interview aired on Sunday, President Donald Trump stated that he would not dismiss the possibility of employing military action to incorporate Greenland into the United States. No new wars. Trump's interest stems from Greenland's strategic location and resource richness amid rising global security concerns. Both Greenland and Denmark have dismissed the notion of selling the territory, with a survey indicating that 85% of Greenland's residents are against becoming part of the United States. Trump said, "We need Greenland very badly," and admitted, "I don't rule it out," regarding annexation by force. The dispute highlights tensions in the U.S.-Danish relations and raises questions about sovereignty and Arctic geopolitical stability. I hope he doesn't do that. Seriously, that just I mean, if you're going to do that, you might as well just go ahead and take some other places too. Oh, I actually read a story earlier. I don't know where I put it now. You know what? I think that Israel's going to basically take over Gaza, apparently. Elon Musk got himself a city in Texas. We voted this weekend, and that's what the residents in that county voted. Well, you know what? I'm glad he's going to Texas so he can stay the hell out of the other states' ways. Hopefully he won't tank Texas's economy. Can we swap California for Greenland?
One of those things was old news. I can't remember what it was now, but something you just said was old news. Something about Trump is doing.
Yeah, well, no, Greenland, it's still, they say Sunday, so I'm assuming it was yesterday. I'm just thinking that I just don't see how he does that. You know, you may need something, but it would just be better just to strike some sort of, maybe what he's trying to do is play chicken with him and get some great deal for I mean, there's already a base there.
I know you're not really interested in this, Stanley. I just got a text. Someone says, well, not someone says, but there's a headline here. Damn, jury selection begins for the Puff Daddy trial today. I know it's not interesting to you, Stanley, but that's pretty big news for probably most of the audience here. They've known that name. They've seen him live a life of excess. And damn, like, almighty here.
Well, I mean, I guess knowing that he's going to trial, it's something that something I should be aware of, but I'm not really into like following it in detail.
Yeah, me either.
I think probably I'm thinking probably he's gonna wind up doing some jail time.
You know what's interesting to me, again, I don't really listen to music, man. So I don't have I don't listen to a lot of music, I should say. But what is interesting to me, I don't know how it's going to turn out. It won't be publicized. It won't be, public. You won't be to view it. But there will be reporters in there. And people are going to have to testify. For the people to talk about the, corporatocracy of the media and music and stuff like that, it could, really opens up a lot of things that people have suspected. You may hear a lot of things, untalented people being given contracts to sing because they're willing to sleep with someone. The things we all thought, but it may all come out. And that, could be interesting. How it's not just a natural.
Well, apparently, it wasn't just like music moguls. There were like some straight people, like, it almost sounds like he was almost like the black the black Epstein.
One of my friends' sister was listed in one of the initial indictments, one of the initial documents. Her and maybe Clyde Davis or one of those men,
right?
But she's the CEO of she was the CEO of Motown, and then she went over to Arista or somewhere. I can't remember where she is. She was named, and I think they fought to get their names out of it. Her name, executives, and I think they were successful doing that. But they will probably have to testify if he doesn't take a plea. So it's going to be very, very interesting to hear all of this if it comes out.
Well, I guess I guess that he doesn't actually rise to the level of an Epstein.
Maybe a poor man's Epstein, relatively. But like
No, you
mine's
know what? I wouldn't be surprised if he had more money than Epstein.
yeah. Well, I mean, like a poor man's Epstein in terms of the type of people he was dealing with. More the hoi polloi, you know, the rappers, people off of the street. You know, man, you know, there have been so many interviews, you know, and people sleeping with 15, 16-year-old girls, grown men. That you just don't really think about. You just keep listening to the music if you're a fan. But a lot of these things are illegal. And you see R. Kelly's in prison. And, you know, it seems to be, you know, very, very a big problem in the industry there. So you probably see a lot of things come
Well,
out.
I think part of his problem is he just kept doing it up until a ripe old age.
That's part of it too.
You know, if you really want to think about it as probabilities, you know, the longer you do it, the higher the probability somebody's gonna, you know, squeal or, you know, like that, whoever the lady was, you know, say, hey, you know, he did this to me. These guys don't know how to get out while they're ahead.
You know, I wonder if, you know, as the people suspect, it may be very difficult for them to get out. They are kind of on the treadmill of sort, you know, like they're living high, spending big money. They never really get to a point where they can just stop, I guess. They're like a dope man. You got to keep selling the dope, you know. You're always planning to get out, but you never get out. And, you know, with the lifestyle that these people are living, man, you know, private jets everywhere, blah, 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 blah. Like, it requires a hell of an income, you know.
Well, Dolomite says that Diddy is the Epstein of the Chitlin circuit. Of the Chitlin circuit.
Yeah, I can see that. You know, I could see young people with no parents being allowed to, just allowing their children to go off in the pursuit of being famous and getting raped and molested and taken advantage of. I can see that. That was the case with R. Kelly. I think one of the parents let their child go off with R. Kelly when they were like a teen.
Yep.
You know, so it's going to be very interesting. Yeah.
Well, you remember years ago, you remember the TV show Lost?
No.
It was a CBS show, and I kind of got into. As a matter of fact, I didn't watch it while it was on air, but once I caught it, maybe it was on Netflix or something like that. And once I started watching it, I binged watched like 8 years of it. It was a really good show, though it got kind of cheesy towards the end. But one of the minor actors on there married like some 16-year-old. And she was just a flake. But her parents basically said he was 50-something, I think, or 40-something. And parents just said, hey, yeah, you know, we'll basically sign her over to you. So, yeah, I guess that's it for me. Your show starts at 10:30. And actually, that WRAL thing you're talking about, monetize the use of the N-word, is that what that's about?
Well, I guess, and I'm going to get into it more, but you know, it is as if to me, the whites have kind of flipped the table on this N-word, and it, you know, in a big way. You know, lady got $600,000, $658 right now, and like,
oh, you're talking about Shiloh. Oh, well, whatever. You know what? I don't know why anybody's surprised.
Well, I am. The reason why I'm surprised is like you've taken away, you know, a very valuable currency from one group. Now you've made it even more valuable to another group because you put an actual dollar amount on it. With the black people, it's more or less intangible. Yeah, you could destroy someone's career. That didn't necessarily benefit you. Maybe you get some money on the side as well. But this white woman using it, she's become fucking damn near a millionaire.
Yeah, but I mean, this woman isn't like some big celebrity. She's uncancelable.
Well, and there is a thing. Yeah, at this point,
And a lot of people, a lot of the Jason Kessler types want to take the word back, as it were. I was watching something, and maybe I'll watch it overnight because it seems like all of a sudden it's relevant. But New York Times podcaster talked about, there are people who think the right, or MAGA in particular, is experiencing a cultural moment where, they figure, hey, look at us. We're intimidating, places like Harvard and Yale. They're basically thinking they're going to be able to take the culture back. And
I think that's
basically it's going to be like they're going to be right-wing hipsters, I guess. And I doubt that happens, but it's an interesting idea. But this Shiloh business is actually kind of reminding me of that. We are tired of woke. Hey, if blacks can say the N-word, then I can say the N-word. It's only a word. And apparently, if you go out into the internet, there are kids out on, I don't know, whatever, X or whatever, who are just like saying it out there freely. Like, hey, you can't stop us. So I don't know whether it's actually reverting back to the 50s. I don't know. I haven't really thought about what it is, but this is why I've never thought black people should even say it.
Well, I think as whites become a smaller percentage in the country, it's like you can't blame everything on them. People want to blame everything on them.
And I think that's even hyperbolic. There are people who want to blame everything on them, but to be honest, and maybe it's just what I watch on TV, or maybe it's just the people I hang around. I don't see a whole lot of people blaming whites for everything. There are some things that, like, for instance, reparations. Nobody's talking about whites, individual whites being responsible for slavery. Nobody's crazy enough to think that anybody today is responsible for slavery, but republics are built with institutions. We have institutions, the same institutions that existed 150 years ago exist today. There are some corporations that basically exist today that existed 150 years ago. That's really more what the reparations are about. It's not really about individuals, but people want to just basically personalize it.
Yeah, I think it gets personalized on both sides. The black people say, I want reparations. White people say, well, who the hell are you going to get it from?
Well, the government. This government is 250 years old, so we don't think Shiloh has money for reparations.
Right. And that's the thing, is like the government is just printing money. Hell, they could just send out a check to everybody in theory, right? Not going to matter at this point. But there's still some kind of, who's going to be responsible for paying it back? In reality, the debt will probably never be paid back.
In reality, and that's why I think black people just ought to chalk it up to another lie or another thing that white people got away with in the 250 year plus history, and just move on. White people are not going to hold themselves accountable for what their grandpa or their great grandpas did. And the bottom line is, and I'm going to be blunt about it, most of the blacks that are clamoring for reparations are pretty ignorant about American history. Same thing on the opposite side. These people really don't understand what they're asking for. And that's why I don't even pay attention. I read From Here to Equality, and that's about all I'm going to do on reparations. If somebody says, Stanley, do you think there ought to be reparations? My answer is, yeah, there should be. However, I'm not basing my future, I'm not basing my retirement on it.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, it's a very interesting thing. I will say that because, as you say, it's not a lot of people that are asking for it don't understand the history behind it. And I think once you understand the history, you see how complex it would be to deliver it. That would be very difficult.
Right. Well, I mean, even some of the companies like Aetna, for instance, would you believe that Aetna, it was a company that evolved into Aetna, but the company that evolved into Aetna literally got its start insuring slaves. People used to take out insurance policies on, their higher value slaves. They used to mortgage their slaves. We'll slap a mortgage on a slave, to get money to put an addition on the mansion.
You know what they would call it, right? In finance, they would call it monetizing or securitizing an asset.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was.
Yeah,
And you could do it. I don't know if you could do it on farm animals, but you sure could do it on your slaves.
You can definitely borrow. I would imagine that if it hasn't been created, someone could easily create some kind of derivative off of your livestock. They say if you have 100 cattle of a certain age, they're expected to live a certain lifetime. They're going to drop some.
Well, the other interesting thing is that I've read stories about, hey, you can't pay your mortgage, we're going to take your slaves.
Yeah, that's true. Well, if you had a mortgage on, hell yeah, you probably would have a mortgage on your slaves.
They will come. Hey, you can't pay your mortgage, we're going to foreclose on your slaves.
Well, I would imagine if you probably had a mortgage on your house and you probably put your slaves up as collateral.
People used them as collateral, just like any other financial asset. So, my point is that companies like Aetna, and it wasn't called Aetna back then, existed way back when. There are a lot of companies. I won't say a lot, but there are a few companies. United in what is it? New York Life, or is it Met? One of those in New York insurance company. But anyway, the bottom line is that you know what? I think it's a good argument, but at this point, it's pretty much a rhetorical argument. I think we all know that's not going to happen. So you keep up the good fight, but you know what? It might be time to just, every now and again go, hey, what about reparations? But go live your life.
Yeah, I think so too. While you're fighting for something that happened to you in the past, you probably could be doing something to.
Well, it didn't happen to us in the past. And I think the better argument is Jim Crow. That is way easier to prove financial damage. Because, I've also heard that, hey, slavery was legal. Whether it was moral or not is one thing, but it was legal. So Jim Crow is really where, some of the financial damage was done, because for about 10 years after Reconstruction, Black people were actually making headway, and then the rug got yanked out in, 1876 or something like that, where all that progress was just reversed. So I think Jim Crow's a better argument. However, that's not going to happen either, because, you could also say, well, hey, like it or not, it was legal. So I think that the long and short of it is people are not willing to pay for what their grandparents did. And then the other thing that's interesting, and this is actually my one conspiracy theory, as far as reparations go, when the last of the Jim Crow people, like my father's 81, when the last of the people who have lived under Jim Crow die, that reparations argument is done. They're going to put a fork in it, and that it's like, hey, no one alive lived under Jim Crow, so we're not paying shit. They're just waiting it out.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I can definitely see that.
So B. Brave's global corporate machine That's
They're gonna wait about that.
that's their only purpose. Their only purpose of that global corporate machine is to wait out Jim Crow. Then they're going to give out their last dividends and disband.
You never know. Never know.
All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up. I got to go. Folks, I'm going to be back in the morning around 3:45. So on your way out, make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you subscribe if you're new to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. Please subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. It's Stanley Cross 6000. And I think I actually am going to do a short video essay on whataboutism. Dave, Deacon Dave gave me the idea. He's my new muse, apparently. So expect that maybe today or tomorrow.
I can start it right after you in here, Stanley. No need to wait, right?
Yep. I will see y'all in the morning.
You going to bed, Stanley?
No, I'm not going to go to bed. I'll probably stay up till I might take a nap around midday, but I've been going to bed about 7 or 8, and that seems to work pretty good for waking up at 3. So yeah, because I pushed it back to like 3:45, and that just works. I don't wake up tired or anything like that.
Yeah.
And then I'll spend the rest of my day fussing at my sloppy son. It's like, I was
back?
using. He got back Friday.
What is school out? What is it, May? Oh yeah, school's not out, right? Yeah, damn, school's out, huh?
Yeah, the colleges are. But he made it through his first couple semesters and actually did. He didn't break any records, but I've literally never heard my son say these classes are hard.
Yeah. Shit.
I'm like, you have gone. Like, he literally never made a B in math till he got to Georgia Tech. I'm like, well, hey, it wouldn't hurt you to make a couple A's. He basically made all B's and an A. And,
that's a tough school, man. Shit, I would imagine. I don't know where high school he went to. I don't know what the quality. Probably was a good high school, but
no, he took a bunch of AP courses.
Yeah, I imagine Georgia Tech is probably shocked that 85% of the students who bump into their first year or so. Like, what the?
Oh fuck? No! Oh, Georgia Tech will weed your ass out.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
their first calculus class is famous for weeding people out. My son made a B in it, which he's never made a B in math. And then he was telling me he's got to take physics 1 next year. He's like, thank God I don't have to take physics 2 because it's famous for weeding people out. Apparently, let me put it to you this way. There was literally an attrition rate. Like, his dorm started full, and people started disappearing.
And that's an interesting thing. Like, the schools like Georgia Tech can still do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, they want the best of the best. They don't mind weeding out.
Well, you know what? Look, I like I said, I've never heard him sweat school before, and he was sweating to make those B's, and I'm just like, well, because I said, hey, what the hell is with all these B's? You need to get some A's. He looked at me. He's like, no, those classes are hard.
I mean, I imagine, it takes a hell of an adjustment to get adjusted to Georgia Tech. Probably the first semester going into the fire.
Well, I also know he's not spending 100% of his time studying. So, but you know what? Basically, if you make a B, I might just have to live, because it's really not me. Like I told him, I'm out of the grade business. I kind of want to know how you're doing, but you know what? I literally told him that I am now your parent advisor. My parenting days are over. If you need help, let me know. But I'm not going to be going after you asking if you did your homework or anything like that anymore.
Man, what's interesting? I'm sure it's at every big college like that. You know, I went to Alabama for grad school.
Right.
And I remember, you know, it was like some of the people would be in fraternities or whatever, and some of them, you know, and they would have, you know, some of the resources from like previous semesters and shit like that. And, you know, I didn't have it. Now I caught wind of it. I much prefer to try to figure it out on my own as opposed to, you know, and I'm not saying that's the right way to go about it, but, you know, I think there are some like foundational advantages for, you know, if you go there, you know, the right people,
right.
People pass down resources to you. Hey, this is how the test is going to be. This is how this is going to be. So you're not really like riding a bicycle up the hill. You know what I mean?
Let me tell you something that did impress me. The Wall Street Journal ranked Georgia Tech number 6 in the country for like salaries after college. So, I mean, that's not bad.
Yeah, it's very good.
So, you know, I'm looking forward to moving into his mansion out in Silicon Valley.
Maybe in Alpharetta, Stanley, you may not even have to go very far. They got a lot of
I'm
big
not
companies.
living over in Alpharetta.
What's wrong with Alpharetta? She's nice up there.
Oh man, it's just, you know what? I don't like neighborhoods. Like I live in kind of a neighborhood, but there are trees and everything. And it's kind of out, you know, like I'm 10 minutes from a fishing hole, you know, a large pond. Alpharetta is just like these neighborhoods with no trees,
is that right?
and a bunch of McMansions and stuff. And it's nice if you like that sort of stuff. But I'm just not, you know.
Yeah, I'm not very familiar. I just heard it was real nice. I don't think I've ever been there.
It's real nice. Dunwoody. I had a buddy of mine in college who lived in Dunwoody.
Okay.
Now the thing is this dude was black. His father was an IBM exec. So these were like, you know, your 10%. Like the first time I met his father, we go walking in the house and this dude has like some contraption attached to his golf club that's supposed to help his swing.
Oh,
He's
really?
in the hallway practicing putting.
Yeah.
I'm like, what kind of blacks are these?
Yeah, there is some kind of machine here that would help you with that.
No.
I saw
All
a
right,
black guy doing a video the other day. He was really into guns. He was practicing shooting in his house with like a laser bullet or something. You get your aim down. You can shoot inside the house, but it's not a real bullet. But it's some kind of bullet.
Yeah.
Connects with the damn target on the wall and like let you know.
It's like laser tag or something.
Something like that, but it's with your real gun. You know.
Oh, really?
Yeah, hell yeah. It's got some kind of bullet in there that doesn't fire or whatever. Yeah.
Must be nice.
Must be.
All right.
All right.
I will catch you on the next stream. Everybody, I'll see you all in the morning. Have a good day. Oh, and by the way, I've been playing Lot Lizard going out. Everybody seems to like that song.
I might have said it.
I'll see you later.
Feel like I should go. 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 Feel like I should. Feel like I should go.